Hello, what's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here today, and tonight is Colosseum Night. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. Got three watching. Let me as far as the news goes for today, apparently CM Punk got fired from AEW. I don't know what he got fired for, but apparently this just happened, and it's kind of interesting. Brittany Renner is still crazy, and well, Brittany Renner's still crazy. That should be a shock to no one. But I hope everybody's doing all right tonight. Let me go on, get the show started. Let's copy. I do have something to show, but we're gonna wait for some more people to come in and take a look. All right. Here's the link. Get the show started. And what's going on, Distro 861? But yeah. Well, it's been a good week. Football started. Got a chance to see the Ohio State and IU game, and of course, Ohio State wiped the floor with IU. But hey, it is what it is. Dad, football season's back in effect. Hopefully, we'll get some more in some NFL. Like we can see how the Colts are doing. Yeah, in other news, Joe Biden looks like Joe Biden is trying to start World War III, but it is what it is. Go blue, yeah. Yeah. What's going on? But yeah, we're gonna let me go on and pull this video up while I'm thinking about it. Have a little fun here. Let's see, present, share screen. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta get the do a little magic here. Let's see, channel. Let's go to playlist. And we're gonna have a little Coliseum fun here tonight. All right. Here we go.
Times. Hey, listen, now listen. Listen to what I'm fucking saying. Shut the fuck up when a real bitch is talking.
Okay.
Shut up.
Okay.
Get Shut the room. Fuck up.
Take the room.
Well, as I said, Brittany Renner's still crazy. And you can't make this shit up. She's still crazy. By the way, let's see, where is it at? Let's go on and put a fair use over this. But listen to this crazy heifer go off.
Shut up. Shut the fuck up.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I'm a real fucking bitch. You hear what I'm saying?
Talk.
And I care. And I'm a hopeful romantic. But I can't control. At the end of the day, I try to force something that wasn't mine. That wasn't my person. And that's okay. He's sitting over there motherfucking. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
That's peripheral.
Shut up.
That's
Seriously, shut the fuck up when I'm talking.
I know y'all can't see it, but she's actually throwing shit. She's yeah, she's a character.
Because if you ever felt real love to where you have a motherfucking second degree tear, hello?
Wait. He didn't mean it.
Hello?
He didn't mean it.
Shit.
Hello? You don't know what it's fucking like.
Shit.
I'm sorry. I meant to hit this nigga.
Wrong guy.
Let me tell you
Wrong guy,
something.
champ. Wrong guy,
Shut the
champ.
fuck up. This right here.
Yeah, she threw something and hit the heavyweight champion of the world, and she's clearly drunk in this.
Is about to go. Let me tell you something.
We good.
Shut up when I'm fucking talking. Yo, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hit you. I meant to hit that nigga. Because you sitting over here laughing.
All right, chill. Relax.
I ain't chilling.
Relax.
Because at the end of the day, it ain't your pussy. Hey, listen. I hear you. Hey, listen. That's fine. But guess what? You protecting him is what it is. Is it not? Is it not? Is it not?
She hit the wrong nigga,
Hey,
champ.
don't be sitting over there laughing. Let me tell you, I ain't talking to you. I ain't talking to you. I ain't talking to then bat me in my shit then.
Champ, she cool, champ.
Bat me in my shit.
Apologies, champ.
Bat me in my shit. That all right? Then shut the
Shannon
fuck
Briggs
up.
right here. Trip it out. We're good.
Apologies, champ.
At the end of the day, all right, I don't give a fuck you talking about lady. I don't care. At the end of the day, nobody knows what I went through. Nobody knows what I'm going through. So nobody, you, him, whoever the fuck, you don't get to sit here and talk about shit. Ain't nobody drunk bitch talking about nothing. What's up?
We family here.
What's up?
Can't make this
What's
stuff
up?
up.
Champ. No,
I ain't talking about nothing.
We all right, champ.
We ain't talking about nothing.
We family.
This is Charleston's people, not mine.
To answer your question, I believe she does have custody of her son. And yeah. Yeah.
It's Charleston's people.
Champ.
No, we family.
He said you all right. I don't give a fuck what you talking about.
Champ.
Bat me in my shit then.
It's all good.
Bat me in my shit then.
Come on.
Then shut the fuck up.
Ask me about my
Chill.
Yeah, but
Let's
hit your
relax.
motherfucking buzzer, bitch.
All right, let's reset the room. Let's reset the room.
It is what
guys.
it is.
Let's reset the room.
It
guys.
is what it is.
Ugh.
Cool, guys. Everybody cool.
It is what it is.
Lord have mercy. You can't make this shit up. Yeah, let's continue. Video ain't that long anyway.
Family here, guys.
Shut the fuck up.
Family here, guys.
You don't like Brittany Renner. Brittany Renner, we fuck with her. Shut
Who's got
the
music
fuck up.
playing? All right, let's relax. Let's reset the room for a second.
Nah, don't reset shit. The fuck we on?
We on the motherfucking
Charleston,
Dance Project, baby.
motherfucking Capricorn in the motherfucking building. Hey, let me tell you something. I don't care what you talking about, because I really bad nigga in here shit. No, this is my touch-up.
Good.
Listen, let me tell you something. Don't nobody get to tell me shit about shit. At the end of the day, Charleston,
Yes, ma'am.
this the motherfucking real nigga right
Yes,
here.
ma'am.
Right.
And if I didn't understand him,
Yes,
he
ma'am.
understand me, we wouldn't understand each other.
Ma'am, that hand.
So what's up?
I'm just happy.
Yeah, I got a good grip.
Yeah, I see. She's strong. Yeah, shit. I can tell you play sports.
Ma'am.
Mm.
I can tell you play sports.
Ma'am.
Yeah, I did.
I can tell.
Yeah, I did.
Shit.
Ma'am.
You gotta. Hey, what's up? What we
Shout
doing,
out to everybody
Charleston?
I'm reading
Shout out
all that
everybody
shit on
out
there.
there.
Shit, I done got
I don't
into
give
the
a fuck.
comments. Just shit, I
Give
done
me
got
some
into
satisfaction. Shut up, bitch. While real bitch is talking.
All right, so let's reset. Get back to what we were talking
What are we
about.
talking about?
We're
Peace, love, health, and wealth.
a grade 2 tear.
Lord have mercy.
PJ, and everything that occurred in
that you do wish well for him of what everything that went
I
on.
always do, because you know what? I had a baby for him.
Oh, that was the point.
Ripped open.
That was the
Second
point.
degree tear.
Second degree tear.
Have you ever been sewed up?
Never. Tore her
Shut the
motherfucking
fuck
ass up.
I'm talking about a real bitch.
Talking about a real bitch. Tore her motherfucking ass up.
Pussy.
Oh, yeah. My bad. I'm sorry.
Oh boy.
No, ma'am. I'm sorry.
I know you
No,
can't.
but I think that's
But it's
important in
gotta
today's
respect
culture.
you.
Well, at least you had a natural birth. Thank God.
There we go.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, thank God for natural childbirth.
Thank God
So-
for my baby.
Amen.
That was the blessing.
Hallelujah.
Amen.
That was the
So,
blessing.
so
That's what it is. I had a real motherfucking birth.
Say, don't nobody laugh. in the
Second
comments.
degree.
Man. Damn.
Sorry?
Mm. Okay. Yeah, let's talk for a minute. Let me remove this. So, she's complaining because she had a baby, pretty much. That's what happens when you have a baby. You either comes out through, well, the vagina, or they have what they call a C-section. That's the normal process of having a baby. So, and there are women who go through it multiple times. Yeah, but you ain't shit, Art. Good to see you, good brother, but you still ain't shit. Oh man, Lord, take the wheel. You are not shit, sir. You are not shit. But yeah, that happened. Brittany Renner had a meltdown on what was the name of the show? On Charleston White's show. So let me get my fair use thing back up, and we can finish this video out. The link's in the chat if y'all want to come up and talk about this. All right, let's see here. Let's bring this back up. And
So, how long was the relationship truly between you
About
and
2
Byrd?
years.
2 years?
What about it?
No, I'm just asking.
I know, I'm just telling.
Because if you look again, if people just see a moment, all they're gonna think is this is something that happened over a week.
oh, by the way, all of PJ Washington's friends and family told him that was a hoe and he need to leave her alone. But like a true sim, PJ Washington didn't listen. Oh well, it is what it is.
Week or night,
And that's
it,
fine.
yeah.
But my baby and that relationship was 2 years. So what about it? That's
That
what
was
I'm
the
trying to
question.
figure out, is that a lot of people have a lot of opinions.
And that's what I want to.
But let me finish.
I
though, 'cause
know
I
now.
didn't hit your buzzer though.
But wait a second. I know now. I'm asking for those who don't know.
Yo, what?
Family.
What you saying?
We all family.
He ain't saying nothing to you. You stay right
I
there.
ain't
Right,
saying.
he ain't saying you stay right here, Brittany. You stay right
What's
here.
up?
Yeah, you stay
Because
right
I
here.
just filmed
Don't you
for
leave?
basketball
Don't you leave
for
outside
motherfucking
the conversation.
14 fucking weeks.
No.
And let me tell you something.
Say don't you talk to nobody outside. Stay right here. Stay right here. Stay right here.
Hold on.
Please.
Let me tell you something.
Don't jack him up.
This
Don't
guy
jack him
right
up.
here, I listen to him and I hear what he's saying.
Yes, ma'am.
And I get what you're saying. But at the end of the day, 14 fucking weeks.
The
with
man just
bitches.
said-
Let me finish.
Yes, ma'am.
Shh. Shut the fuck up.
Yes, ma'am.
When a bitch is 14 weeks.
Yeah.
I work with bitches that I didn't really like. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Close
Okay.
proximity.
And we're supposed to care because
So, you, sir, over here, I don't mean no disrespect, okay? But you sitting over there talking about bitches, But I'm sitting here respecting you. What did I do to you? What did I do to you is the question.
Wait,
No,
Oh,
What
boy.
did I do to you?
the
What
water,
did I
the
do to
water,
you?
the water.
What
When you
did I
threw the
do to
water,
you?
it went all
Yeah.
over him.
Yeah.
That's the chant. You know what I mean?
What did I do to you, though?
That's Shannon
Because
Briggs. That's the
Charleston's in
chant.
here flagging off. Hold on, stop. What did I do to you, though? What did I do to you?
You didn't do nothing to that man. That man almost stands 7 feet tall. You didn't do nothing.
What you gonna do to me? To me, bat me in my shit and knock me the fuck out?
No, ma'am.
What you want me to
No, that
do?
ain't
We're not those
What
kind
you
of
want me
guys.
to do? What do you want me to do? Because I can't take you on. So what you talking about?
But you had a romance.
So what you talking about? I could never take you on. So what are you talking about?
Check me out.
Oh, boy.
What are you talking about?
Check me out, Britt.
Listen,
Check me
She
out,
did.
listen. I'm not acting crazy. At the end of the day, I'm sitting here.
It's cool.
Listen,
Put that
Listen.
back real quick. So we don't
I'm
break
about to
the
put
cat.
shit back. At the
We
end
don't
of
want
the
to break
day,
the cat, or the dog, or whatever it is.
at the end of the day,
Let me get you right real quick.
yeah, everybody's sitting over here. Look at Charleston. He don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in the principal office.
Later.
You are.
I know. I feel like I'm in the principal office. Like I got in trouble. Like I got in trouble.
Listen. I would never try to disrespect any of Charleston's people. Yes.
He's the heavyweight champion.
Listen, you bat in my shit. I'm not mad.
He didn't come at you. My nephew was laughing.
fucking
You
talking
threw the
to
bottle
you.
of water
I'm
at him.
not
The bottle of
talking
water
to-
was open.
Shut-
I'm gonna answer though.
Shut up.
You threw the bottle
I'm
of
not
water. The bottle of water was open. It did hit him. I understand why he's
Charleston,
upset.
I'm
At
not
the end of
talking
the
to
day, I think it's all good.
Yes,
We're,
ma'am.
we're
I'm not
okay.
talking to you,
But
though.
we're okay. Let's move forward.
Yes,
Be
yes, ma'am.
quiet for a
Let's
second.
move past that.
No, I'm not talking to you.
But I
I'm not
understand you're not
talking
talking to me,
to
but let's
him.
move past that. It's irrelevant.
What's irrelevant?
This is irrelevant.
Oh, boy.
It is.
He didn't.
The-
He
for
wasn't
the- for-
disrespecting.
y'all-
Oh
I-
Lord have mercy.
But
Let me tell you something. This is Charleston's people,
I know that.
and at the end of
But
the
do
day,
you know who he is?
listen.
It's the
Be
champ.
quiet. I'm not talking to you.
I want to let her finish.
Yo,
Say, man, y'all.
can I talk?
There is no disrespect. It's
talk?
over. Let's.
Can I talk
Yeah,
over
let her
you?
talk.
Hear you.
Y'all
Because
let her
I
talk.
ain't
Let her talk.
talking to you.
Yeah, let her
But
talk.
now
I'm
you
talking-
what are you disrespecting me for? I'm just trying to make peace in the room. That's all.
We don't need you to make peace. At the end of the day,
We do need me to make peace because I do want it to. I do want it to be a civil conversation, a good conversation.
be quiet. Be quiet.
But you're telling me to be quiet like I'm some little boy.
At the end of
You
the
know what
day,
I'm saying? I'm not a little
talking to
boy.
him.
I understand that, but I'm trying to make sure that everything is good. This ain't working.
All right. That's enough of that. Brittany Renner is who she is. You sleep with that's on you. But I've stopped sharing that. If anybody wants to come up, there's the link. But yeah, she had an epic meltdown over this weekend. Yeah, most likely. But you know, she is who she is. She doesn't deny the fact she's a slut. So what can you say about her? But yeah, I'm glad college football started back up. I got a chance to watch IU and Ohio State play, and that was pretty fun to watch. Of course, IU got whipped as predicted, but you know, IU's used to it. They might win a bowl game every now and then, but they're used to sucking. They can't get the kind of recruits that Ohio State can get. Neither can Purdue. But yeah, football season's into full swing, and it's gonna be a fun year. But let's see how many likes I got. Let's see. Got 25 watching, only 12 likes. Get my likes up. And if you want to come on the panel and start the Colosseum, here's the link. But yeah, Brittany Renner got issues, and she screwed up the bag, and now she's paying for it. Here's what it is. Guess nobody want to come up tonight. I guess it's just a slow night. I'll find some. Oh, I know what I want to go over. Let's go to TikTok. Paradox, what's going on, brother?
What up, baby?
Hey, what's going on?
Watching this wild chick be wild, being out of control.
Yeah, you watching something in the background?
Oh, I got feedback?
No, that's me. I'm sorry.
Oh.
But yeah, I didn't show the video because
they flagging it?
No, she's kind of wearing a short skirt, and I ain't.
Oh yeah, she started. Yeah, she was. I don't think she had underwear on either.
I think she had a thong on. Because I didn't show it, but there's another video out. Later on in that little clip, she starts giving somebody a lap dance.
Yeah, Charleston White, front and back. Then she just started shaking her ass.
Yeah, started twerking.
But she was ready to. I know we're gonna crush her a little bit, but she want. I just think she wanted to get a train ran on her. To be honest with you, that was just mine when I was watching. I was like, turn the cameras off. She ready for y'all to run a train on that.
Yeah, I thought about that too. Yeah.
I said this chick is a freak, nasty chick.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of disagree with you. No, I always thought Brittany Renner was a hoe. I never gave her a pass.
What? Why would you give her a pass? I mean, she's been freaking psycho for the 10 years since she's been on the internet.
Yeah, really.
She's what you call a bad person. And it's crazy. Those are the accounts you should be taking down off the internet, really.
Mm-hmm.
She shouldn't have 4.5 million followers.
Yeah, so DC thinks Biden should step down,
huh? No, I set him up for that though.
Okay.
I triggered that show. Because he was like, "Oh, you gonna name it Dead on Arrival? You gonna do that?" I said, "I'm just messing with you a little bit."
I was wondering, like, wait a minute, where are they going? I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. I know how DC feels now. Where's he go? Where are they going with this? Don't wait a minute here. Don't nobody say shit. What's going on, Al?
What's good? Just got through racing 188 laps time. My weekly NASCAR race.
Yeah, I just prayed Brittany Renner having a meltdown.
Nah, who cares about this bitch having a meltdown?
Well, I'll give her credit. She do look cute doing it, but other than that, that voice, no. I mean, they kicked her out of my house. No, you're not gonna be doing all that wild screaming and shit. What's going on, Aquateki? But yeah, we were. I was on stream with Paradox in DC earlier. They were the name of the stream was Democrats dead of arrival. I thought that was an interesting title. Like, okay, where are they going with this?
Yeah, it was just a little clickbait.
Yeah, it worked.
Yeah, yeah. DC wants Joe to run. So
Oh, I'm sure. I was actually a little disappointed because he said in the previous show that he was really going to trigger people that on the right and shit. I was like, okay, where was it? He's going to talk about Larry Elder. Like, you can't trigger me talking about Larry Elder. I know Larry Elder's a coon. What else is new? What else is new? I always knew Larry Elder was a coon.
yeah, Larry.
That I know. And here's another funny one. I know Donald Trump's a criminal. What else is new? They all criminals. Actually,
Oh yeah, for sure.
they're all criminals. If you do enough digging, they just happen to go after Donald Trump.
Catch me if you can. Trump done been in about 900 lawsuits.
Yeah. Yeah, that ain't his first rodeo. He'll be all right.
No, yeah, I mean, yeah, they trying to lock him up though. They trying their best.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is, I'm starting to see a lot of black people starting to support Trump now.
Yep.
More black people than I ever thought that would are starting to are actually going out and saying they support Donald Trump. I'm like, oh shit, the Democrats are in trouble. if this is a real trend, the Democrats are in some deep shit.
I mean, for black men, it's been trending that way anyway. But I think him being persecuted,
Yeah,
I guess it can sometimes sort of, people, I think he gets a little bit of sympathy. Maybe he doesn't deserve it, but it does work.
yeah.
That's why he retweeted, or not retweeted, but on Truth Social. That's why he posted his own mugshot.
Oh, yeah. Speaking of his mugshot, I actually have that as a backdrop.
Yeah, if he can be painted as the victim, he can get support.
Right.
People who would normally not support him because they think he's being treated bad, he actually can flip a few people, I think, maybe.
Yeah, and the Democrats ain't helping their case now. Rent prices are through the roof. Everything's through the roof right now.
Uh-huh. And not going nowhere either. And they can sell that jobs report all they want to.
Yeah, I'm starting to hear rumors about a general strike. Because of the rent prices, and it's not looking too good right now for the Democrats.
No, Americans like low prices. We want cheap goods and we want cheap gas.
Oh yeah, and gas is over $3 a gallon in most places.
Yeah. Where I'm at, it's $4.
Damn, it's about 360 here. Like, yeah, it's not looking too good. But you listen to some people. They said Obama, not Obama. Biden's economy, Bidenomics is working. It's doing great. I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
I'm like,
yeah,
okay,
back to that.
Okay, high inflation, high gas prices, high grocery prices. Got to pay almost $8 for a decent amount of eggs.
Yeah. Still a lot of crime. Still a lot of homelessness.
Oh yeah, the homelessness is going up. They dropped a eviction moratorium, so.
And I think he cut. I know he cut SNAP. I think he cut SNAP too.
Yeah, I believe he cut SNAP in that last bill they passed. On the debt ceiling. So
yeah, a lot of people got kicked off. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or got cut.
Yeah, it's gonna be getting ugly for a lot of people real quick.
On top of the fact that they're gonna start they've started the college debt repayments back this month, the next month.
Yeah, I heard about that. He didn't, and did he ever clear any of that out? as far as giving
Now,
people a rebate or something, $10,000 or whatever he was talking about. For,
now to be fair, I have heard from some people personally that he has forgiven some of the people's debt, but I don't know the exact number. But I've had heard I've had talked to people that said their debt has been wiped out, and they had hundreds of thousands of dollars in student debt. To be fair, but I don't know how many people he did that for.
how do you feel about that? People not paying their bills.
Um, it's kind of a mixed bag because the debt is literally harming the economy. The economy. Um, because people got so much college that they can't afford to buy the house. On top of the fact that the housing prices are
Double the
absurd.
price. Yeah.
On top of the fact that the housing prices are outrageous now.
Yeah.
Especially
Double the
considering
price.
how many houses, how much that a lot of private property are being bought up by large conglomerates and whatnot
Yeah,
because
that's
they want
true.
to turn this
Yeah,
into a renter's
BlackRock.
market.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah,
BlackRock and stuff. That's very true,
yeah,
Namer.
Yep.
yeah.
They're eating up
Also,
all the houses. Yeah.
yeah. Also, let's not forget this whole thing about student debt and everything. This is a long time coming because remember they have been. If you go back all the way to the mortgage housing crisis and everything back in '06 and '08 and everything, a lot of it had to do with the debt peonage they put us all through. Credit. I mean, I remember what's his name? Chris Hedges talked about that. Credit card debt, bank housing loans,
Mm-hmm.
student loans. These are you see, this is how you keep people under control or under immense stress so they don't try to fight back or try to uprise because you got them in a situation where they are indebted to you. I mean, even if you look at organized crime, they said like the best true power comes when how many people you have in your debt or who are indebted to you.
Mm-hmm.
So if you got all these credit card debts, student loans to be paid, mortgages, car notes. I mean, because we've been learning how to live off debt, live off because y'all been taught you can live off credit, live off debt, or sorry, live off loans for some time. Not understanding that eventually you got to pay those loans, and the rates being what they are, and how especially like certain like certain people they never read the fine print when they got their when they got their mortgages from the banks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, look at it this way, especially for black folks. Considering black folks are the canary in the coal mines, and I gotta give the panda, I gotta give the pandering, the panda African, his props on this one. Because I remember on the Breakfast Club he said, banks will not give black people loans to start businesses, but they'll give you loans to buy a house, loans to buy a car, loans to go to college.
Mm-hmm.
They want to keep you under control. If they give you a means to uproot you, to develop yourself, and you can pay them back, no. The money's make money just keeping you in debt.
Unfortunately. Thank you, Jules, and thank you, Aquateki, for the cash apps. Continue.
Yeah. Smitty, you're right about 350, 379 for premium. From what I see right now, looking.
Yeah, I
Now I'm
always want
looking
to
the
ask
outside.
what BGS is paying in California for that gas. Good Lord.
I remember, this is why I'm glad I grew up in the kingdom. Because, man, I mean, in the Middle East, man, oil
Mm-hmm.
prices being what they were, everybody was getting subsidized on the, at the pump. They've been being subsidized since forever. They've never been
Yeah.
taxing everything. Hey, what's up, Craig the tech guy? Salute to everybody. Oh, who's the Darth Maul, by the way? Fifth Lord Paradox. Salute, man. We ever met?
Yeah,
What's good?
he's part
Have
of
we
the Code
met?
Breakers. He's
Oh,
part of
I've never been to. I've never checked out the Code Breakers. You'll excuse me
the
on
Code
that one.
Breakers
My
with
apologies.
DC. That's DC and
Yeah.
Paradox.
Oh, what's good? Oh,
What's
and
good?
Tyree, I'm
Hey, what's
good. How
going
you
on?
living?
Hey man, what's up? Uh, I was gonna ask you, AB, do you really think they're gonna make these students pay back these loans?
Um, I don't think so. They may have to pay
I
back
don't
some
think
of them,
so either.
but it's a serious problem. It's literally hurting the economy. See, it'd be one thing if it wasn't hurting the economy, but this is literally holding people back from buying houses and actually, getting into the middle class. Something's gonna have to give.
I'm
And
27. I drive trucks, man, and yeah, it's holding folks back like crazy. I'm not hurting too bad, but just looking around, it's just like
on
I
top of
did
the
want to
fact,
talk to you too about getting into like some IT stuff. I'm gonna talk to you about that if I could get your email.
okay, yeah, on top of the fact that rent is not going down whatsoever either.
It's just going up.
I mean, look at everything. The cost of living's gone up. Rent's gonna go up. This is '08 all over again. No, this is '06, '08 all over again. Because remember, do y'all remember when was it when did crude oil go up from to $50 a barrel, then eventually 100? What was it like '06?
Something like that.
Around that time, because I also remember um, it caused a ripple effect.
Went to 140.
Went to at one point. When did it go to 140? What year
Yeah,
was that?
probably around 05, '06, something like that.
Oh five, oh
Hmm.
six. That's how the
Yeah.
highest it went because I was in Eritrea at the time, and man, oh man, a lot of people had to resort to just going on foot and taking bicycles just to get around or take
I
public
believe it.
transportation because hey, yeah, man, in Ethiopia, Eritrea, we were fucked up when when shit hit 50.
Hmm.
So when you had the oil when the crude oil prices went up, then food prices went up, specifically the cost of grains, and a lot of it had to do with ethanol and everything, ethanol oil and everything, and then later the housing crisis.
Hmm.
So understand that this is one thing causes another thing, and then it causes another thing. These are all interconnected. So the how you see the cost of living going up, this, that, and the third going up, and we have not fully recovered from the pandemic. In certain countries like yourselves, you guys haven't fully recovered from the pandemic,
Hmm.
and now they're talking about
Another
new.
pandemic.
I'm looking for, to be honest, not to be a dick about it, but man, I'm looking forward to the next restrictions. Nothing personal. It's just I like it when people keep their distance. I hate when people get too close.
Oh, cost
Aren't
of
they
furniture.
raising the oil up to 300 a barrel?
Something like that. They've kind of stopped production just to kind of piss the U.S. off because they tired of
Yeah,
the
the Saudis are
bullshit.
Mm.
doing. The Saudis are getting what you call flirted with by the Russians. Not to mention Russia's like trying to divert their focus onto to China. So they got all these pipelines, but they're also working with the Mongolia. And you look at Mongolia. Oh man, Mongolia is between a rock and a hard place because they're sandwiched between China and Russia. A big ass
It's
country, but
about to get
everybody is
bad
not.
out here in the U.S., ain't it?
Oh, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. But I'm talking from a
Yeah, that's
geopolitical
what it looks like,
standpoint.
unfortunately.
Yeah, it's
But
looking like it's about to get real
Joe Biden's economy is doing so great, right?
bad.
Who the fuck? Um, who remembers the movie Death to Smoochie? Because I want to be like Robin Williams, say, "Who the fuck said that?" Excuse my French.
I didn't say it. But,
I know. Are we allowed to cuss?
yeah, but
Okay. Excuse well.
Bidenomics is doing so great, so doing such wonders for the country. Low energy prices. If it lowered energy prices, lowered drugs. Here's my favorite. It lowered subscription prices. What they don't tell you is those prescription prices don't take effect until 2025, and they're only for seniors, and they're only 10 drugs for seniors. On top of the wait a minute. On top of the fact that pharmaceutical companies are suing, talking about it's unconstitutional to lower drug prices. I wish I was making that up.
Okay. I mean, you think it's bad enough that, pharmaceuticals have everybody under a chokehold.
Yep.
I mean,
Literally.
you guys have it fucked up. I mean, the thing was, like, pharmaceuticals, they can't really fuck around like they want over here in the EU, because the EU's got certain restrictions. They make sure they can't just fuck around, because you guys have been deregulated to an extent. Over here, it's not. I'm not sure about Canada, but you go to the developing world, man. Access and costs being what they are, it's like almost like a privilege, not a right, for certain kinds of medication, especially like for seniors and whatnot.
They don't care. Long as the niggers are suffering, they don't care. They're not going to change.
But unfortunately, what's the saying? Black folks are the canary in the coal mine.
Yep.
It's not just in the U.S., folks. Think about it.
Something's got to give eventually.
No, I mean, it's not just black folks in the U.S. who are the canary in the coal in the coal mine. You can see this in other countries in the Americas where they have a black minority. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that to downgrade y'all. I'm just saying it's affecting y'all. But imagine other places what it's like.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just saying, like, in a state where, like, solidarity. I understand we're talking about what's going on in the U.S., but understand what's going on in what's going on with y'all in other neighboring countries. It can be it's similar, not identical, but it's similar. So
yeah, unfortunately.
Yeah. So I'm not saying I'm not saying that to downplay what you guys are going through. I'm saying y'all also understand that you're not the only ones who are going through this shit.
What's going on, Jules?
Hey, Julesy.
What's up? How's it going? My Jermaines, how are y'all doing?
Oh, that's right. It's Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault. I'm dead.
Actually, no, I got a guitar, so you might as well call me Tito.
Jermaine gang.
And he's a greasy. Wait, did any of you guys sport a hairdo like Jermaine Jackson?
No, hell no.
With all that greasy?
I don't think many human beings can do that.
To be honest, Jermaine was the smoothest Jackson, bro, in the Jackson 5.
Yeah, well, it's a good thing Tito rocks a baldy and those fedoras. Yeah. But anyway. But yeah, I get what you mean by Jermaine's fault. I'm sure Jackie's telling her, "Don't look at me. Stay the hell away from me."
Mm-hmm.
So I'm catching up. There's some benefit for the student loan debt being forgiven and some not, because it's a good cash flow project for the U.S. Right? They get cash flow coming in, and they don't have to issue out as many bonds, because someone has to purchase those bonds for them to be relevant. Otherwise, that's debt that they can't actually create money with. So it becomes a problem. But it looks like the people who did pay them back or get their debts paid off were people who had paid over at least like 10 to 20 years and had made consistent payments. So the biggest problem with the loans is that the interest rates are so high that if you're paying like, X amount over, let's say your minimum payment's supposed to be $500 a month and you're paying $600, $700, but it's like 14% interest. You've probably technically already paid it back over that 20 years, but they're never going to get you down to zero unless you start paying $1,500 a month. And most people just don't have that type of discretionary, non-discretionary income.
Right.
They just don't have that. So I think those people likely get it. And there already are provisions for that to actually occur. Because I know a lot of people who've done that, especially law students. So I'm not as pressed about that. The people who are really going to be hit are the people who got, a bullshit degree in psychology, social work, figure out, something like that, but didn't actually make real money with it. Like they make money, 50,000, 60,000 a year, but it's not enough to service that debt and get it paid off and like increase their life. Or
these interest rates are egregious, man.
yeah,
They're egregious.
Or the people who
they will not be paid.
Well, or the people who went in and never got a degree.
Right.
Those are the people who are going to be really fucked. Like if you went into some college for 1 year, 2 years, and just never finished, you still owe that money.
That's me. That's me.
And I know,
but I'm not fucked. But I'm fucked because I gotta pay it. But my living situation is I've rose up. It's been pretty good. Like rising up to 30, it's been good. But my early 20s, man,
it sucks for everyone.
Rocky.
Everyone, bro.
Yeah. Super
man,
rocky.
I remember I had friends who were like trying to swap out tires because it was like, you got bald tires in this car, I got bald tires in this car. Let's swap out these good ones in this one. You drive me to work with, and I knew guys who were doing that shit for like
carpooling.
I was going through it with the state, man. Like
I'm talking about they both had like a similar car that has the same tires, so they'd swap all the good tires onto the good car, and then they carpool with that good car with the good tires, and then they both save up to get new tires for the car. Like
that's a terrible problem, but that's still better than going through it with the state, though. Because if you go through it with the state, that's money that it's gone forever, and it ruins your reputation and your what you mean? What do you mean?
I don't understand what you mean. You were going through it with the state. What are we talking
with
about?
The state, as in okay, like paying money to the state. Federal government paying money to the state, sir, like that, as in like I got in some trouble. I got in some trouble at a young age. Yeah, so I had to pay some money to the state. It wasn't as bad as as it could have been, like getting buried under the jail or anything. But I mean,
well, here's the thing, Tyree, if you could give me a moment. Just hear me out here.
Good.
I need to ask you and everybody in the panel. AL here, being the most senior here, he could probably relate. I'm gonna ask him. There's something that he would know what I'm talking about. But I have to ask you guys. When y'all were in high school, did you guys take courses called home ec, aka home economics? Did you guys also learn shopping?
I had home ec. And I graduated in 2014, so it was crazy to hear that some people, I don't know if that was this panel or something else I was listening to, but somebody said home ec was taken out, and they was
I had asked that question
in like the 90s.
Yeah, that's not. It was on. You guys had home ec?
I didn't have home ec.
Wait.
Yeah, I had it in public school up until 8th grade, and then went to boarding school, and then they had a version of that, which is like home sciences or something like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
AB, did you have like home ec when you were in high school?
No.
You didn't? Sith, what about you? Paradox?
Absolutely.
You guys had home ec when you were in high school, because here's the reason I'm telling you.
Not high school, middle school.
Okay, but not in high school. They didn't teach you how to like balance. Okay, fellas, now I'm on the outside looking in here. All right, where I went to high school, it was completely different. I went to high school in a different country under a different curriculum, right? But because I had to learn how to be financially literate, courtesy of my parents. Because the first time I opened up an account, I was 21. I'm gonna explain that in a little bit. But the reason I'm asking you guys this question about whether or not y'all took home ec in high school, senior high school, not junior high, but senior high, is because this was part of the whole thing, like I said, about the whole debt peonage. So because they took a home ec, you guys were not taught to be, at the entry level financially literate. You guys did not understand the whole thing about how to budget, unless your parents showed you how to do it. You guys, if anybody knew what a checkbook was or how to balance a checkbook, you guys probably learned it while watching your parents do it or something like that. You know what I'm saying?
I bet you every single one of us that did have home ec, that we did not learn anything about financial literacy
Right.
in those classes. They taught us how to cook
We
and
make pillows. I made
present.
pillows and shit.
Okay.
Yeah, we didn't. Yeah, nothing about maybe there was maybe a couple things about how to write a check or
Right.
something, but nothing that I can tell you. That's the thing that
Ex- yeah.
that's so
There's a
monumental about it
yeah.
that I
Yeah.
can't
There's a
tell you
reason why.
anything.
Yeah. And I took it's cool, Tyree, but there's a point to what
Right.
I'm saying here.
Hmm.
They kind of left you guys hamstrung on purpose because who's
Yeah.
mostly dealing with the student loan debts, the car note debts, and everything. It's not just. I mean, you got boomers who've been, if they're lucky, paid their mortgages and whatnot, but they're still dealing with the taxes and everything.
Yeah.
Others, some of the Gen Xers, who've had family businesses, they lost a lot of shit because of the housing mortgage and the car notes and everything, and they lost their jobs and shit. But the student loans, the credit card debts, and having to and not being able to find affordable, let's say, gainful employment and affordable housing, it's mostly us. It's us millennials. Not to mention how many
Yeah.
of the veterans you see are getting screwed over by the VA right now. Those are millennials. I mean, people forget it's the bulk of those who went to who served this country during the war on terror were millennials.
Mm-hmm.
And those who are dead considered, a lot of them. How many? I mean, imagine how many people took their own lives because they were under so much debt.
So
On
part of
top of
that
the, on
is
top of
you're kind of conflating a bunch of stuff at the same time. Like I guarantee there are
am I
those people who
conflating
are
or am I saying or am I showing how everything's related and connected?
no.
He's
There's a
basically just yeah. He's creating the whole
there's a constellation of
combustible
different
bubble.
things, right? Like a lot of the vets that are having the most problems are
Uh-huh.
older and dying off, right? But there's a big cohort of that older millennial through like older Gen X who were Gulf
Yeah,
Storm folks,
Xenials.
and they have different concerns. But it's also the VA, but it's not that they're homeless, but they're going through a lot of different stuff at the same time too.
Right.
Um,
I didn't just say
and
homelessness, but I was
yeah,
being general.
because there's no doubt about it. A lot of veterans are homeless. A lot. Like,
And
it's
hurting.
shocking. Yeah, yeah. But a lot of them are older folks who have had a lot of other things hit them at the same time. They just
Mhm.
had PTSD, bad job opportunities,
Opioid addictions
bad
from
bad
pain.
life experience. Yeah, yeah. And so they self-medicate and try and deal with a lot of it, but it gets you off kilter. You got
Mhm.
to get a clear mind to be able to handle it.
Mhm.
But to say that it's because they went into the war is now that they're homeless, it's like not. It's usually a snowball effect that gets
Yeah,
them
it's a
into that
combination
point.
of things, but that's not what I was getting at.
Go ahead.
What I said was like, like we see all the debts and everything, but there can be an interconnect. I'm saying there could be an overlap. There's separate things, but there is an overlap somewhere for some. Like
Yeah, yeah.
unless
Concentric circles.
the only people who are not. The thing is, how many veterans who did go to college don't have to worry about the student loan debts because under the GI Bill they were covered.
Well, most vets who go to college under the GI Bill
Yeah,
wind up coming out, and they come out with a good standing because they're like a
yeah.
lot of the campuses that are around
Hmm.
army recruitment or like military areas, they have
Uh-huh.
specialized versions of bachelor's degrees where you don't have to do a technical 4 year. You basically have a lot of your experience counts towards credits, and then
Hmm.
you wind up
Mm-hmm.
doing 18 months, maybe 2 years in order to get a
Hmm.
bachelor's. And then after that, you can do, accelerated masters because they give a lot. Veterans get a lot of preferential treatment if they're ready to
Hmm.
take on what they offer because they want to count what you're doing for your service towards
Right.
that,
Absolutely.
and I think that's fair because, you do get a lot of
Yeah.
training in those type of fields.
Yeah.
So I'm not
Yeah,
I'm not
but
trying to undercut that a lot of vets are hurting. I'm just saying that
oh yeah,
it's more complicated.
yeah. Indeed, it's more complicated. Just like but then again, a lot of them getting hurt. Especially those who came home with certain injuries, and the VA hasn't been much
Oh,
help to them.
yeah, I grew up in a military town. I remember they closed down the base for outside traffic, except for like specific vendors, for 3 months because there were too many dudes coming on base to fuck those dudes' wives. they didn't want to lower morale that much. And so they were just like, nope, we got to just cut it off. And so we would just check IDs at the gate. And this is pre 9/11, right? So they did not want this stuff to happen. They knew that it was just going on that much that they just had to slow everything down.
Oh man, do you have any idea how many officers? Then again, sexual misconduct is the quickest way to have your career cut short.
Yeah,
a lot of people don't know that. But anyway, we got off topic. Sorry about that. Sorry about the AB. But I was trying to connect the dots here. Like I said about y'all, when you guys didn't take home about what they did with y'all with home ec. Imagine if you guys went to an all-white school, something like that. I'm sure they were teaching them, how to be financially literate and whatnot, if that was possible. Unless they went to a public school, something like that. So
a lot of that stuff should be taught at home. Honestly, like schools should supplement a lot of stuff, and you should supplement stuff from that you would get taught at school or corrected for your actual family beliefs. But I mean, a lot of how do you run your household budget? Well, what's your household type? Right? A lot of people just
depends on your household,
yeah, they just don't talk about that type of stuff.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
we're gonna pray to Jesus that they're gonna get it fixed. Just very.
My mother. Yeah, I know.
More like pray to Jesus. We'll figure it out somehow.
My grandmother was financially, she was financially secure. My parents were financially secure, but they just wanted me to. And when I started working everything, because I was in another country and everything. Wait, can y'all hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I remember it's graduated with a junior college degree in accounting and whatnot, diploma, excuse me, in accounting. I started working, and I didn't open my first bank account until I was 21.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, they didn't teach me how to be financially illiterate, but I had to learn that on my own. But I had actually, it was my grandmother who showed me how to be financially literate, because when I was younger, because where I'm at, we have the old traditional bank books. There was no ATMs. There still are no ATMs. There is no bank.
That's how I learned it. The bank book, man. You gotta get your all your outs, all your ins. Yeah. You know that tally because you're looking at that book and you're just like, I'm running out.
I know.
$5.
My grandma. Yeah, I know. My grandmother was illiterate, first of all. My mother's generation was the first of her family back. This is back in Africa, folks. The boomer generation, they were the first to have a education for both genders. So my mom's generation was the first to gain education. But my grandmother, she had me help her fill out her bank book, or my mother help out her bank with a bank book. And I would go with her to the banks and everything. So I learned on the fly that way. Or I went with my mother when she had to do the same thing. So they kind of prepped me up. So when I went to the bank, there were some people I knew who worked at this one particular bank. I said, listen, I want to open up an account. What do I need to do? And these were guys I went to college with. And they said, listen, this is what you're going to do. This, that, and the third. I did that. And it was smooth sailing. Hell, where I was working at, whenever somebody was heading out to the bank, all the colleagues, they would put their cash in. Whenever money they were going to deposit in the bank books and hand them and say, listen, can you take care of this for us? They said, no problem, just sign it here. All right, we got it.
What's going on, Lewis?
Hey,
what's up, everybody? Hoorah, hoorah.
Hey, what's up, Lewis?
Hey, Lou, can I ask you a question?
Any more fun prices to show us?
Doom and gloom, man. Lewis, show us the front line.
I'm on a train. I'm already off for work.
Oh, okay.
So no fair point for right now.
Okay.
You know what, Lewis? I guess we're gonna have to call you Mr. Pickett right now, because you're on the midnight hour train. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I work second shift, so yeah, this is my this is the time I work.
Yeah. Oh, so they're waiting on you on the midnight hour. Okay. Wilson Pickett. How about them busts today? What's he talking? What's Mitchell talking about?
Colorado. They won. They beat TCU.
Oh, okay.
Nice.
Oh, Wait a minute. Did Coach Prime do his dance? You know that
I wish
celebratory
he
dance
would.
he used to do?
He's got to
Nah,
watch
he
out for
called
them feet.
everybody. He called everybody out during the post game press conference.
Man, I mean, everything he did at Jackson State and the way they did him dirty when he left,
Mm-hmm.
that was kind of messed up. But I remember everybody in Snowman was right about that. But we'll get to that in a bit because like I said, this importance about learning about how to be financially literate and everything. Louis, I gotta ask you a question. Sorry, I have to call you Louis because the way your name is spelled.
Yeah, no problem. What's the question?
When you were in high school, did they teach you guys home ec? And I mean in senior high, not junior high or anything like that. Did you guys have a course
We
called
we
home
had
economics?
we had home economics in elementary school. When I got to high school, they took all that out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Definitely
right
on
before and right before I got to high school, they took a lot of the trades out, and they just had one big specialty school in Newark that dealt with carpentry, welding, plumbing, auto mechanics. It was just one school.
Technical high school.
Yeah, it was a tech high school, and you had to take a test in order to go there.
Polytech. Yeah, it was a poly. Yeah, we had something like that where I was from. And the reason I'm asking this question because we're talking about like the whole thing about student loan debts, and whether there's going to be a debt jubilee, anything like that. Because what I'm trying to say was like, I mentioned this on Mr. Z's panel a few days ago. A lot of us who have debts and everything, a lot of us got hit from the blind side because we were never taught how to be financially literate from a young age, if at all. I mean, how many of us knew how to balance a checkbook, how to budget, look at I mean, nowadays everybody's doing online banking, right? Or is it just me? How many of y'all pay?
Part of it is like the marketing arm of the United States is the biggest in the world. Like you can the 18 through 34 demographic, they target you with so much. Just buy this, buy that, buy this, buy that, and they do it in different ways for different groups. For women, it's like lifestyle stuff. For men, they just sell sex, and they just hammer you over and over and over. If you can get off of watching commercialized TV, like I'll tell you this: like, if you pay for like
why
YouTube,
that is?
persuasion.
No, well, this is a consumer economy. We don't produce nothing no more. Everything is retail, practically retail and service. So they need you to get in there to keep the system flowing.
Yeah, we have certain production portions of our economy, but not nearly as much as we used to, because it costs too much to hire Americans. Like, when women want like a 100,000 guy, 6-figure man, it's like, look, that dude cost too much unless he's in a very specific service niche that can actually deliver that. And those service software as a service type of things, that can be a production environment, but it's not something physical. It's something you
or a UPS driver.
But
package.
Man, I know UPS drivers and FedEx drivers who are like grandfathered in, who were making good money way back in the day because they had their route and they bought that route and they were making good money. But it's a hard job. There was that guy in Texas last week who just died from like doing deliveries in those trucks because they're not air conditioned. It's a hard job.
He died from heat exhaustion.
Yeah.
From exhaustion? Oh my God.
Yeah, he cooked.
Well, right now, I'm making $87,000 a year as an evening store manager at the supermarket where I work at, and by next year I should be making 95. So
meanwhile,
you're in the top.
You're in the top 10% of black men.
Well, guess what? Nobody looks at me though.
Because it's a status. It's not a prestigious job.
Yeah.
It's not a prestigious job because remember, women want the resources, but the status to go with it. That's why
prestige buttons and all that stuff.
Yeah, because they want to stunt on their friends and everything. Everybody talking about. I'm married to a lawyer, a doctor, engineer, finance, banker, accountants. 50-50 on that. Financial advisor, an economist.
If you're at a big four firm, it looks good, but like outside of that, accounting's boring. Because like I'll say
Um,
this, like my grandfather is one of my primary influences, and he was a gold collar professional, right? A lot of status, a lot of prestige, all that stuff. Make good money, not great, but good. We have a family business through him, and he had a lot of women who came after him. I respect him just as much as my father, who's a blue collar guy, made good money, did not have a lot of status, but he had a good network of people that I can always rely on, that I can always call on. And I have the same network, well, a different network with my grandfather because a lot of those guys are way older. But I know that
A lot of mentors.
those guys are they're both valuable in different ways. And I had a lot of different input from them and to who I am. And I respect them both in similar ways, but for different reasons. You know, obviously father, grandfather, different things. But like,
well,
I understand that
my question,
they should not be undercounted.
absolutely not. See, blue collar. See, the blue collar is what keeps the country rolling. Blue collar are workers are key. You know, they're basically the essential workers. Even the brown collar folks, you know, but nobody gives them the respect. It's almost like
Actually, I'm actually coming back from my grandfather. I'm coming back from my father's retirement party. Was last night.
When he retired?
Last night was his party. He retired a week and a half ago.
Oh, congratulations to him!
Man,
Happy retirement to him.
Yeah, he had two careers, two pensions. He's good. He wants to go. He wants me to take him to Paris. I'm like, I don't know about that.
How's his French?
Non-existent. So he's gonna have me asking all the questions and doing all that stuff. He has this idea of France that I don't. It's a good place to go to if you want to be like a tourist, but
careful out there. You can get pickpocketed and shit, you know, especially.
Yeah, I mean, I know that. But he's a country guy. He's a country guy who married a Haitian woman, so he likes French stuff and Haitian.
I don't think now's the time to travel. The way everything is going.
No.
Oh, this wouldn't be for at least another 6 months to a year.
Oh, good, because you know you don't want your father in the deathbed saying, "I never got to see Paris." If anybody remembers that movie, sorry. Well, you know, Jules, I'm being funny here. Bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I've been to Paris. It was kind of cool, but you know, for me, it was like kind of like a nightmare because of my dietary restrictions and shit. And I couldn't just go eat. I couldn't go find a place where I was, and this was for New Year's, so I was pretty depressed. But got to see all the good places, everything. You know, the Eiffel Tower, Champs-Élysées, the Arc de Triomphe. One of my favorite. I got photos, and so I can't show you. But on my Facebook, I have these pictures. You know, because we went to one place when we were on the Champs-Élysées. It was a showroom for Toyota. So I had somebody say, you grab their phone, and we just kind of had to reenact something out of GTA, just for shits and giggles. So we had certain pictures where, like you know how you like carjack somebody in GTA. Oh, sorry.
It's a very cool city.
What the hell is AD posting?
Oh, you'll see in a minute. Just some AI fun. Just some AI fun here. Let me. Okay.
My bad. I was too busy looking at the desserts.
Holy shit, Joe, you're like a 5-year-old. Look at her, but don't make it obvious.
I mean, she's a little too old for me, but go for it, Donnie.
What part of don't make it obvious do you not understand?
She didn't even notice I was looking.
Whatever, Joe, watch how I use the Donald Riz on her.
Hi, can I help you again?
Yeah, I was wondering if I could get a little more sugar with a side of your sugar, if you know what I mean.
Fuck no, I saw you looking at me for like 10 minutes like a creep. Then your grandpa stared right at me and said I was too old for him, which he is now sleeping over there.
For fuck's sake, Joe, wake up.
Donnie, I didn't get nap time today.
Damn, Joe, you saw.
Oh, that's too funny.
Who cooks it?
This is just some of the AI stuff on TikTok.
These are deepfakes?
Back to his bankrupt casino. As for Fortnite, let me tell you, piss-sipping hemorrhoids. I could kick both of your asses with one dick tied behind my back. And as for sniffing hair, the fuck out of here with that bullshit. That's like saying Trump has a full head of real hair, Hogswallop. Now quit being a bunch of drooling ass buckets and focus on what matters. Building this country back better than it ever was before.
Well, well, well. Look who decided to crawl out of his senile hole and try to pick a fight with the big dogs. Ain't that cute? The sleepy schmoo thinks he's tough shit now. Let me tell you something, you crusty old fart bag. Nobody is scared of your wrinkly ass. And as for that pathetic attempt at trash talk, let me break it down for you. You're an embarrassment to this country and nothing more than a puppet being controlled by the radical left. And don't even get me started on your feeble attempts at playing video games like Fortnite or thinking you can take on my Trump AI in anything resembling a competition. How are buying a hooker and a Subway sandwich similar? Both could have been avoided if your wife... You know, Joe, I think fast better than you.
He's wearing it wrong.
Say that, Donald.
Well,
He's wearing it right.
Sip of water all day, have you?
Of course not, Donald. We're both fasting, remember?
But have you been performing all your prayers on time and with focus?
Absolutely, Donald. I've been waking up for suhoor, performing Fajr on time, and then staying up for tahajjud.
Well, I've been doing that too, Joe. And I've also been reading more Quran than you.
Is that so, Donald? I've been doing my best to read and reflect on Quran every day.
But have you been giving more charity than me, Joe? Remember, that's an important part of Ramadan too.
Yes, Donald, I've been giving charity as much as I can.
What's up, boys? How was your Mother's Day?
Oh, it was fantastic. I got to spend the whole day with my beautiful wife and my lovely mother. Couldn't have gone any better.
And how about you, Donald?
Oh, I had quite the night with Joe's wife and mother as well.
Oh, shut the fuck up, you pig.
Yeah, Joe got the whole day with them, but after dinner, they came over to my place and rode me like it was Father's Day.
Donald, that's disgusting.
Oh, it sure was disgusting, just how I like it.
Enough, please. Obama, how was yours?
It was great, Joe. Thanks for asking. Michelle and I had a wonderful brunch with the kids, and then Donald's mother came over, and we had an even better time.
Oh, fuck you. You did not see my mother.
Well, sure I did. I saw her in ways I've never seen her before, and I loved every second of it.
That's such cap. She would never get with someone like you.
And what exactly do you mean by that?
Well, you know what I mean?
What you mean, you racist fuck?
I'm sorry. I had to have a little.
No. You were good. You were cool. It was good. It was good. I'm just thinking, like, you know, you set him up for a fall, and he goes like, "What the hell were you thinking?" Okay.
Just some AI fun, but go.
Yeah, I know. You know, speaking of, you know, everybody talking about, you know, the wives and shit and everything like that. I need to go back to 2011 to a certain comedy special. Eddie Griffin. You could tell him I said it. And if you remember the opening joke, could you blame him? Especially when you think of all the other first ladies out there. If you remember the opening joke.
No.
His opening joke was basically, he comes up to the mic, everybody's cheering him, right? Takes a puff of his cigarette, blows it out, he looks at the crowd, he simply says, "I want to fuck Michelle Obama."
Ugh.
Well, compared to all the other first ladies,
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's true.
Well, shit, even the last one, especially the last one.
Melania.
So there is something you think there's something you think Trump's a narcissist. There's something about her that's narcissistic. You just looking at her, just like her face and everything.
Yeah, if you ever look at them together, she's looking like I'm waiting for this whole part to die. She's always looking at them like, "Will you just die already yet? You ain't died yet."
I blacked out a pic. I think I blacked it out enough. Here's a picture of me and my girl at the time. And
blot your faces out, please.
In Paris, yeah. Hold on. Let me try and pull it up.
When was this?
2014? 2015? Somewhere around there.
Okay. I was there for New Year's of 2012. It's very cool.
I had to run into the
yeah, at the Eiffel Tower.
Yeah. I'm holding out the camera. We're kissing, and we had a picnic, had some wine, some little sandwiches.
Wait a minute. What's her background, if I may ask?
White and Latina.
What type of white? What type of Latino are we talking here?
I don't know about white. I mean, like American white. Think like East Coast, Southeastern, you know, white. You know, English ancestry type. And then,
okay.
God, what was her mother? I think her mom was Cuban.
Cubana. Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Anyways, like I think like go to Paris. It's a good city. It's a lot more commercialized than it used to be, but it's a fun time. A lot of Europe is fun.
Underground. The metro is pretty cool. The metro is pretty effective. Just watch your stuff when you're in there. Plus, they can eat at certain times at night on certain days. It can get jam packed.
Yeah, go to Barcelona. Go to Madrid. Those are very fun places. A lot more international folks go there because they're very cheap too.
Barcelona. Hey, don't forget Bilbao or Sevilla.
Yeah, but you need people that actually speak English. Once you start breaking out of those two, like it gets a lot more. Like you need to know Spanish or Catalan, or you know what I mean. Like you really need to know it.
If you go to Catalonia, you gotta learn Catalan because they're very, you know. Or if you go down to, because a lot of people don't. I don't think a lot of people know this, but Antonio Banderas, his hometown is actually Sevilla. That's in the Andalusia area. So, and of course, you know, the city of Bilbao, which I just mentioned, that's in the Basque region, right up north, borders Catalonia.
Yeah, I'll say one thing is Paris has a lot of places that will remind you of like the black area of X city, Chicago, New York, DC, because like Paris is like 13% black, African, and a lot of them take a lot of stuff from African Americans. You will be able to find a barber, you will be able to find a black club, you will be able to find a black bar. Like it all exists out in, especially in Paris, London too, but London is a lot more pricey. So you know,
I remember one of the weirdest places I've ever went to. I remember was one of the wildest places. One of the first places I remember we took a stop at when we were in Paris, because it was me and my brother and a bunch of friends, and we somehow ended up in the red light district. And we ended up going to this 3-story building that had like it was open all day, right? It was a sex shop and everything. So I got to, you know, there was a couple people who spoke English, and I was like talking about some of the stuff in there. But there was a couple of black folks in there, some Africans, and, you know, we were working there, and, you know, they were surprised I could pronounce their names and everything, or the last names in particular. And because you know, I grew up watching, you know, African soccer, so I knew how to pronounce certain West African names. So they were like intrigued by me, and I was like, we were just talking and conversing, and we were like learning about each other's cultures and much. And because if you get that kind of kinship or that camaraderie with them, they're more open to talk to you. It's like when you go to any shops, or if you go to like any stores or anything, if you have good rapport with them, they'll be more open to talk with you, right, Julesy? Jules?
What's up?
I said when you have a good rapport with certain people, especially if they connect with them in a certain way. You're French. You speak French, right?
Decently. I am not fluent.
Not that fluent, but you can to an extent. But when you
man, I met some Haitian people last night.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was like, because I heard the French, I was like, these are Africans. They were speaking French.
Oh
like,
yeah.
Y'all Haitians or whatever. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's a lot of cultural like mirroring that you can definitely have if you meet definitely African folks across the world, and you know, you recognize it's a similar spirit. Let's see if we can have a conversation. I get along with these people pretty well because they're normally trying to just make the stuff work, make their lives work.
Yeah, because a lot of them are like, you know, they're there, but they also have family back home that they're trying to support and everything.
Yeah,
that's where a lot of them are.
Yeah, because like, I mean, the worst case would be like, was it like Francis Ngannou? He was like working in a salt mine. He would have lived and died in that mine.
Sand mines of Cameroon.
Yeah,
and he left. And he
got on a boat,
the path,
and
like
walked,
so many,
and walked. Yeah,
crossed the Sahara, got onto a boat, crossed the Mediterranean, made it to France. Of course, he when he was there, he got legal papers. He became a French citizen, which he is. That's how he's able to, you know, travel without the difficult visa restrictions.
Yeah.
He had a talent in boxing, but Then they convinced him to go into MMA, and things went where it was. I mean, one of the guys he trained with was one of the guys he competed against in the UFC, Cyril Gane. And from what I understand, Cyril Gane, I think is I could be wrong, but I think he might be from the islands, Martinique or Guadeloupe, that is.
Very possible.
You know what I mean? Quite possible. Especially the way he speaks his French and everything.
No, I just like to see anybody who gets that chance to make it actually really make it, and then not turn their back and say, well, this was just meant to happen. It's like, no, man. A lot of people they're born and they die, and you never ever hear their name. They make it to like 2 years old, even today.
Yeah.
It's a very hard.
Look what
world.
Francis did afterwards. He gave back to his community. He went back home. He started up a gym and everything because he doesn't want to allow anybody to go through the shit he went through.
Create a pipeline.
Create a pipeline so that nobody has to go through the same shit he did. But they can, but I remember there was a reality show where they're starting out like MMA promotions in Africa. I mean, the biggest one is in South Africa called EFC. A lot of people don't know that. And that sport is what it is, but a lot of people forget, basketball, but soccer is king over there in many countries, especially countries like West Africa. Because
I've always wondered how American soccer hasn't like really taken off with like the number of African immigrants we get, and like South American and Central American immigrants we get. Because like I've lived in those neighborhoods, and those dudes they'll work 12-hour days and they'll be on the soccer pitch at night, 8 o'clock to 10, and they'll play a good game and they go back home.
They play a good game because it's fun, it's stress relieving, it beats being in the gym. That is how they stay in shape, and there is a camaraderie because teamwork. You learn to laugh, you talk shit, you get competitive, and it's either that, but then again, it's the same thing. You could say like because the MLS has to compete for viewership with the NFL, MLB, and the NBA, and like the NHL and shit, right?
Yeah.
Not to mention because then again, the MLS has their season like similar to how everybody in South America has it during the summer months, or like how it is for like here among the Scandinavian countries and in Russia, because the winters are too harsh. You can't do it from the fall into the spring. We train from spring into the fall. So
we can't really link up with the rest of the world that way.
No.
Yeah.
In most countries, they play their soccer seasons from August all the way to May of the following year. However, South America, it's from around April well into August or September in some cases. Because in the south, because the changes in
the climate's reversed.
Reversed in the southern northern hemisphere. Same thing with certain countries in Africa and Australasia. Because of that, you just got to know who you're gonna work things out with, and so even with the number of players, of course they're getting all those they're bringing high profile players, but right now the MLS, they got Messi. Lionel Messi, but Lionel Messi also has.
It's a good game to go see. It's just not at the top level of European play, or like really like Europeans. They have the lock on most of the talent.
Jules, did you go to a game in Paris? Check out PSG?
Nah. I was busy drinking wine, eating steak.
Wait a minute, JX. What do you know? What do you know about League?
I mean, dude, like I watch soccer, so I mean, I can. Yeah.
Which league? What's your primary league? What's the first league you watched?
When I was younger, I was a big Real Madrid fan back when they had Ronaldo.
Oh, La Liga. Okay. My sister would hate your guts.
I mean, I have a team for each league. I like used to follow the Portugal league. I had I think it was like Porto was my team for them. Spain
Porto.
Madrid, and then
Madrid.
France is PSG. I really like Man City. Man City is like the team.
Oh man, I support the other team in Manchester.
I know most people like Man U, but I saw Jules had you had your little phrase, your little white Latina chick. So I was like, you live in a lot of Caribbean niggas fantasies. So
Blanca.
you know,
I mean, look,
Blanquita.
You had that
look.
little,
There's a type of girl that likes me, and I see it in their eyes, and they look at me, and I'm like, all right, let's go in. And
I can
Wait,
do it.
Jules, can you dance? Can you dance?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay,
Like, I mean, that's a
because
broad term, but yeah, I'm not doing like the Russian step dance where they, kicking the
no,
legs.
not the Russian stuff. I mean, can you do a little salsa, a little merengue,
I
you
can
know,
just,
Latin
yeah,
dance?
I can do that. Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
she one
Okay,
of
you
those
good?
whitewash chicks, or was she like, could she actually dance? And could she
No,
season
she could
food?
dance. She could dance. She was on the dance team at when I was in grad. So I met her when I was in.
You mean undergrad?
No, I met her when I was in grad school, and she was just coming out of undergrad. And
Where'd you go to? I don't know if it doesn't dox you. Where'd you went to school? You went to school in Virginia, right?
It's a mid-Atlantic school in the top 50. That's how I'll say.
Okay, because you give me like UVA, JMU vibes.
Think about that. Yeah, it's like UVA, Georgetown, UNC Chapel Hill.
You don't give me George. You give me like strong UVA. Like I could picture you at Charlottesville type vibes.
I do like Charlottesville a lot.
All right,
but I will not confirm or deny.
I mean, honestly, you could also be a William & Mary kid because that's like a if you know type of school. There's some similar types I've met out of William & Mary that be on the type of shit you're on.
Yeah, there's a lot of good. Like the Mid Atlantic has a ton of good schools. Like,
yeah, especially Virginia.
I'd say, yeah. I mean, I think like Georgetown on down to let's say
North Carolina,
South. I'd say it's University of South Carolina. Yeah, down all the way down to there. There's a bunch of good schools.
USC was kind of. I wasn't that in. They kind of seemed like a dumb white kid school.
I mean, that's every school because networks get people into colleges.
The kids I met that went to UVA, at least from my side, they seemed like they were pretty smart. I didn't get that compared to some of the kids I met from USC. It was like, like they kind of seemed like they barely made it into school.
Yeah,
but
there's a lot of that. There's definitely a lot of that.
I didn't go to school.
Realize like a lot of it is alumni and legacy standing gets a lot of people in. Like Harvard. 40% legacies.
I could believe that.
Like, think about that. It's a crazy thing.
It's a lot of that, like that legacy stuff he's talking about. A lot of those kids have parents who not only were from those who also graduated there, but they were also members of certain fraternities or sororities in some cases.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to probably try to pledge those to those fraternities in those specific schools. Like how many, you'd be surprised how many people are like third, fourth, fifth generation, graduates from one school or another. I mean, those are like the top tier ones. How many people?
Yeah, I went to school with a guy who was in high school, and his dad was third generation Princeton, but he was too dumb. He was too dumb to get in there. Like, think about that. And they had like a statue on the building. Like he was just too dumb. Did he have any other
siblings? Did he have any other siblings?
Yes. And they let in, I think, the daughter. But like, yeah.
Okay, then he's good.
Yeah, they were.
Hey, 1 out of 3. That ain't bad.
But he was like one of these kids who got kicked out of school after school after school after school. Like there's
a constant fuck up.
Have you met the black versions of the little boule tatypes of those? Like the
wait, what? Oh, the black fuck ups.
Yep. No, not the
failed sons and the failed daughters.
Black boule types that are like that, like the third, maybe fourth generation alpha, aka. Like I've been
not as. You mean like the fuck ups, or just like the ones who were just
no,
like
the normal ones? I'm talking the normal ones, not
the ones who
graduate. Yeah. I met plenty of those folks.
I'm saying
they're normally
they're just funny when you run into them. Like, because I think I don't know how much people like know about that class, because like I didn't run into them in certain, like outside of like maybe definitely Baltimore, DC, and like maybe Philly and New York. I don't run into like a lot of boule types. So when I actually
find the Jack and Jill location near you, and you'll find their parents, and then from there the network trickles down.
That's literally how I kind of ran into one. I was like, oh shit, y'all really do this.
What do we got here? What do we got, AB?
Well, how can I say this? There are a lot more Trump supporters than I thought that are black.
Yo, he was making the breadwinners. You heard? I'm a Democrat too, but we Trump. We need Trump back in office right now.
I'm gonna be honest with you. I with Trump, to be honest with you, bro, for real, Trump really did the shit. And I like him because he's about money. It wasn't about no politics. He wanted to make America great again. Through Trump.
That boy Trump, we making sure to get their bread. I ain't gonna lie. I'm thinking Trump for life. Trump for life. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, the takeover is a movement worldwide. They finna bring Donald Trump in. Y'all see? They deep, bro. They deep, bro.
I'm here to support President Trump. You want to know why I'm here to support President Trump? Because they done did black men like this for decades. Make up charges and put them, so I know Trump is innocent. I support Trump against this corrupt, two-tiered justice system. That's why I'm here to show my support as a black man for Trump. And I'm wearing my shirt for Trump 2024, and I mean that.
What do you think about the indictments?
Oh, it's a bunch of bullshit. It's going around the country. You know, Fannie Willis, she went to school with my sister. She full of shit. So,
the left knows exactly how to bait black people because
I don't mean no harm, and I don't give a damn who this offends. But if that Trump get convicted of this crime and he can still run for president, I'm voting for him. I'm voting for that. I'm voting for him. If that gets convicted and he can still run for president, just to see what the he do, because that's funny now. Trump is funny as hell. I'm voting for him. I'm telling.
Some say he's racist and tweets like a kid while overlooking all the good shit that he did. I ain't ashamed of my president a little bit. I'd rather have the alpha male than a little bitch. Some say he's racist.
Hey, Trump, go ahead and wipe that white pen out your face, man.
Fuck Joe Biden, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Voting for Trump, the whole hood's for Trump. Fuck Joe Biden, yeah, I'm voting for Trump. Black.
I think y'all get the picture.
Okay, that one dude I noticed who was talking about, you know, if Trump gets indicted, but he can still run, he'll vote for him. Yeah. I'm just gonna say, motherfucker must have gotten the hookup from the Asian chicks at the salon with all them nails he got.
Well,
but talk about a diva.
Yeah.
Just stay away from me, sweetness. I don't want no diabetes.
AB, how long have you been sitting on this? Like, did you compile all this shit together yourself?
No, that's just random TikTok.
Ah, okay. I mean, I had a feeling you kind of.
No, that's just random TikTok. It's way out of my control now. I couldn't make all that stuff up.
I mean, honestly, I just think that you know, this is all lies, and Bidenomics is winning people. I think we just need to, you know, back the policy and vote for Biden. You know, obviously, you know, they're just delusional, according to some people. So, I'm being sarcastic. I'm being super sarcastic and making fun of some people. So,
oh well, you know,
I could care less.
But it's completely it's way out of my hands now. I didn't convince all these people to vote for Trump. Trust and believe.
I don't think most people are gonna really fuck with Biden. Like, the dude's like crazy old, and his policies obviously aren't working.
He's senile.
I mean, for the most part.
Yeah, well, he wants to he pretty much to me he wants to start World War III, messing with Taiwan over there in China, trying to stir up Taiwan.
I don't think, but here's the thing. Even let's say China was to ever, you know, invade. If anybody understands, you know, military strategy and whatnot, the Taiwanese are going to be ready for anything. You're not going to catch them off guard. This isn't like what happened in Ukraine in 2014. I mean, and plus, if you look at the island, it's all topography and everything. Chinese know it's going to be an uphill battle. And plus the Taiwanese are going to be, you know, defensively prepared for all this. They're not intimidated at all.
Mm-hmm.
Even if you were to invade and succeed, what then? Taiwanese, you think the Taiwanese are just going to lay down if you can conquer the country? No. It's one thing to conquer it, but to maintain it, no. There's a thing called you might have to deal with a possible insurgency.
We'll see.
I mean, I remember somebody saying like, it's say the Russians captured all of Ukraine. You think it's going to be easy? No, you're going to face a potential insurgency because they're not just going to yield like that. Look what happened in Iraq. No offense, Charles.
Well, we'll see.
Yo, can we have Charles come up here? He's in the chat.
I put the link in the chat. He might be doing something.
How many candy grams do you think he got this week?
Oh, about 10.
Only 10?
Yeah, well, bare minimum. Candy gram from Mongo.
No, actually, if it's going to be 10, he's going to have to be codename Whoremonger.
Yeah, what else is new?
It's going to be undercover lover.
He was already Whoremonger. What else is new?
Who was it who gave him that name? Ruby, was it? You're a whoremonger.
He was already the whoremonger. What else is new?
Yes, indeed, boy. Yes, indeed.
But yeah, I'm glad college football started back. I was watching the IU versus Ohio State today.
Shit. You check out Snowman in the morning the other day? Everybody, because they were talking about Utah versus Florida.
Mm-hmm.
And AB and what's his name? Playmaker was making all these had a prediction. He said his opinion was Florida would defeat, but unfortunately Florida got their asses handed to them.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, Cole Sports had to put up that meme, which is funny as hell.
Yeah.
You gotta love the humor in that. You gotta love the humor.
Wait, AB, what team do you cheer for college football?
Honestly, despite the fact I'm Indiana, Ohio State.
Okay. I was just
curious. Are you a Buckeyes man?
Yeah, because I've come to realization, with the exception of maybe Notre Dame, ain't no other Indiana team gonna get to the national championship.
No, that's understandable. I mean, I got family who went to Ohio State.
Who do you cheer for college basketball? That's more y'all sport anyway. So I'm assuming you probably have like a team you really rock with.
Probably the Hoosiers, yeah.
Okay. That makes I use more of like a basketball school.
Purdue's my secondary, if the Hoosiers don't make it.
But isn't IU more of a basketball school along with Purdue? Because I think Purdue last year was like ranked number 1 for college basketball.
Mm-hmm.
Purdue also has a good football team, but the Boilermakers are not like that big.
Yeah, the Boilermakers are a relatively solid football team.
Yeah.
They'll probably never win a national championship, but they're a relatively solid football team.
If I could kind of steer the conversation this one direction here, because I remember on Snowman, Cole Sports had this question because he was talking about in baseball right now, the number of players having to get a tendon transfer surgery called the Tommy John surgery. Like how the number of pitchers getting that surgery has increased lately.
Mm-hmm.
How certain pitchers are basically snapping their own arms when they pitch. I just had to ask this question regarding college football. Can you recall a time in the past? Because I remember, was it like a few years back when I was watching it was a Big Ten in a football game. Is it just me, but has it become more common to see offensive and defensive linemen in particular,
mm-hmm.
with a knee brace on either or both their legs, or somebody having an elbow brace like how Ray Lewis wore during his final season, just to hold their that limb intact when they're playing.
Mm-hmm.
What the hell is going on? Players just getting their knees destroyed now, in college.
I don't know.
I'm curious, Nemo, what do you say about the Tommy John shit? I haven't bumped Snowman for a while, so.
Okay, Tommy John surgery, if you guys don't know what it is, basically what they do is it's a type of eligible surgery where they take a tendon from your knee and transfer it to your elbow to help reinforce with the
That hurts just
the
talking
tendons
about it.
Yeah, I know. They take that tendon from your knee and help and attach it to your elbow to reinforce any other tendons that are like overstrained and whatnot, beyond repair. But that's not without its risk, because what does that do to your knee?
Was he talking about this in relation to that
pitchers, baseball pitchers?
Well, was he talking about in relation to the Japanese pitcher because he's about to have to get it?
He may, but my thing was like, what exactly happened?
I can't speak on for football. That's
Shohei Ohtani is his name. He plays for the Anaheim Angels.
The crazy part, I can't speak on it for like football, the stuff I guess you're asking about. But that guy was one, depending on how they throw the ball with their arm positioning. And the second thing is depending on what pitch they use.
Yeah.
A lot of people don't really know this about youth baseball. They limit the kids from throwing when they're young. A lot of kids get fucked up elbows. This happens to some. I've heard it happens to quarterbacks. I don't know, but I remember there was a quarterback. The city I lived in, when he got older, his elbow got fucked up when he was like old. Like he could, like his right hand was like fucked. That's what I heard from some people. But
I could actually back that up. JK. I can back that up because I remember it was 2006. It was 2006. I was reading a copy of Times Magazine, and they were talking about the level of injuries in youth sports. And they talked about basically little league pitchers. They were also talking. They were talking about this in little league pitchers, like you said here. They're trying to limit how many innings a kid could pitch, or a number of throws they can have.
They throw. It's the curveball because the way you have to twist your hand.
Yeah.
For some odd reason, and plays with your elbow. That's really how a lot of it. That's like I said, I can't speak on for football. It might be Charles' department and someone else could talk on it, but like, I know for the elbow shit, like that fucks up.
Yeah.
If you did it on like a 10-year-old like today and did it for like next 5 years, like, and they keep relying on that, because they'll get that surgery. The first time they get it, they're fine. It's often when you see people go back and get it the second time.
What happened?
Yeah.
That's
what happened.
What's good? Oh yeah. Oh, we're talking about sports injuries because we're talking about Pee Wee sports and we're talking about sports and everything, and I had to veer to regarding sports injuries. And Charles, I'm sure you're a baseball fan with the Orioles, right? But are you familiar with the Tommy John surgery?
No, not the surgery.
Okay, because I remember in WWE, Dave Bautista back, I think it was 04 or 05. He had to have this surgery as well, the Tommy John surgery, where they take a tendon from your knee and they transfer it to your elbow.
This is so thick. Well,
yeah.
I had some injuries back in the day. I mean, that's the reason why, like in the sport of wrestling, it takes you 2 to 3 weeks to even compete. So if you start one day out the excuse me, if you start like one day out, you're not going to be able to compete for like 2-3 weeks because of the high level of impact that it can produce. Like, I tell everybody, the toughest damn time you'll have wrestling is like your first 2 weeks, because that's why I said it's the toughest for this one. It's like if I get
even if I'm training people, I let them throw me. Oh, it feels awful. Oh, it feels awful. And then,
Because you're still because after getting slammed on the mat in a match, your bones are still rattled and everything. You need
well, you
some
got to
time
think
just
about it. Your body's a perfect machine. There's no machine they can build better than the body. I don't care how technologically advanced they
thank
can
you,
do it.
Steve Austin, the $6 million man. Yes,
And
proceed.
what happens is that your body can get used to impacts. That's why, when you box or wrestle, your body and your skin harden. Hold on for a second.
Yeah. By
Yeah,
the way, folks, he's called
one of my
he's called the huh?
my roommate.
Oh yeah, by the way, I'm the shift commander for the night, so
Oh,
I'm in
okay.
charge of I'm
On
in charge
duty.
of campus police.
Okay. Should you be on the phone with us then? Is this a good time for you to be talking with us then, Charles?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Hey,
If
just
I was,
clear, just making
if,
sure.
if
We had a little fun earlier. I went over Brittany Renner's meltdown. Bless her heart.
it's not a meltdown. That's a volcanic eruption.
Yeah.
She blew a
she realized
gasket.
she fucked up, and she can't really walk. She can't walk it back. I mean, she technically could, but she's unwilling to do that.
She'll make up excuses.
Yeah.
And there is a way, and she'll give herself an out because, like, because she's been open about having bipolar, correct?
Mm-hmm.
She
I
could
don't
say,
think I don't.
Yeah.
I don't remember that. I know she said that she has had. Actually, I don't know if she said she has any mental issues.
I don't know. We checked it
She's
out with
candid with
BGS.
it.
But BGS, she's been candid about it. She can admit, yeah, I was off my meds that day, and I've been off my meds. I've been getting help, and I remember we discussed this on Charles's channel, because I've been around people who are bipolar, and it scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, it's very
around them.
infatuating, but then also scary. When they're really up, it's fantastic. It's like being on a roller coaster.
When they're manic,
down,
yes.
it
But
is
when they're
like
depressive,
being,
You gotta realize this. In policing, we have called emergency petition. For the more politically correct term they're using is behavioral crisis. Like it makes a fucking difference. When you're dealing with people like that, they become real combative. They don't care what's going on. It's all about them and how they feel and all this other crap. And what happens is that you're gonna have little old lady here, Miss Renner, gonna try to use every excuse. And what if one of the guys would have clocked upside the head? She would have guilt tripped everybody into thinking she's the victim, but yet, once again, she started it.
Oh, by the way, peace out to the Sith Lord. Thanks for coming up.
Oh, Paradox. Yeah. Shout out to
Paradox.
Paradox.
He just said. Yeah, shout out to Paradox.
And
Hey, you know what, Charles?
it's kind of funny because I have two people calling out, and we're short as hell, but we're making it do what it do. You adapt and overcome.
Yeah. Charles, you think bipolars are the worst ones for y'all to deal with? How about somebody who's a paranoid schizophrenic?
They're a little bit of a lot of times, that shit goes hand in hand. So it doesn't matter.
Those are the worst,
a lot of that stuff gets off-put into the police officer. Like there's two.
The worst encounters. I was talking about
the two
encounters.
institutions I can say that take a lot of the burden on of how to handle just everything are the police departments and the schools. And they wind up trying to push like a bunch of different positions that are trying to address a lot of different problems that those institutions aren't designed for. They're trying to push them onto those institutions. Because they'll have police officers in schools, they'll have like social workers in schools, they'll have nutritionists, they'll have all these different things, and they'll do the same things or they were trying to do the same things from the BLM stuff for the police. And it, like they can't really overburden those type of institutions. They're only meant to do a handful of things, and they can do them effectively. But if you have too many mandates, then they're just not going to be as effective.
Well, this is what happens is that you got too many people with the cookie jar in the pot. Like, the reason why you have a police commissioner And so he knows how to manage the police. What as a mayor, what the entire fuck do you know about police work? You don't know a damn thing. So you get these politicians who's listening to all these people, and the first thing they'll do is that they'll flip on you. And when they do that, you open up a bag of worms. And unfortunately, instead of saying, you know what, sometimes as a chief executive officer, which is i.e. a mayor or a governor or a county executive, sometimes it's best for you to shut up. You know why? Because, for example, when we had the riots in Baltimore, then mayor, you know, at the time said some stuff on the news that was used against her. And then you basically galvanized those crowds to do shameful and damning shit.
Yes, indeed. You gave them the fuel they wanted. That's why sometimes you have to ask who the hell's in their inner circle, you know, like who are their chief strategists, their consultants, their aides, who the hell's in their ear. Because I remember somebody once said this about a lot of these politicians. One thing that influences them is tomorrow morning's headlines. You know what I'm saying? And the PR and everything, and the PR fallout from that.
It's because you got a lot of people who don't know what the hell they're doing.
Well, thanks for coming up, JK and JX.
Yeah, I know. I think I know him from BGS's. Yeah. He's on BGS's Patreon.
Ah.
Yeah.
It's just strange how these things go about, you know.
Yeah, I mean, like you got to think there's a lot of interlocking spheres of folks in the manosphere, even in the Black manosphere, the SYSBM, the Edmore folks. There's like people that
Black Mental.
Yeah, like it's not all one conglomerate of everyone. Like I respect a lot of the people who do what they do, but I don't always check out their content. But I know that there's a lot of people who, you know, they lock up with people who project something else and some other things, and you just have to figure out like how are you going to solve the problems?
What type of problems?
Life has tons of problems. What are you going to do to solve them?
Yeah.
Like which one?
What's that?
Like which one?
Which ones?
No, what do you mean? Like I mean that's just a broad question.
No, that's
you could have problems
with which one?
You could have problems with dating and mating. You could have problems with finance. You could have problems with career orientation. You could have problems with housing and automobiles. Like what are you going to do to solve your problems to get your maximum output? And what are you going to do to keep yourself healthy at the same time?
See, look, here's the part where a lot of modern men get it kind of, you know, in a way. I'm just going to be a little mean to a lot of dudes. They got it kind of fucked up, and your life is going to go through some strife. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you do need a glass of man to fuck up, but we're not supposed to be so ruggish about it that we can't understand the plight that you're going through. And I think that a lot of times we don't take those considerations and put them at heart and say, hey, there are some things you're going to struggle at. Guess what? Mating and dating is not going to be easy. Nobody ever said it was. Yes, a lot of you guys think too much like your women. You're trying to qualify for women that you don't qualify for. And I think that's where people misconstrue what mating and dating is all about. It's supposed to be finding your
Complementary, not your equal.
Like the most compatible dance partner.
So when we have a lot of these dudes simping out, and what happens, simping is a disease, and yes, it needs to be eradicated. A lot of them strike out. It's because they have these delusions of grandeur when it comes to women.
Yeah.
What did I say in my last live stream? Women don't understand what men want. Men don't understand how women are.
Women don't even care in some cases. In plenty of cases also.
And
men have no comprehension about women.
When you actually look at it, one of the biggest things, why? Because guess what? They're trying to get the best catch they can while they still got enough bait to even hook a fish. So when you have men, see, this is the biggest problem I think that would actually exacerbate all issues, or at least the overwhelming majority. Do you want to improve yourself? There's a lot of guys who say, why should I wear a suit? Why should I get in shape? Then just say you're lazy and don't complain. And that's what it is for a lot of guys. They're lazy.
Yeah. Getting in shape is not easy, but it is fun to feel yourself getting better and better and better. It's not fun at first, but it gets more fun when you start to see yourself getting better.
Some people, the gym isn't for them. Maybe it depends on what Like I said, some people some people it's not the gym. Sometimes it's the dance studio. Sometimes it's out in the park.
Yeah, I tell people, figure out how you have to keep yourself physically fit. You have to figure that out.
Or the dojo.
Here's the problem. Here's the problem. So, a 10,000-mile journey starts with one step.
Thank you, Confucius.
So, if you're afraid, and see, this is the thing, which is shameful. There's no shame to be afraid, but there's shame to be petrified. You get my drift?
Be paralyzed by fear, you mean?
Yeah, that's what petrified means. And we ain't talking about a tree that's so dense with all these amber nutrients that it feels like steel. No, we're talking about the fact that you're freezing your ass off because you're scared. And
he was referencing the petrified forest in Arizona, folks.
Oh yeah. And you gotta look at it like a lot of these dudes out here. You have to say, I want to do better. I want to achieve better. I want to be better. And if you're not about that, then don't ask for help. Because when the student's ready to master their peers, and I think that a lot of dudes out there don't want to admit that they need help. I mean, look what Kevin did for a lot of guys who are educated with no style and guile. It's not, and remember, game. I gotta say this to a lot of people who are anti-game. Number one, game is like cream, cash rules everything around me. Okay, it's very similar because if you don't have the wherewithal and the emotional intelligence, how to read the room, how to read people's emotions, I can tell you right now, you're going to be a poor cop, you're going to be a poor medic, you're going to be a poor doctor, you're going to be a poor politician, you're going to be a poor military officer, you're going to be a poor corporate person, you're going to be a poor Uber driver.
AK street smarts.
It's not just street smarts, but it's also how to get the best out of somebody. Because there are times when, for example, you got to know when to really get on somebody's ass, and you got to know when to, show encouragement. For example, when you go through your instructor qualifications in the NRA, you start with a positive, a negative, and you end on a positive. So that way, your first and your last is not going to be something negative. You can walk away and say, okay, I can look at that as an improvement. What happens with a lot of guys is this. this is hard. Why do I want to get this muscle? I said, guess what? Every man dreams of being the biggest, strongest guy that he can be, the smartest, the most cunning, the most ruthless.
Mm-hmm.
It's. I don't care if you're gay. I don't care if you're short, you're tall, you're straight, pan, whatever. Every man one time sat in a room with other men and said this: "Can I take everybody in this damn room in a physical one-on-one fight?"
Pretty much, yeah.
Look, I've had girls wake up to me because I do my fitness routine. I've had girls wake up to me doing my pull-up routine, push-ups, squats, and all that stuff, and they just look, they'll just stare at me. It's not like I'm a beautiful man or anything like that, but it's like the
raw
physicality.
animal magnetism.
Yeah, they'd like to see you being able to accomplish, to do, because they look. I know women who can run 150 miles. I had a girl who was she was a romantic
Marathon runner?
partner, but what's that?
You said 150 miles.
Yeah, she
That's an
used to
extreme
do these like
marathon
ultra
shit.
marathons.
Yeah.
Yeah, but she
Oh,
could
an
not
ultra
do.
marathon.
She could. If I bet her $1,000, she couldn't do 2 pull-ups. The women are just physically not capable of doing that, and she would watch me
They're
bang
not
out.
built like that.
You know, except for some of the women I dated. It takes
No,
it takes a woman to actually train very hard to do pull-ups. Like she had to really
Yeah, they
develop
just
that
don't
type
have
of
that
level
upper
of
body
strength.
strength.
They have to
I can't do a
literally.
pull-up to save my life, honestly.
I can still do pull-ups. I think.
Yeah, she would
I can
see
still
me do
do 'em.
my normal set of like I'd hit 5 pull-ups, hit 10 push-ups, hit 15 squats, and then rotate that until I get to at least 100 on each one of them, and then I would just run back and forth. And she was like, "How do you do that?" I was like, "This is just what I do." And then I'd get on the bike or I'd go out, for a run. And men and women are built different. It's like women are capable of doing a few things better than men, but it's very few. But it's mostly because of they have different fat positions. Like I think ultra marathons for like the multi-day races that are like 24-hour pluses, women can do better than men on average. Doesn't mean that they can always win, but just because they have more fat disposition, they can like absorb. They have more
Fat
places to
restoration
draw.
and deposits in their thighs
And then
and
like
hips.
and then the ultra swimming races, women can do that because they can float higher, so they don't have to swim through the water as much. They can swim above it. Like there's very few things, but like women can do those things. But
You ever
very
seen a
few
triathlete? You ever seen a triathlon, Jules?
Yeah. I trained from one, did one. It was not fun. I'd say.
Have you ever checked out like all the CrossFit athletes? CrossFit competitions.
I'm impressed with them, but I just don't want to do that. I'd rather do.
But you gotta admit,
I'm
some
impressed.
of the women, their legs,
Yeah. I just don't. I don't like those women who are like that fit. That they tend to have like different issues going on with them. Like I like a woman who is fit enough, but not the CrossFit fit, because they tend to eat a lot of protein and they fart a lot, and they kind of smell funny. They got a lot of things going on.
Because they don't eat a lot of that. You need all that. You need a lot of fiber just to pass all that protein. You know what I'm saying? No wonder they're all gassed up. Or you probably prefer like somebody like a gymnast or something like that. Somebody a little more flexible.
I actually don't think I've been with a gymnast.
You ever been with somebody petite? You ever been with anybody like petite?
I mean, I like petite. I mean, I like women. I like women who
What's the
give
tallest
me
you'll go
the
for?
vibe that they. Sorry, what?
What's the tallest you'll go for?
Oh, 6'5". That's the tallest woman I've ever been with. She was.
And you're how tall again? And how tall are you again?
She was. I'm 5'10". She was like a Midwestern giant. She was the sweetest woman in the world, and it was
6'5", huh? Damn,
bro. She was. It was like a daddy long legs. It was the wildest thing in the world. But she liked that I was just. Yeah, she was like all legs. I mean, a lot of arms too, but she was.
What, you play basketball or volleyball?
No. She's just big Midwestern, but her big went all over, like out, instead of like she became a butterball.
Wait, what?
She was like a long-limbed Norwegian type of lady. What?
Scandinavian.
Yeah, like Yeah, she was.
Yeah, there's some Scandinavian chicks who are over 6 feet.
Yeah,
we got plenty of tall chicks up here, but the tallest folks you ever see are mostly in the Netherlands.
Yeah.
6 foot blondes ends by the mass.
Yeah, I mean, she was not like she was not the best looking lady, but she was like she was like a 5, but sweet, and she really liked me, and she liked that I was like always flirting with her, because a lot of guys just get intimidated by women that tall, but I was just just push a little bit, and it was over the course of the week, got to know each other, and we had a nice thing going on for about 6 months. Nice girl. She still reaches out to me whenever she comes back into town. But
okay.
She's dating.
Wait, she actually Norwegian descent?
What's that?
What was it? You said like you described her like a big Viking and whatnot. I'm like,
yeah. She's basically, she Midwestern white chick.
Mm-hmm.
That's basically I could describe her.
What was her home state?
I have to log into Facebook to figure that out. It's either Minnesota, Wisconsin, or Michigan.
Minnesota, Wisconsin. That's Norwegian American, Swedish American strongholds. Yeah. Definitely got to be Scandinavian.
I can't remember what. I can't remember it off the top of my head. Sorry.
Did the last name end with SEN or SON?
Son. SON.
It was SON, double SON, because the Swedes they spell it with double SON.
Yeah.
Norwegians and Danes it's SEN.
Yeah, no, it's SON.
All right. Yeah, that's got to be. She's probably Swedish. That's most likely Swedish.
No, good girl.
Wow.
Nice girl.
I'm sure.
Most likely Polish. A lot of good times together.
Yeah. I remember it was at the tallest I interacted with was she was like about 6'4", 6'5" herself. Only she was like the younger sister of a friend I know. And I'm 6'3", but I'm looking up at her and kind of teasingly flirting with her. And she's not a skinny chick. This is a girl who's like got some meat on her bones. She mostly does sound engineering and such. She mostly does for certain events. And I was kind of teasing her about it. I was teasing her about her size because I was like, you're a bear. You know what that makes me? And she's like, what? That makes me a Wolverine. You ever seen a Wolverine mess with a bear?
Fight him to the death.
Oh, no, bears will not fuck with a Wolverine because they know how crazy they are.
Some of them will still fight, though. They will.
The young ones, the older ones don't.
Yeah.
So I was kind of teasing her like that, but she took a joke. She had a good sense of humor. She was a real sweetheart. Her older sister was a good friend. Was a sweetheart as well. And no, I didn't mess with the sister like that because the older sister is, she's alphabet. But I did get to tease her. No, but the thing was, the thing about the older sister was
the reason you didn't mess with her is because she didn't mess with you.
No, we mess with each other different ways. We mess with each other differently, but the flirty thing,
Go ahead.
No, the older sister, she's alphabet. And when I first met her, I wasn't trying to flirt out with her. She's just she came off like a kind-hearted soul. So I was like, you're kind of cool with everything. And, when she said, and when she mentioned that, she had a girlfriend, I said, oh, I didn't know you were lesbian. She said, it doesn't show. I said, nowadays it's not, a lot of girls, sport the butch haircut and so shit like that. And she's more like a soft fudge. But I do tease her every once in a while. And she teases me back every once in a while. And in fact, I've also teased her wife. She got married a couple years ago, and the wife was a sweetheart, and she got the jokes a lot. But hey, wait, is this who I think it is? AB? AB? Was that actually everybody's favorite Edward Anderson, or was that a troll?
These days you don't know. You really don't know. No, I think that is actually a troll. Maybe I think, yeah.
Yeah, because we've had some people, impersonate AB, impersonate, Edward Anderson. So somebody wants, as a troll, impersonate BTS.
It's because the space overall punches above its weight, and it's had a couple people who have launched from this space who have hit like the mainstream, and a couple of people have made their careers talking against it. But some people really can't talk against it just because they don't have the gumption to really charge up all of the talking points. Because they know that if they do, they can have to. Well, I mean, they can debunk like minor points within it, but the overall narrative, they really can't.
One person,
I think a lot of people, and I know a lot of people who take away stuff from it who are like, I don't agree with this. I don't know about this. I don't know about that. But I do agree with this point. And I think this is something I can actually bring to people I know.
Mm-hmm.
Like the class dynamic is one that I know a lot of people have gotten out of this. And they run with that. But it's just, it's more complicated than most people want to lay claim to.
That's the thing, because people are just trying to oversimplify it and trying to pigeonhole into one thing. I mean, I can give you an example. Look what happened when a few years ago when Jordan Peterson tried to take on MGTOW, and the response that came afterwards. But the person who got the most hits was a female MRA named Karen Strong. Because she out of frustration, she lit a cigarette and hurt while she was giving her response to what he said in the lecture about MGTOW.
That's you, BGS?
That's me.
Okay.
Yeah, good.
We had a troll.
Here.
We had a
troll in here.
Oh, really?
Trying to impersonate Ed. That's why I had to ask.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We wouldn't. Why didn't you use Ed's icon if he's going to do that?
Yeah,
he's not smart enough.
Because it said Edward Anderson, Buzzy Hole, or Busy Hole.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah, we had a little fun with Brittany Renner's temper tantrum earlier.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
She's drunk. I mean, but basically, now that's not a temper tantrum. She's nuts. Okay. And
she's that crazy. Oh, she's that crazy normally. Okay.
She's that crazy, and when thing is, she can kind of keep it under wraps as long as she's not drunk. Man, they knew exactly what they're gonna get out of her when they actually started feeding her alcohol, and then they provoked her.
She's type 1, isn't she?
Yeah.
Type 1 bipolar.
Yeah, I don't think it's alcohol. It was something else, but
no, it's alcohol. That was alcohol.
No, the alcohol. Jules, here's the thing. Certain people who are type 1 bipolar, that's your classic manic depressives and everything.
Yeah.
When they're under the influence of what?
They react differently. I know that.
Yeah, I got a dude called Hardcock Rock something. Okay, you're getting banned, motherfucker.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Anyway, as I was saying, Josie, the thing you don't understand. Okay, Josie, the thing you don't understand is these people. Even the same thing with somebody who's like a paranoid schizophrenic, when they're under the influence of an intoxicant, or a stimulant like alcohol or marijuana or something like that, it not only it takes down the very few inhibitions they have, since they're unable to regulate their mood. So when they're under the influence of this, depending on what sense they're in, if they take certain alcohol, certain substances when they're having a manic episode, it can just exacerbate their manic episode. If they take it when they're under their depressive episode, it could just make things even worse for them. That's when, like in the cases like somebody who's undergoing through a depressive episode, that's when you got to worry. You got to keep them on suicide watch. So if they're under the influence of certain substances, especially like alcohol or whatnot, their inhibitions are completely gone. and those act impulsively, and they might just actually kill themselves if they're in that frame of mind.
She's
but
not
in the
that
case
bad.
of Renner,
She's
not that bad. I didn't think. Yeah, I know, but she was like, somewhat manic. It triggered her to go manic.
Okay, this scenario, right? Okay, any black chick, most black chicks, okay.
Yes.
Okay, you set them off about their baby daddy that's not paying the amount of child support they think they're supposed to get. They're gonna be pissed. Okay, they're gonna react.
Yeah.
Okay, you give them alcohol, get them drunk, and then do that.
You antagonize them, you infuriate them, and their inhibitions are gone.
Fortunately, most black chicks would have turned over tables and chairs and thrown stuff like that. Yeah. Well,
it's called a drunk tongue tells the truth.
Yeah.
Ooh,
And they poked the bear. And they poked the bear, because she was cool up until then.
Purposely, they knew they knew she was intoxicated.
They knew she was. That's why they fed her alcohol.
What's going on, Art?
What's
and
up,
I mean,
doubles. That's all I've been working.
Oh man.
Well,
more money.
BGS, I'm the shift commander for a minute.
Oh, by the way, since he's up here, BGS tax is in effect. Hey, man,
make it damn money, man.
A lot of you, since you guys didn't contribute to Mr. Z's show last week, you guys gotta contribute to his new Samsung phone fund, because we gotta get him off that goddamn Obama phone, as well as to his college fund, to the PhD fund.
It's swamp night senses.
I guess y'all talking about the Brittany Renner thing.
What the?
He brought her up, man. I don't know why people are expecting something different, man.
She's been known for doing this.
Even the most laid back woman, right? Black woman, right? Okay. If you get her drunk and you go in on her about her baby daddy that she thinks she's been done in by, you're gonna get a reaction. I don't care how calm they are. What she got out of her was probably mild compared to what she really wanted to do.
Yeah, well. So
I don't know why people expect something different. As soon as I heard it, said, okay. I said she's slurring and she's drunk. And so what do you think about PJ Washington?
What is it with these fucking trolls, man?
Huh?
That means you made it.
It's a holiday weekend. They ain't got nothing to do.
Labor Day weekend.
Yep.
I mean, you made it.
Now he's got General Tito. I don't believe that for 1 minute.
Oh,
General Tito is
General Tito would have showed his picture. He would have shown his picture.
Yeah. They coming into your backside?
Yeah. They're coming in my back.
Yeah, just get rid of them. Shit, that's all I do. I don't even mention them. I just like doop.
Just kick them. Yeah, just kick them.
Because you can kick them forever, and so that way they can never get on it again.
We had just had one of those impersonate Edward just a while ago for y'all.
Well, BGS, I guess I made it.
Yeah,
you made it.
You made it. Yeah, but the thing is, one thing I like about StreamYard, man. Sometimes I'll let them sit back there. Okay, you want to come in with the title? I say just sit there. You can sit there. I don't mention, do nothing. I don't have to bring you up. I mean, it's not even irritating. If you want to sit there and waste your time, go ahead. I'll let them sit there.
Oh, right, brilliant.
And then they get tired because he ain't gonna bring me up. Nope.
Yep.
And they leave
you put them in the corner. You put the dust hat on them in the corner.
It's not like a Hangouts where they could just pop up and come on. They can't. They have to stay in the green room.
Yeah.
You ain't got to bring them up. Just ignore them.
Man, I am getting a whole bunch of jobs on my LinkedIn right now.
On your LinkedIn? Okay.
Yeah, I saw that. Saw that too. September
Bless you.
Thank you.
Bless you.
Jesus Christ,
I've seen it pick up.
Amen.
Past quarter.
Oh, sorry, you guys have said it in English. I was thinking to read
Go ahead, Jules.
I was gonna say, I think a lot of companies have figured out what they're doing as far as with the interest rates for how their business loans are going to go, and they're starting to hire again. Because there's been like the revisions between unemployment has technically stayed down, but they've done the revisions of, we thought it was 200,000 jobs. It was actually 107,000 jobs. Like, they've done that enough that like they've started to narrow down. There's a lot more people I know who are at least in my vertical, and then ones that are related, who have started to see more applications get more offers get extended.
Well, I'm just looking at it, it's like 65 a year, 85 a year, 70 a year, and these are coming straight to me. I'm like, okay.
It's picking up again. I think people know where the money's coming from, and yeah.
I mean, shit, I got a kitchen. What is it? What's this? Kitchen manager at a breakfast place. They want 65,000. Only work mornings and then out a little bit of afternoons. Be home every night.
Figure out your spot. Figure out your spot.
I'll be a kitchen manager for 65,000. Shit, ain't nothing different than what I'm doing pretty much right now, or what I've been doing. I'm doing two people's jobs right now.
Wow.
And I would say,
they can't find anybody. That's probably why.
No,
that is actually the honest truth. But I would say, if you want to do that, go ahead. But I would say, talk to Theo.
No.
I always tell people, if you want to do it, talk to Theo. He will give you a good guide path into the cloud.
What I've realized now is that they're finding people, but they're not asking the right questions during their interview to make sure that make sure that they're a right candidate. Because I've had this conversation with other people that's in management that I know, and they say the same thing. Like, their bosses are just hiring people that just come off the street, and basically, this is a time where if you want to smudge your little resume a little bit and make it sound a little bit better, this is the time to do it, because they're hiring. But they're firing just as much as they're hiring, and it's crazy. So that's what's going on in my neck of the woods.
So there's a lot of churn, huh?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of churn.
Yeah. Well, millennials, they're hit or miss. That's why.
And
it's not all millennials.
Bruh.
It's a lot of millennials.
Bruh.
Probably
Bruh.
They're hit or miss.
Bruh.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Yeah, I'll tell you, like I'm an older millennial, and I was in South Florida this week. I was, God, man, it sucked bad. I had to take calls in offices in Southeast Asia and Southern Asia for a lot of stuff that we had consultants doing that used to be in Baltimore, and they fired a bunch of people. But I had to I had to be up at 6 a.m. and 5 a.m. to take these calls, conference calls, to get these companies, these consultants online. And I had to lead this, I had to walk down the talking points, I had to figure out what are actually the requirements that they need, and then what are the expectations. And these are new people. English is their second language. And this had to be done in an hour, and we had to move this agenda forward. And then I had to do this for this office, and I had to drive back home. It's not easy, it's not fun, but it's necessary.
Oh shit, that's a good job. Working at North Carolina, working at NC State as a kitchen manager. I'll be working for the state then.
You state pension.
Yeah.
If you get a couple of years, at least 10 years, 15 years, you get a pension out of it.
They want either $55,000 to $77,000 a year, Monday through Friday, no weekends.
Start at 70. You can hit 75 with a good negotiation.
Yeah, it'll probably be like 65. No one knows.
Yeah. The state, the government, kind of hard to negotiate. It's pretty.
Yeah.
You have to create a storm.
It's always going to be something in the middle, and that depends on your experience. So, with mine, it's probably about 60, 65.
I usually try to create a storm where there's at least 2 employers competing for me. And I have an offer that if they request an email or a PDF, I can send it that. Sometimes you can manipulate that email, but
that depends on how well you do in your interview and if they like you or not.
Yeah.
And that also depends on how much money can they spend, because I know with the job I have now, he had to the guy had to get approval to pay me just so he could get me. So he has his own limits on what he can pay somebody.
Yeah.
And what he's been saying is they're willing to pay more for outside help than rather to hire from the inside. Because there was one guy, he was getting paid like $4 less than I was doing the same job. But he's been at the company for so long. Me, I haven't been in the company at all. They hired me at a higher rate.
Benefits is different.
Yeah.
So
they're paying more for his pension.
Yeah.
Man, I've the worst thing when I talk to the women I know in my family about benefits, they don't get it. Like, if I ever told them, like, if I listen to them say, "Oh, I get 8% match," right? They don't get that if you put in that 8%, you get an extra 8% on top of your salary into your 401k or 403b or 402c, 405c. Like they just see that as like I have to give up money that I can spend in order to save that money later. It's a willful ignorance. I don't know what that is.
Like what?
Are they willfully ignorant, or they just want someone else to like make that mandatory, that they just get that 8% or 10% or 5% without having to contribute?
They don't care. Most of the time when it comes to their pensions and stuff, they have to be real good with money.
Yeah.
A lot of time it's just like it's instant gratification with them. Do I have this money now? Let's go ahead and spend it. That's why a lot of black women are, what is it, like how many dollars they're in debt?
Yeah.
They only have like what, $3 or $4 in their name at a time?
Well, women, it's lifestyle. If I can get a lifestyle that I want, I don't care about the debt or the amount of money I make. If I can get a lifestyle.
I mean, I do have a relative who makes, she probably makes $150K a year, and she has like the Mercedes GLS as her like drive around vehicle. That's a very expensive vehicle, and she could barely afford it, but she loves that vehicle. She wants to get to the G Wagon, and I don't think she wants to take on what she has to do to get there, but she will do that. And when I ask her, like, okay, so what are you doing for your child? What are you doing for your other child? What are you doing for your other child? And then like none of that comes up. It's her lifestyle.
Yeah.
It's not like, how can I spread this around? And it's because she was never raised to appreciate that. And the parent she had who was in that lifestyle, I was like, this is what you could do. This is what you could do. She's unwilling to do it. It's her lifestyle. It's not her family.
Women are selfish creatures by nature.
Yeah, but I think it needs to be escaped that like women are willing to do more for their children than for their family than for themselves.
If they're trained to do it,
Yeah. Most of the time, what women are doing right now, it's like, what can these kids do for me, not for what I can do for these kids.
Yeah, some fun with Black Trump supporters. There are a lot more of them than I ever thought.
Everybody in my family Democrat. I'm the only Republican in my family. So of course, when I came out as Republican, well, I'm not really Republican. I'm a Trumplican. When I came out as a Trumplican, everybody looked at me like I was crazy. I was a coon. They said, "What are you doing?" I said, "This is what we need. We need Trump. Trump is not a politician." Everybody in my family Democrat. I'm the only Republican.
Creeping through your hood, you would never thought Donald Trump is just got fingerprinted, y'all. Y'all talking about Donald Trump is racist? That's a lie. He got locked up with 2 more black people. Donald Trump comes out and picks up power fit.
That's
he knew where he was at. He was Fulton, baby. That is not Trump country. No, sir. America's most wanted. Putting that gangster gangster when it comes to politics. We was out there. Look at us. Deep fish fried in the back. What's going on in the back? Somebody watching cars. Now, black people, we new to this. We new to the right side, y'all. So we ain't got the USA part just yet. It's coming. Don't lay away. Somebody on TikTok and came up with a doggone free Trump anthem. Black people work like this. If you lock somebody up, more likely we're gonna now believe you. You might be telling the truth. I ain't gonna lie, there's gonna be some people vote for him.
Okay. She believes that you, a black Trump supporter, to quote you, are nuts. Why do you think it's nuts for a black man to support Donald Trump?
Let me ask Amir. I said people have difference in opinions.
You did. You're being very fair about it.
Tell me what you think. He claims he's done more for blacks than any other president. Well, a whole bunch of them ain't done nothing. What has Trump done in 4 years?
I am in love with the Future Act, which gives money to HBCUs. I'm in love with the First Step Act.
Look, I got about 27 people in my family, and they all would go to HBCUs.
I think that's a great thing. That's securing funding for the HBCUs. I think the First Step Act is really incredible. That's we're helping release black people from jail. They have improvement of good time credits, so people can reduce their prison sentences, which affects 85% of federal prisoners.
I mean, I suppose he hasn't. I'm trying to think. To this dude, I don't even like Trump. I ain't vote for him, but I tell you what, I probably will next time because this dude seems to be turning black. The more he does, the more blacker he seems to get because they keep going after this dude for nothing. Sound just like what they've been doing to black people for years. I'm gonna tell you right now, if America ain't waking up and seeing the game that's going on, y'all ain't never gonna get it. I mean, they've been after this man for everything under the sun. The more they go after this dude, I don't even like Trump. I ain't vote for him.
Yeah.
What does the AL call him? Don Cheeto?
Yeah, Don Cheeto.
Gotta love you some Don Cheeto, baby.
And I believe it or not, I have an idea who that troll is that keeps trying to come back here.
Who is it?
I'm not going to say her name.
Come on, May?
No.
The red.
Oh, sexy red? Oh, messy red. Okay. 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 She ain't got nothing to do? You supposed to be having a date, baby. You should be having like 9 inches of pipe inside you. What you doing over here?
I don't
You
know.
already just left
I have an idea because
Called the wall.
that's called
She was,
gas powered.
she was trolling
powered.
Dr. Thunder on Friday.
Okay.
And I told her to hush. I'm like, girl, hush.
Yeah, that's what I tell them. Hush, hush, little girl. Go away. Go away, little girl.
Unfortunately, I have to claim when she's in Aquarius. Damn it.
That does make sense, especially for a woman. She's an airhead.
Well.
Hey, BJS, are you doing a stream tomorrow?
Yeah, I'll be the one tomorrow.
Oh, okay.
Okay. I'm finally off one day, so I'm happy.
Speaking of which, thanks for sending me that video. It's good to see Ron Paul.
Yeah. Yeah, I had to.
I don't always agree with him, but he's my kind of Republican.
That's why I sent it to DC. And
oh shit!
Yeah, y'all be going in for a minute. I'll be like, damn, you and DC.
Yeah, actually, Paradox was here a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I did. I saw him, but I had to step out for a second. Otherwise, I'd have caught him. Yeah. And he tried to say the Kennedy name don't mean nothing. That said Ted Kennedy didn't win against Bill Clinton. I said, you know why? But he kept talking. I said, I'll wait for you to finish. Just keep talking. 5 minutes.
Yeah,
5 minutes.
That happened in the 70s.
5 minutes later.
Yep.
Remember something called Chappaquiddick? What did they say about politics? Right? Never get caught with the live boy or what? A dead hooker. Okay.
Yeah. Well.
And then I was reading back. I was reading back some of the stories.
I had forgotten that he ran in 1992 too. I'd forgotten about that.
He did. Ran in 1980 and then in 1992 again. And
Kennedy.
And Bill Clinton was joking and said, "Let me riddle me this: Did Ted Kennedy swim from the car in Chappaquiddick?"
Oh damn!
So basically, after that, he wouldn't have never been president. Not with that hanging over his head.
Okay.
And everybody knew it. And then, but all of a sudden, DC shut up. Then it's okay. Nothing to say after that. But politics. That's what I'm saying. Everybody says they know politics. I studied it inside. I said, man, but I was there. I see.
You been on both sides, so you would know.
Yeah. I said I was there. I know
why. You said Kennedy's the real backup plan, huh?
That was my opinion. He was a backup plan because he's got juice. He got a name. So,
Yeah.
and
Kennedy.
and if so, all the other people, if you're gonna run them, I mean, you should have started, putting them out there already.
Yeah.
Okay? He should have said he wasn't gonna run. But things you're gonna run. Okay, now basically you pretty much knocked off all your Democrats for the most part because they're not really campaigning for the most part because of what? Because they said that the sitting president is gonna run, so everybody got in line. So.
Yeah, pretty much.
So it's kind of hard to say for somebody. You talk about better or worse. I said you want to from a guy from absolute zero to start in 2024 and try to get some juice to be president. That's kind of hard, man.
Yeah. Especially when they just starting now. Yeah, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, it's kind of hard. Like even Obama started. He started when he ran. He started in early 2007 as far as campaigning for president. So by the time 2008, he was already had momentum.
It's a marathon.
It is a marathon. It depends on where you're positioned at. So you got to already have juice. Biden could come in late because he already had juice. Everybody know who he was. He'd been a senator for 30 some odd years, been a vice president, so he's been around. So he's already has juice. He already has name recognition. Whereas Beto O'Rourke, who is he? Okay. Kennedy already has name recognition, so he's got juice just from his name alone.
Right.
The other people, they have to develop it. Like Kamala Harris, really? Okay, as a backup.
That's so hard.
Okay.
Like, who is she? I think they tried with her, but she kept fucking up as vice president. So it's kind of like, nah.
The only way for her to really run and have a good shot at being president is if Biden steps down next year as president for health reasons and she gets the chance to actually run the country for like 6 to 8 months, then they might, go ahead and elect her because she's actually an incumbent.
She's vetted.
Yeah, she's vetted. She'd be an incumbent. That's different.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Oh, I found out something about Vivid. Ramaswamy. He has a special donor.
Okay. Soros?
Yep.
Oh, okay. He's
what you call a special rabbi.
Yeah, a rabbi. Yeah. The thing is with him, even if he was actually absolutely perfect, okay, he's still a cycle away. At the very least, a cycle away. Like he'd be more apt to actually win in 2028 rather than 2024, because you have name recognition working against you, have color working against you.
Yeah,
and then you running as a Republican on top of that.
Somebody doing something, but
something.
Pour a drink. I'm tired. Leave me alone.
Okay.
What you drinking, boss?
And drinking some Crown.
Oh, okay.
Crown vanilla.
Okay. But yeah, that makes sense. But they showed some old clip of him in 2004 asking Reverend Al Sharpton a question when he was still fat.
Who's that?
Vivek Ramaswamy. He was on a panel or something.
Was he a student or something?
He was a student. Yeah, he was a student.
Okay, that's 20 years ago. He had to be a student because he's only he's 38, so 20 years. He'd been 18. Had to be like a college student.
Him and apparently him and Pete Buttigieg were there.
Oh, okay, it makes sense.
So in other words, they've been vetted for a very, 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 very long time.
Yeah, they probably have as far as side characters, but to run for president, especially on the right side, that's kind of hard for a person of color.
Agreed.
Unless you got a lot of juice.
He got yeah.
You ain't got no juice, and then you stepped on your tongue, with the KKK reference. You ain't got no juice, and then tongue, with the
that background, Lewis.
Yeah.
Lewis just came in here and was like,
Yeah.
Hey, I want to talk to Lewis because when he showed on them eggs, I looked at my eggs in my area, right?
Okay.
I can get an 18 count of eggs for like $2.
You hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
What retailer did you go to?
I'm down here in North Carolina in the South, so I went to
Is that Bilo, Food Lion?
Food Lion.
All right. Well, up here,
So where are you at actually?
I'm in New Jersey, and what the way we establish our stores are co-ops. So, and what the company I work for do, they make it a point to get contracts with local farmers to provide income. It's like being a good neighbor. So, and a lot of times the products will be hot, like a little more expensive, but it also depends on the price zone you in. Like for instance, Walmart, they have a lower egg price than we do, but the reason why they could demand a lower price because they have like I think 1,500 stores in the United States.
Yeah.
So they have more buying power, so they will buy in volume, and they demand a lower price compared to our chain.
Because I'm guessing your distribution hub is probably not as big as a lot of places, right?
Yeah, like in the United States, Walmart and Albertsons, well, Albertson and Kroger is going through a merger, but Albertson, Kroger, and Walmart is the biggest chains. But we dominate the New York metro area.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna say your company's name, but because I don't want anybody to be bothering you at work. But I guess your company begins with an L, right?
What was that?
Your company begins with an L, right?
Negative.
Okay. Just I thought it began with an L.
No. I'll put it in the back chat.
But I was looking, it's like, damn, that's high for some eggs. And I looked at the places where I shopped at. I was like, wait a minute, my eggs are cheap. I was like, what?
If you got to remember, I'm in the New York metro area.
Yeah, if you're in a farm state in the South, it's gonna be cheaper.
I can understand why pork is cheaper here because pork is all around North Carolina. We have the Chinese company bought up one of the big pork plants around here.
Smithfield.
Smith. Yeah, is it Smithfield? I think it's
probably owned by the Chinese now.
I think it is Smithfield.
You see it, Art? I put it in the back chat.
I'm playing Call of Duty right now.
Oh, okay. I had just got off.
Yeah, me too. Okay.
No, I just got off from Call of Duty. I had to take a break.
Which one you playing?
Modern Warfare 2.
Yeah, 3's not out yet.
Okay.
I feel like fuck somebody up because people piss me off at the job. You play the game and you just like, yeah, this is your face. I'm gonna shoot.
I haven't played Call of Duty in like 15 years.
I had an ex-girlfriend ask why you play Call of Duty. She was like, why do you play Call of Duty? Because, I said, because if I do the same stuff in real life, I need really good probable cause.
You ain't never lied, Charles. Especially the black women. Ugh. I hate black women shoppers. I can't get down have this. I can't get down have that. Let me talk. I was like, bitch. Get your crying kid first. And that's another thing too. Black women, stop treating your damn sons like fucking idiots when they're 5 fucking years old and all they want is fucking attention. That shit been pissing me off for the past couple of months. I've been seeing black women upon black women treating their 5-year-old sons and treating them damn mean as hell.
And they're standing for the fathers.
Yeah, boy.
But when I go over there to the son and try to cheer him up, he be happy. He be like, no, I don't want him to go because he knows his damn mother's a fucking bitch. She done pissed me the fucking off.
Yeah, like I said, he's standing for the father. I never wanted a little Negro anyway.
Yeah,
No,
I had one as
it's not even a father there or a father figure. It's just a woman and a child, and she just treats him fucking mean.
Yeah, well, he's a stand-in for the father. For you
Oh, you talking about the kid?
Abuse.
Son
Yeah, the
husband.
kid is. Yeah.
In other words,
Hey,
son husband.
The punching bag.
Punching bag.
Yeah.
AB, do I got permission to show my video camera for a minute?
Yeah.
I want to show BGS something.
Yeah, just pull it up. Oh, wait a minute.
Kennedy assassinated.
Kennedy assassinated?
Yeah, the Daily News from November 23rd.
63?
Yes.
Okay.
And I joined the BGS book club. Wait.
What did you get?
Wait, AB.
Yeah, wait a minute. I'm doing it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. If you want, if you read it, you'll oh, okay,
Yeah.
cool. You're dead. Okay. All right. Ah, give that to a woman that you love. Okay.
Oh well.
Never get it back. I bought that book.
Have you ever read
you never
this?
get it back. Which one is that?
Tom's
No, I never.
Tom's Cruise, Mulattoes, Mammies, and Bucks.
I've never read it.
And wait a minute. I got. Hold on. Let me get my stack of books. I think I had sent you a picture of this. I was looking through my old books, and where is that book at? Oh my god, I got books everywhere. Oh fuck.
Take your time, fam. Take your time.
Yeah, you got time.
Yep.
Hey, Louie, how do you maintain a baldy?
What was that?
How do you maintain your baldy?
Shave.
Yep.
How often you shave? With what? Use a razor and shit?
Yeah, I shave like
once a week.
Not like twice. My hair went away from wearing combat helmets and having rubber rafts on my head. So.
Oh, okay.
Y'all hit the cash app for this knowledge. BGS tax in effect.
Yeah.
I've got like a bit of a skull fracture and whatnot, but I maintain mine with a baldy because I get sick of getting cuts and everything.
Hold on, I'll put this.
Hey, I was always wanted to ask about the other gentleman in your avatar.
That's Ronoka Rashidi.
Yeah, he died too soon. Died too soon.
This is somebody I've never heard of. You're going to have to explain this to me. Ronoka Rashidi. He was
early African presence in Asia. Early African presence in Latin America.
I have all this.
Oh, that type of research.
I got his books he signed personally for me. So.
Oh.
He's a good man. Real good man.
I remember.
Nice
I remember,
beard.
I remember meeting him right after he got out of college. Man, he was wearing jeans and sweatshirts.
Okay.
Oh, really? Okay.
What? How is that significant? Jeans and sweatshirt. That's normal.
No. In other words, when he was young,
out
of college, I was just saying, he was broke and young, and just starting out. That's why it's significant.
Oh, okay. I just sometimes don't get the references. Sometimes, excuse me. My apologies.
You all right?
Yeah.
Take your time, Louis. Take your time.
I got it.
He was one. Okay, which one is that? That is. Okay. Oh,
the Negro family.
The Negro family, United States. That's by Fraser, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Great book.
Yeah.
And
that's the one they don't mention, especially the feminists.
They don't.
No, hell no.
Makes him in a bad light.
Yeah, it does. But his Black Bourgeoisie book is famous.
And have you ever read this one?
Like me, you got books all over the place.
Oh yeah. That's why I scanned all mine, man, because it's just too many.
Yeah, PDF form is a lot easier to store, huh?
You know what? I got to do that for you.
Well, they can corrupt PDFs, but you need a local copy.
Well, that's why I always get physical copies.
Well, yeah, the thing you have a physical copy, but you scan the book in and make a PDF because it's kind of hard to present it and clip sections out when needed from a picture of a book. It's easy as
Because I have
You ever read this
the-
book, BGS?
Which one is that? No, I don't think I ever
Protest,
read that one.
Politics, and Prosperity.
Nope, never read that one. Yeah, I have.
Minority
Yeah, my response
responses.
is yeah, I have. I've glanced through it. I haven't read the whole thing. Yeah.
This guy is an avid reader.
These are esoteric books. You don't really hear about them. Yet it's really word of mouth more than anything else.
Yeah, like when I used to do I was when I used to do all this, go to the study
That is
group.
Runoko Rashidi.
Yeah, Runoko Rashidi right there. I'm trying to find a picture of me and Dr. Leonard Jeffries.
Okay.
All right.
We went to the same high school. Grew up in North.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Shouts out to the Brick City.
Yeah, he's a Behringer alumni, and it was as a matter of fact, you was talking about Al Sharpton. Al Sharp, they try to, when Al Sharpton got caught up with that crack scandal, they try to get Al Sharpton to him up Leonard Jeffries, because Leonard Jeffries and Professor James Smalls was at CUNY, and they was trying to get rid of the African American studies.
Yep.
And they was trying to corner, get them hemmed up. But what they did, they got rid of all the other ethnic studies in order to get rid of the African American studies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
None of them have the weight.
Yeah, Leonard Jeffries was he said some things that the small hats don't like.
You talking about that speech he did in Syracuse?
Mm-hmm. Amongst other things.
Yeah.
They had, in fact, I think Congress was after him for a while. Him and what is it, Louis Farrakhan for a minute.
If you go to the Caribbean, go to Bermuda, go to Aruba, you will see a lot of names on those street signs that will get the small Kanye people. They'll get them very upset.
Wow. Well,
International world's foremost problem.
International Kanye's.
Henry Ford.
Oh yeah, Goldie but goodie.
Yeah. You got to be careful with the words on YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Oldie but goodie.
Oldie but goodie.
I don't know. When I hear that term, it kind of reminds me of a term by a guy named Kevin Frazier when he was on Sports Center talking about serving the veterans. He say, "Oh, but tasty."
Yeah.
When they still got it.
Oldie
but goodie. Yeah.
Look, if you go to Haiti, there's one family that runs a lot of the industry in that island. They are known as Syrian Kanyes.
Wait, are you Haitian?
Yeah, half Haitian. Yeah.
Julesy.
Wait, who's that? Wait, who's that by? Who's that by?
Slavery and the French and Haitian Revolutionists by Anna Julia Cooper.
Okay. I actually don't have that.
It was translated dissertation. I got that when we went to see Bayana Bella speak. So
Bayana Bella, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
These are names I'm learning for the first time. I'm hearing for the first time. Excuse me.
You know about Bayana Bella?
No. I can't say I ever have.
Oh.
Yeah, I know that name sounds kind of lovely for me. Bayana Bella. So, it's just the way it sounds and everything. But Jules, let me ask you something. You said that family there. What Kanye's? Syrian, you say? Is it Syrian or Assyrian?
Is there a difference?
Yeah. The Syriac people. You have people called the Syriacs?
Uh-huh.
Or like descended from the ancient Assyrians?
Yeah.
You find them mostly in Iraq, but you also see them all over the place. They're all over the Levant. Their native tongue is Proto-Syriac or modern-day Aramaic. So when someone says Syrian, I have to be sure that you mean Syrian like the Arab Syrian, not Assyrian. Sometimes I get mixed up because Syrian people claim they're descended from the ancient Assyrians.
Yeah,
the
that's
ancient
not true.
Assyrians,
That's not true.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking about, but it's like the nationality versus
Nationality
like
versus
indigenous
ethnicity.
people.
Yeah.
Very
yeah.
different. Because
Yes, very, very
nation,
different. Because you got
the nation can shift over time.
Yes.
What the
True.
boundaries are, who the actual people they represent are, all that stuff.
Yeah.
But no. You go to Haiti, there are a lot of people who came over between the late 1800s and early 1900s. And the last name's Biggio. That's one. God, off the top of my head, I can't think. There's a bunch of these people that are non-black, typically from the Levant, and a lot of mercantile type of trades. Think they work in fabrics, they work in money lending, some work in mining, some work in resource extraction, meaning like deep mining or oil trading stuff, type of stuff. And they've run a lot of the trade. And it's like I've met some of these people. They're not bad face to face, but where they live and how they live, the richest people in America, outside of the top 0.0001%.
Can you hold up that title for me, Jewel? It's by T.W. Dewan, and it's called Bible Myths and These Parables in Other Religions.
Yeah.
And their parables. Yeah. Oh, you know what, Jules? I would ask what religion they are, but I'm probably thinking they're something like akin to me, maybe. Because there's an ethno-religious group you'll find in the Levant. They're called Maronites. They're an ethno-religious group. They speak Arabic, but they're mostly like Christian and whatnot. Mostly Catholic, but some are Orthodox.
It's possible, but I know what religion they are as far as what they say.
Is that Hebrew? Is that is that Hebrew? Is that okay?
It's Tanakh in Hebrew and English.
Okay.
And it got all of the all of the charts with the I went to Brooklyn to the Hasidic area and went to and I was trying, they wouldn't sell me their Babylonian Talmud books.
Okay.
And at the time it was like $2,300 and I had the money on me, but they wouldn't sell it to me, I guess because I was a Gentile. But
yeah, I can't blame them.
They got all the charts with all the nations and with the bloodlines and all the details of what you do in the temple and with the sacrifices and the dimensions and everything.
Oh, I see.
No, the way that people
what it cost you? What did it cost you when you bought it?
This at the time it was like $63.
Oh, it's not bad.
And like
probably can't find it now.
Yeah, and I wanted to buy the whole collection of their Babylonian Talmud, but it was like 23, but I had 25 on me, but they refused to sell it to me. So I got away with that. So
I know it's kind of too late to be asking this question, but is it all right for Louis to be showing his face and everything?
He's done it before.
Yeah.
Oh, has he? Hey, this is the first time I've seen him.
No, he's done it.
I've never seen him before. Okay. Excuse me. I get a little protective shit, you know.
And
I accidentally had a camera slip. But I'm just being cautious, you know.
When BGS allows me to do the fear porn hour.
Oh yeah.
They gotta know, man. They gotta know.
Okay. Did he say the fear porn?
Fear porn.
Oh yeah.
Fair porn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Everybody-
behind the walls, he be doing. He be giving us some real fear porn. He showed us some prices, man.
Oh,
Ooh.
hey BGS, can you cut that little segment, that PSA I did, where I showed the prices with the Pampers and the formula?
Yeah, I cut it out for you.
Like if you want to go raw dog, this is what you're gonna be paying.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Okay.
Oh.
I'll find it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, this is what you're gonna be paying for diapers and shit. Yeah. And that shit only lasts.
That was a good time to get one of those reusable, rewashable diapers and shit. You know, just a pinch pennies.
Hey, is this a good book? I had got it, but I didn't get a chance to read it. Have you ever read this?
Two Nations by Andrew Hacker.
Well, I never read
Black,
it.
white. Okay.
Oh.
You have to read that fight figure for yourself then.
I mean, you're giving me some recommendations.
Yeah, he's a collector. You know, a lot of rare books that you never would hear of. You have to be in the spot to actually hear some of these books.
Yeah,
because they're not.
Because I know I was on the ride back, and you mentioned Buried in the Bitter Waters. That's a good one, especially for the pogroms for Black folks between the 1900 to 1920.
That's
a
yeah.
good one.
I got this because I be listening to the Cows, Gus T. Renegade.
No, about the South, about them buried in the South Carolina thing where they got buried.
No. I mean, it's not just South Carolina. It's like all over the country.
Okay.
He's hitting like he talks about like basically he does like he did like basically a Python script of all the counties in America at the time.
Okay.
And he
had
showed
the race
that
wars.
yeah, there was like several hundred counties that went from being like 10, 20, 30% black to being like 0, 1, 2%.
Okay.
And then all those people a lot of people just didn't appear in the census anywhere in the country.
Okay.
So like some made it up north, but a lot of them just disappeared forever.
Yeah.
You know, like that pogroms. That's the best way to describe them.
Pogroms. Yeah.
Yeah. They just want to just wipe out those people.
Yeah. During the red like between the post
Red
World
Summer.
War One. Yeah.
Yeah, Red Summer
Hey,
would have
Red-
been the end of it, but it's essentially like that is what it is.
Probably right up until the Depression.
But yeah, because I remember that interview was great. I mean, like Gus T, he's a master of getting people to get a lot of stuff out of them and get them to like follow his line of logic, and then he'll just turn it about. So you said this, but what did you mean? You said this?
because most interviewers don't read the book.
He does. He's been lightly doxxed, but it's because I think it's because he's that good at what he does.
No, he's showing his picture, so people knew who he was.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that. I didn't realize that.
Yeah, people knew who he was. If you went up there, to Washington, the people knew who he was.
No, because I remember the guy who's color monitors, Martin Kevorkian. He did that interview with him, and that first one he was like, "So you would describe yourself as a white supremacist? You mean you think that because white people hold themselves in this value of whiteness being first?" And he got him to just say, "Yeah, I think that because we want to have these things, and because we want to hold these values, we believe that we're better. So you're saying this? You're agreeing to this?" And he got him to agree. He's like, yeah. And he's gotten him to do a number of interviews that
I have
incredibly individual.
I have his book, Color Monitors,
It's
and
good,
I have.
too. It's good.
What do you think about
I
it?
have all 3 interviews that he did with Michael Kevorkian downloaded on my files, and the second interview, Gus T. Renegade put the thing, admitted white supremacist. And he argued like, please take that down. And Gus T. Renegade convinced them because he got that verbal that Jedi. He did that Jedi trick on them and convinced them to do the interview anyway. And Gus's audience is when he's finished with the interview, when his audience members ask questions, they are well trained. I'm like. Because right now, I was listening to I get his his podcast automatically downloaded on my phone, and he was interviewing where is it at? Is this it? Dr. Thomas P. Oates about they were equating football with homoerotica, and is a white gentleman, and he wouldn't agree for like they were arguing for 15 minutes over, you know, how Gus T. Renegade his definition of white supremacy, and it was I know it was going to be a train wreck right after that. Like, why did I agree to this interview? He just
well, I mean,
Gus is good.
He's been doing it for such a long time. So
I remember he had Dr. Johnson on, and he had like a period we was talking about anti-black misandry, and I think his audience is significantly female, and they checked him, and he stopped talking about it mostly, but he kind of recognized like there's trends. He's not a dumb guy. I mean, he's very intelligent actually. Yeah. And he recognized like there's a lot of trends you can see. Like there's a lot of black men who are being wiped off this planet, and he was saying, "Oh, this and this." I don't think he would be like Manosphere type. He hasn't disavowed it or anything like that. No. But he recognized there's a trend that black men are the targets of the violence in the association of society.
Him trying to do a Gus T. Renegade on Dr. Johnson was not going to work. Okay.
No. They had a very amicable conversation. I thought it was very enlightening. He basically just like interviewed him, like, what do you do? What are you about?
Umar?
No, Gus. No,
Gus T.
Interviewed Dr. Johnson.
He did?
It was
Oh, I gotta find that.
Probably within the past 3 years.
Yeah, it was
Maybe
a couple of years
2.
ago. Yeah, a couple of years ago.
But it was like a very good. It was very solid. I mean, he's done a ton of interviews with Dr. Curry.
Yeah.
But like this one with Dr. Johnson was like very straight laced. Like, this is what I'm talking about. This is what things I see. And Gus was like, oh, you know, like, because Dr. Johnson is not a person to mince his words. He's very clear, front facing. Go listen to it. I'd say. And Gus was for about the next 6 months was like, oh, I had never understood this is a framework I could see things. It's not just white supremacy. It's pointed at black men in particular. And Gus was like, oh shit. I did not think about it that way.
Most of them don't. Gotta remember, Dr. Johnson is a nationalist. Okay.
Yeah.
He's a national Pan-Africanist. So.
Very much so. Yeah. And he's like a lot
I'm ordering my book next week.
Oh, go ahead,
Dr. T.
Maybe, in fact, I'm thinking about. I asked him, could I do his videos on his introduction, because his introduction is fire. The first 20 pages, fucking fire. Freaking fire, man. Explains the black manosphere in like 20 pages, pretty much, man. The gripes and all that kind of stuff. 20 fucking pages. Freaking
and I might buy a few copies as to give out presents on Christmas. So
don't do it at your job.
No, it's one of my close friends. He got divorced and he was a staunch Pan-Africanist hotepper, and the divorce brought him to the dark side. So
it happens.
I gave him a couple of your videos to listen at BGS.
Yeah, I had to do one of my buddies the other day.
People try to me on being a Pan-African until they get to talk to me for like 20 minutes and like, oh, let's change the subject.
And he was running the organization that I was part, here in Jersey,
really?
African Echoes.
Okay.
And he had, his group had connections with Transamerica and all that, but they ran the Northern Jersey circuit.
Okay.
And I was their cameraman. So like but things split off because their biggest thing was the elders, they failed to adapt with technology, and he wanted to go in a different direction with digital,
Yeah,
and
that's true.
they're not
they were resistant to it. Yeah, they happened.
yeah, they weren't technologically literate.
No.
So
They
to
used
this
to
day,
they used to film projectors and slide machines.
yeah,
Okay, that's what they're used to, and at the very best, VHS tapes. Okay,
yeah.
Oh God,
So
really?
this day,
I'm serious. I wouldn't lie to
till
you.
this day,
Yeah.
one of the guys, he do a study group every Friday night in his living room, and it's like 30 people sitting around these tables, and they go over books. Still to this day,
Yeah,
old school.
Which is one thing I do like about that, Lewis, compared to what's going on right now. Okay, in those groups, you had to be vetted, man, and you were challenged. Okay, you couldn't go off half cocked on a theory because your theory would be challenged immediately. So,
Oh yeah.
I think there was a lot more wisdom and knowledge passed around then compared to now. We get a lot of backwards theories passed around now.
When I first got there, they stopped me because if you don't know, I'm biracial. They're like,
Okay.
"Who are you?"
Okay.
And my man had to vet me. Like, he's cool, but for the
Oh, yeah.
first year with the study groups,
Oh, you got the side eye, huh?
yeah. Well, no, because what found out, we worked in the same supermarket chain prior,
Okay.
so we
Okay.
became cool. But the way it was for the first year, you keep your mouth shut. You come there with notepads and pens, you take down notes. You don't give an opinion. You can ask a question. That's it. That's how it was in the study groups. Like, you're here to learn. You're not worthy of giving an opinion. You can ask a question. And to this day, it was the best thing that ever happened to me. Like, you learn everything soup to nuts. And every Friday night, you're going over books, page by page. Like, every week is a different chapter. You're going through it. You critical thinking, everything. And they don't do that no more, unfortunately.
Yeah.
No. That really, especially after 9/11, it really started to take a hit, and it's almost gone now.
Thank you, Tyreek, and thank you, DS for the cash app. Continue.
You can never go through all the books because there's tons of books that were self-printed or rare or a small amount that were actually printed. You have to actually be there with somebody that's read the book to actually even hear about the book. There's tons of books like that.
I gotta look through my hard drive. I have the lecture that Umar Johnson did in 2009 in Newark, where he was going off on black women. I gotta find it, and I'm gonna upload it on my YouTube page.
Are you talking about the one where he had the two lesbian women?
No, this was at the Wisdom. No, this was at the Wisdom Center in Newark.
Okay.
And he did a total 180 on his rhetoric.
Oh, he's
had a bunch of manifestations.
Got to follow the money.
Even Sims got to get paid once in a while.
Hey, if you're gonna work for the gynocracy, you got to learn how to work for the gynocracy.
Yeah, you got to.
That's why he's trying to court that hoe.
I still can't figure that one out. Come on, man, that's too far.
That's a little too much.
Yeah, you can't say that. You can't say that hoe.
You're gonna save her. Why not save Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion too?
Yeah,
well, Cardi's married, so that's Cardi's married, so that's somebody else's headache. And
that's true.
Sexy Red, that's Anthony Brian Logan when he used like.
The thing is, I can understand.
She did look like a dude. I'm sorry.
I can understand like people that are cute, man, but how do fours rise up and get to be famous like this, man?
Don't talk about Tookie Hall like that.
Do you really want to know the knowledge?
Yeah. Give it to me.
Charles, give him attention.
Hey, Art.
Here we go.
Here we go. See, I push him away because like Sexy Red be jealous of Art because he got bigger titties than them. But anyway.
Hey, Art.
And I'm like, no,
gamer, right?
Yes, sir.
You're playing right now.
Could you put my screen full? I think you'll appreciate this one right here.
Console Wars, Genesis and Super Nintendo. Yeah, I remember that was a good time to be alive, to be a gamer, man. That was a good time.
That was the time.
That was
the best time. That was the
Oh,
best
sorry, I
time
missed
we ever
that. Can
did
I
it.
see?
Console Wars.
I'm a PC guy.
Oh yeah. Hey, Lewis, if you have Netflix, have you ever checked out High Score?
I don't have Netflix.
Also,
Okay. If
you part of the PC
you know what they
man.
call your shooters back in the day, BGS?
What's that?
They call them boomer shooters.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, I think you will like this, Charles.
Oh, the Eric Bischoff book.
Oh yeah.
Controversy creates cash. I've heard of it.
Oh, yeah. You see a lot of. You know.
I've seen his Have you listened to his podcast, 83 Weeks?
But the PC gamer said consoles are for kids.
You shut your mouth.
They simplify things.
Wait, BGS, are you a PC gamer?
I'm a PC gamer.
I'll say this for you.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Oh yes.
I'll say
Oh,
this.
now
I'll say
you're
this to you.
talking our language. You're talking my language, Louis.
I'll say this to you, BGS, on a quick side note.
You got the Mick Foley book as well?
No.
What about the Rock's book? The Rock says.
And Charles would definitely love this.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I never read that one. American Soldier.
American Soldier by Tommy Frank.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna tell you this on a quick side note.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny when you're the shift commander, and it's like, as soon as I get here, they're like, "Hey, Sarge, how you doing?" You know, 2 people called out. I was like, "God damn!"
Hey, wait a minute. Namer.
Who's first? Who's first?
Wait a minute, Namer. I gotta ask BGS something. Did you have the Doom on the Ford and Poppy disc?
Yeah, we had the Doom. Yeah, the
Nah,
first Doom.
he had Duke Nukem.
No, that had.
No,
yeah,
I'm talking
Doom.
about the original Doom for.
Actually, we used to play. Was it Castle Wolfenstein first? That was before Doom.
Oh, Wolfenstein? Yeah, I remember that one.
Yeah.
Wolfenstein was good. I was going to ask him that question, actually.
And Doom,
I was
Doom
going to
was
ask
the upgraded
BGS
version of Wolfenstein.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because I played both when I was younger. When my dad, when first PC we had, my dad installed a bunch of games.
Yeah, Wolfenstein.
Wolfenstein.
Wait a minute,
Wolfenstein is a great game.
Hold
on.
One at a time.
Sorry.
Oh, with Crystal, Team with Teams. Yeah. Never read that one. Let me Lewis, have you ever
I got that on PDF.
Okay.
I got that book on PDF.
Lewis, do you have what's his name? Secrets of the Federal Reserve?
No.
Gotta get that one, man. And then the second book, I'm trying to remember the name of it.
Take your time.
But Secrets of the Federal Reserve was actually got it signed by the author. He said that I'm trying to remember the guy's name. Right before World War II, yeah. And he said he was a young author. He said this guy was actually a Pulitzer Prize winner, right? And he was locked up in an institution. So he visited him, right? So he actually wrote the book through him. So I asked him, so why is this book so different than all your others? He said because I actually didn't write it. The guy actually fed me information. I actually put it together for him. So a lot of this stuff, that the original conspiracy book, Secrets of the Federal Reserve.
Lewis, I got a question for you.
What?
Have you ever heard of a book called One Soldier's War, or is it One Man's War?
No.
I remember it's a book by a Russian veteran of the First Chechen War, worth looking into.
Oh, is this something like I looked up the thing with the Chechen wolves during the
Chechen War? The Chechen War.
Chechen wolves?
First Chechen.
Talking about?
No. The Chechen War. WAR.
The war, the Russian Chechens. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and where they had I forgot the guy's name. He was a Jordanian. He was leading the training the Chechen soldiers. The guy with the one hand.
Yeah. He's Saudi, actually. He was Saudi.
No, I think he was Jordanian.
I'll look him up. I'll bet money he's from KSA because I looked up his name at one time, but because where they said he was born, I know that I've heard that. I've seen that city before because I was born in the kingdom. But I'll tell you that.
What was the name of that book, BGS?
Secrets of the Federal Reserve.
Secrets of the Family. Is that one of them Griffin books?
No.
By
No.
G.W. Griffin?
No. It was what was his name? Mullins, Eustace Mullins.
Do you like Jim Marrs books?
Not really. But why?
No, just because he was a great investigative journalist. Because I love this book, Ruled by Secrecy, the thing he did with 9/11.
Okay.
The Rise of the Third Reich and all that.
All right.
Yeah, because I got to reorganize. I got to find all my Jordan Maxwell DVDs.
You know what? I've seen Jordan Maxwell in person like 5 times, and in fact, if I find it, I have the last stuff he printed privately on a disc. I'll send it to you.
Okay.
Do you still have an optical drive, BGS?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I can't live without one, man. Got so much stuff that needs to be on it. Yeah. Got to have a DVD drive.
They gotta have them.
Well, BGS has an autographed copy of the 10 Commandments from Moses too.
Yeah, in stone. The tablet, the original tablet.
I got
the
like
BGS,
an external. I got an
your
external
boy
optical drive.
Moses.
Hey,
yeah.
BGS, quick question. Eustace Mullins, why does he always get labeled as being anti-Kanye people?
Anti-Kanye people.
Because he covers a lot of that, and he's not explicitly that. But is it just like 80 L?
He's a right winger. Okay, let's put it that way.
Okay.
When I met him, and he is a supremacist. Let's put it that way. So
okay,
I was kind of surprised, but because he covers it so well. But the thing is, when you meet somebody in person, you can tell.
Yeah,
you can tell by the visceral reaction to you when you actually ask them to sign a book. When they look at you,
and puffing and huffing.
No, it's like like
I'm surprised and I'm kind of disgusted at the same time.
Yeah.
Hey, BGS.
Yes.
What's your personal opinion on Jordan Maxwell?
I love him, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's too esoteric because it's not grounded as well as I think it should be. But yeah, he a lot of stuff is on point.
Because he was one of the very few people I know that was like very followed in the conscious community that wasn't black. So
yeah. But he's esoteric. He actually is a hardcore Mason too, believe it or not.
Yeah. Yeah, I could believe like a lot of the stuff he shared was not unfamiliar. He was kind of relating how a lot of things get lost over time and how you have to carry knowledge with you over time. And like I point to 2 things that we've forgotten several times. One, the safety pin has been lost like 6 or 7 times throughout the past 5,000 years. And then 2, the idea that you can prevent scurvy by using anything with vitamin C, lemon juice, lime juice, all those type of things, citrus foods. Yeah. Those just get lost because we don't have devices to keep them. It's like you need mimetic devices of some sort or written knowledge of some sort.
The thing is because knowledge gets passed down from person to person.
Yeah,
it's very seldom written.
And if you don't write it down,
and sometimes even if you write it down, what happens when the people can't read what's written down anymore?
Lost to the ages.
It's lost to the ages.
Yeah, or you need a Rosetta Stone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
but I have you read the Origins and Evolution of Religion by Church Ward, Lewis?
No,
read it. If you read that book, you'll understand Jordan Maxwell a whole lot better.
Yeah.
Hey, be large. Be pretty large.
I say what?
COVID-19, they're the Great Reset.
Oh, well, the thing is, they would talk about the Great Reset for a long time, including the WEF back in 2016, because that's the only way out. That's what the UBI was for.
Yep. Have they mentioned any more about the UBI? Because I haven't found anything.
Say again.
You ever heard of this book?
The Transfer Agreement? Nope. Who's that by?
Edwin Black. He wrote a couple of books on the eugenics movement
Mm-hmm.
in the United States. The war on the weak.
Okay.
It's the pact between how the Third Reich actually founded Israel, and very interesting.
Actually, Israel was actually, if you go back to it, Israel itself was actually founded by the British with the Balfour Agreement in 1914.
But
it used to be a mandatory Palestine. Israel used to be called mandatory Palestine, and the British used to manage it.
Palestine
mandate, yeah. Yeah, but the thing is that Israel. Got to remember, Israel's there to actually protect the Suez Canal. Look, that's what it's there for.
I mean, it's really the Fourth Crusade, but people don't want
to. I guess. I guess
a lot of those people did not grow up there. There's a lot of sunscreen sold in Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
What they call
let's not make the small heads too mad, but
yeah. I'm surprised your subscriber count hasn't gone up, and that your view count hasn't gone up.
I don't dislike the folks. I mean, trust me, I have plenty of friends who are. I mean, I went to schools with, worked with, have friends, and have had social relations with a lot of folks who are from that area. I don't dislike them. I don't want to live in a lie or delusion of like, look, people are into their own interests. And
but they're there for a reason until you actually look at the map and figure out why they're there. Then it starts to make sense.
Yeah. It's the focal point of the largest landmass is the world.
But they're there to protect the Suez Canal because that's the choke point.
Yeah, because Eurasia, Africa, it all is the.
Unless you want to start steaming around the Cape of Good Hope again, okay.
Yeah.
That you did for like 1,000 years. You want to go back there. Basically, you got to protect the Suez Canal. In fact, the Suez Crisis was when America took over. During the Suez crisis, and then America stepped in and said, "Yeah, everybody out. We've taken over." That's when they took Israel on.
Move, bitch! Get out
the way.
Yeah.
So that's the reason that they're there.
There's a club mix in Baltimore that actually explains that. It's called "Out My Way, Bitch." Can't you see I'm trying to get there? So it's a very, very politically correct and very etiquette, song. God damn, I'm typing up a goddamn storm right now. Shit.
You typing up a storm?
Yeah, I'm typing up a storm.
You got to do reports.
I'm the guy. I'm actually in charge of the midnight shift.
Okay.
Excuse me, Lewis.
I got to type up and.
The gentleman you said.
Hold on, Heyman.
Sorry.
So basically, I'm typing up where everybody checked and everything, and it was funny because my old district, people from my old department, and I didn't know because they did a district recertification where they changed all the maps for the districts, and come to find out, I was looking at like, the fuck y'all doing here? They were like, we wonder where you are. I said, well, I'm running the midnight shift. And they're like, oh, shit. I see a couple of my buddies who got promoted to lieutenants and sergeants, and a couple of them, one's about to be promoted to sergeant. I'm like, God damn, it's like a Northern District reunion party. They were like, damn, we were wondering where you went. Shit, wherever the wind takes me.
Yeah.
But it's like, I'm so used to being out there in the street. It's like office work.
That's what you get paid for, Negro.
Well, if that ankle was still good, man, you could go back out there in the field, but you can't do that.
The ankle's great.
Oh, did it heal? Okay.
Oh, it healed. And trust me, it's ready for ass flipping action.
Hey, when you get to a certain pay, you don't do physical labor, you do mental labor, okay?
Yeah, that's the part that's killing me right now, is because this shit is mental. It's like there's so much And it's funny because the person who was showing me how to get through all the files wasn't they're off today. So I, just by sheer determination and just, not trying to throw this computer out the window, I found out where the files are for tonight. Just because I don't want to pay for shit.
Now, that's the one thing about jobs. They don't, if your job doesn't do well at training, you got to figure all that shit out yourself.
And that's usually the better way sometimes. I mean, unless it's like ultra complicated, because that way you remember it and then you could look at everybody else and be like, you know what, fuck yeah, I don't need you.
Well, like I think BGS said it too. It's like you to train people very well to learn different things, you have to use your senses. So sight, touch, taste. Like for me, I know I have to be able.
What you got, Lewis?
Without Sanctuary.
Okay.
That is a good one.
Good book.
I mean,
Hey,
not
Lewis.
good, but
Hey, Lewis, you showing us all the collection? You showing us all the collection you pilfer from the local library?
Nah, I have like 500 books. Like
took it from the NAACP up in Philly.
No, what we used
Walked
to
out.
do, we used to go to the libraries when they used to have clearances. Like they'll get rid of a lot of books.
Yeah, the summer sales, man. That's the best one. You get
in our
get
study
good
group,
ones for like $1.
we'll get things pennies on the dollar, and we'll just go down there, and that's how like we would if we didn't have the money to buy a lot of books, we'd just go to the local libraries, the whole study group, and just rummage through a lot of resource, what they have.
Because the libraries get everything first because they have the budget to pay for all the subscriptions and stuff.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
If you see like library prices, they'll have like the Journal of Podiatric Studies, like foot doctor stuff, and it's like $300 an issue. Somebody's gonna pay for all that shit.
Remember,
because they don't print that many of them. So
remember, my name is Dr. Doom, podiatrist. That'd be funny if his doctorate was being a foot doctor. Oh, my God.
Were you familiar with Zach Kondo, BGS?
Zach Kondo, I don't think so. Why?
He wrote the book on the assassination of Malcolm X, and it was what that the information with the documentary was based on his work. And if you could look it up with him and Conrad Muhammad.
Okay.
Went at it in Harlem, and it was Khalid's last speech when as a member of the Nation of Islam, when he was put on that 90-day censor.
Okay.
By Farrakhan.
Yeah.
Zach Kondo, like he almost caused a freaking fight in the auditorium.
That is not hard to do. Okay. In one of those debates, it's not hard to do.
The Nation had a run, especially from, let's say, Philadelphia through New York. Like they really held a chokehold. I mean, they got Muhammad Ali out of his boxing contracts and stuff. They ran the mafia out of Philly, really out of Philadelphia to and Montreal too.
Yeah, they basically ran the black folks in the prisons. So
Elijah Muhammad, I think he's quoted saying the Italians bleed just as much as Negroes. Like he was not fucking around. Ishmael Reed covered it too, and it's one of his.
And there's more of them, more black folks in jail than the Italians. So who runs the prison system?
With all the criticisms that you may have of the Nation of Islam, you got to give them credit, because I know plenty of brothers that got cleaned up and turned them lives around because of the Nation of Islam.
I think they're largely a positive. I just think most people should understand that they're not perfect people. They did some very solid, good stuff for a lot of people.
I was having a discussion with one of my friends is a hardcore Christian. I'm like, if you want to reach the people, maybe you need to look at the blueprint the Nation of Islam had with with bringing people that are broken and rebuilding them back up and make them productive citizens of the society. Instead of taking, 10% every week out they check, which they don't have.
Yeah, well, the black church has gone corporate. So
yeah, it has.
Unfortunately,
if I may, I just wanted to respond to something that I had a bet with Lewis on. The individual you told me about, the Chechen who got his hand, the guy who fought in the Chechen war had his hand messed up.
Yeah.
Okay, it says here because I put the link, the Wikipedia link in the back check for you.
Okay. Is he
His
from Saudi
name-
Arabia or Jordan?
He was born in Saudi to a Saudi Bedouin father.
Oh.
He identified as both because his father was a Bedouin, and the tribe he belonged to was the. Hang on, let me look at it again. He was born. It says his background is Jordanian Circassian as well.
Oh, all right.
But he's actually Saudi because he was born in the city called Arar, which is in the north near the border with Iraq. So he identified as Saudi, but Saudi or Jordanian.
Okay.
But like I said, he was Saudi originally.
All right. I stand corrected.
That's cool. Hey. It's like Patrice O'Neill said one time. Sometimes I just want to be proven wrong so we can figure this out. So let's figure this all out. Shit, I mean, Arar, right near the Iraqi border. Wow, I mean, it's a fertile area and shit. But how did you look at his hand? His mess was mangled and shit.
Yeah.
He got his hand messed up, with an IED accident apparently.
Yeah,
His right hand
breaking
too.
those mines and everything.
Yeah. It's not without its dangers when you're doing that shit. But apparently he didn't never went to a hospital to get checked and fixed. He used like in accordance with
what do you want to say,
he
Art?
used.
No, I was just asking BJ. I was going to ask BJ. What's the topic for tomorrow on this channel?
I don't know, man. Whatever you guys want to talk about. It's like a holiday weekend, so it's anything.
Okay.
So unless it's like a movie thing, where it's like a targeted, like a movie watch, where you're actually talking about.
Oh yeah, that was fun.
Subject. What you guys think about that?
Yeah, that was good.
That was
I liked
good.
it. I just sat back and watched while I did my thing on the back burner, and I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a interesting take on what's going on.
Yeah, that's why I played Jim Rickards' video first. It's a little snippet first because he actually referred back to that movie.
Set the pace.
Mm-hmm.
I know. I question if the Saudis would actually do something like that in real life because they'd be able to trace that.
Back then it was a real. The Saudis didn't care, man. At the end they pulled all the money anyway. So, and there were people that are actually afraid of them pulling their money like that because it's real. The petrodollar hadn't really been established yet, not like it is now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you don't want to cause because that would just like cause a ripple effect of panic buying, start panic selling and such.
Yeah, I mean we're already one bank
population.
We're already one bank failure away. Because it could have happened in 2008 if United States didn't bend the knee with the target.
Not the Fed chairman, the Secretary of the Treasury.
Yeah.
Hank Paulson. Bend on one knee.
Hank Paulson.
Yeah. Did you ever see the I think it was Showtime at HBO when they did the cable movie on it, where he was with the Chinese ambassador.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that Russian urged us to both of us to drop the dollar at the same time. And you see the character playing Paulson. Mm-hmm. It's like his heart went down to his stomach. But and the Chinese ambassador said, "But we refuse to at this time." And he was like, "Oh,
yeah, because they were in as much trouble as we were. So they had no choice because there's no trade. All the banks failed. There's no trade." I don't know if I could pull it up, but basically they were talking about the because of the Libra scandal and stuff like that. They call them the CD. When you buy a CD from the bank, they call that white paper. Those called white paper loans. They actually loan it to vendors and business people. Actually get short-term loans for like 6 months so they can actually buy their product, sell the product, and pay the loan back and make their profit. And those things were actually failing.
Mm-hmm.
in like in 2000, I want to say 2006 or so, 2006, 2007. So it's already the banks were already having problems. Okay, so a lot of stuff that you saw in rollover was actually applying back then.
Because the monetary market was not as liquid and as not as functional as it could have been or should have been.
It's not liquid. There's nothing backing it. That's the problem. You can be as liquid as you want to, but things there's nothing backing it. And basically, any kind of monetary policy
Promissory places.
It depends on trust. Can you trust that you're gonna get your money? Can you get your products, or you gonna get whatever? And when that starts to break down, you're gonna have issues.
Yeah, I think what LIBOR we got off of in like 2021, 2020.
Yeah. Well, they had started a transition from the library in like the mid aughts, and
because the way, so I have one of my mentors is he knows a lot of these people, right? And he told me that, like, he explained that the overnight banking is very insane when you think about it, but when they execute it, somehow it just works. It's just magic. But it's basically like everyone has to have assets under management that equate to, let's say, 1%, 10%, whatever. But those assets are, let's say, from bank A to B to C. No one technically has that 1%, but they have the promise that they are loaning it overnight to bank A, B, or C.
Right.
But maybe only bank A actually has it. And the other three banks have the note that says that they're being loaned it overnight from bank A.
Yeah.
Like it's like
as long as nobody calls that note, you're good. What happens when people call it the next day? You know?
Bank run.
Bank run. Just like in margin call. What happens when those notes are no good and you're holding it?
Yeah. What does it say on top of your dollar bill? It says note.
Note. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what margin call was telling. At any time, the stuff can collapse because it's based on trust. What happens when nobody trusts each other?
Yeah. Start Googling like bank LIBOR, bank rates, CD rates, treasury rates, and then subcommittee, U.S. Congress. Not committee. It has to get out of the subcommittee to get to the committee. Once it gets outside of the committee, it can be voted on for the floor. And then you start to see, like, they try to kill a lot of the stuff before, or like just have it in testimony.
If you got a subscription to Wall Street Journal, type in LIBOR and see what you get.
Who said my name?
It was me. Do you got a Wii?
A Wii?
Yeah.
No, I don't have a Wii.
You ever had one?
No, but there are some games that I do want to play that's strictly for the Wii.
How about this?
Tatsunoko versus Capcom?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I want to play Techno Man. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I got a statue of Techno Man, I think from 3.0. It cost me $150.
Excuse me.
It's a die-cast metal. Yeah. I actually got to do a damn video of all the statues I got because I got too many damn statues.
You ever play Muramasa?
Yeah, I think I got that.
Okay.
Sure. I remember
those are the only two games that you have. Those two games you got your money's worth with the Wii.
Yeah. And I have to send BGS something because I had him something for his birthday. It just came in from the comic shop.
Oh, okay.
I can't see that. What's that one?
JoJo.
Oh, sorry.
JoJo. No, it's because he has his filter on.
No.
Oh yeah.
One Punch Man.
One Punch Man on PS4 and on
JoJo.
Is that Xbox One?
Yeah.
Yep,
okay.
JoJo. Yeah, I'm a geek through and through. Yes, sir. Ghost of
Tsushima.
That's a
Ghost of Tsushima.
I got like, oh god, I got hundreds of games. Like,
nigga,
I have 100 360 games that I did not even open up yet.
Wow.
What type of dumb shit is this?
Nick, okay, hold on.
That's my backlog alone from the 360.
I'm gonna tell you this as a grown person and being a geek. You buy the shit that you don't play.
Yeah.
You buy the shit that you don't open. It's like, oh, I want that. I want to get it. it's gonna take you about 5 or 10 years to open that shit up. It's like, okay, it's about time.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna be honest with you.
No, I ain't gonna deny that. I mean, there's a couple of, but then again, all my shit is digital. Because
I'm physical. I'm strictly physical.
Yeah.
I can't. Well, a lot of the stuff I got, because of my OCD and shit.
I understand what your situation, because you might not get
Yeah.
a lot of the stuff we get, but I always
I gotta get the secondhand shit, but like
I always go to shops to get secondhand record player, because I started BGS, the stuff I used to get from my dad all the time, like the records, video games, tape players, CDs. I go to these secondhand shops to sell them because people are trying to get rid of the collection. I just buy them up. I'm all about physical. It's like if it's about physical copies, I'm getting it.
You got Saint Seiya?
Which one?
Soldier Soul.
I don't think I have that one. Cause I still have a Dreamcast, a Sega Saturn, Sega Genesis. I have the
Dreamcast was the greatest system ever made.
It's a shame what happened with Sega, because I think the problem with them
it's their own fault, man. It's their own.
Yeah,
fault.
that's what I said. That was what I was getting at, because they jumped the gun too quickly. Because remember, the Saturn came out. No, Dreamcast came out when 98, 2000, 98, 99.
No, it did not.
Everybody else.
No, it did not.
Huh?
It didn't come out 98, 99. It came out like 94, 95.
I said Dreamcast, not the Saturn.
The Saturn came out in 94, 95. It came out a couple months early in the American market, and that's what fucked the Saturn, because everybody got pissed, and so a lot of companies didn't make games for the Saturn. The Dreamcast, it came out 9/9/99 because that was the promotion during that time, and people were still pissed off with the Saturn at that time, so they did. So if you notice, there was not a lot of EA games for the Dreamcast.
Last game to come out for. Go ahead, sorry.
No, because they were pissed off with how the Saturn how Sega handled the Saturn, so they refused to make games for the Dreamcast. So the Dreamcast was a good system. The thing about it was too easy to burn the games for that system, because everybody I know who had a Dreamcast had burned games.
Homebrew, a bunch of homebrews.
It wasn't homebrews. It was just like,
pirated copies.
Yeah, it was so easy to burn the ISO for that games.
Yeah,
because that system was based off Windows.
Yeah,
that was the issue with that system. So
well, that's what
I remember that
PS2.
PS2 had a harder switch system. Like you had to put in like a blank disc and then the main disc and then a game disc. It was like a weird 1, 2, 3 switch.
And another, you had a key. They had to turn it on and lock it first.
Because me and my boys, we had subscriptions to all the movie rentals, and when it was carrying the PS2s, and we had the DVD ripper programs. So we had schools of DVDs, and we would just put the game in, rip it, and return it the next day. We would rent out practically the whole library, and make copies and copies of the games.
But it was harder for you to do that with the PlayStation. If you had the system do it, that's fine. But it was so freaking easy.
Mine was modded.
But that's the thing. You had to know someone that could solder all that shit.
Yeah, I went to Chinatown.
Yeah, with the Dreamcast, all you had to do was put it in your computer.
Yeah.
That's how easy it was. It was fucking super fucking easy. Yeah. And what killed the Dreamcast is that the PlayStation 2 had a DVD drive.
Yeah.
The Dreamcast had a VCD. A lot of people don't know what a VCD is, which is funny. But
that's Blu-ray, the Asian media. That was big in Asia at the time. VCDs.
It wasn't big here. People said, "Oh, I could get a damn gaming console and a DVD player at the same time."
Yeah.
But the thing is, with the fat PS5s, not the PS5, but the PS2s that came out, the big giant ones.
Yeah.
The DVD drive spun at a different speed rate than the game. And so that's what fucked up the drive system on the fat ones. And they fixed it with the skinny PS2 Slims. So a lot of people don't know that. So if you have a fat PS2, do not play movies on that, because it spun at a different rate. That's why they had to change the architecture to get a PS2 Slim, because a lot of people were using the PS2 as a DVD player, and that's what fucked it up.
Yeah.
Well, I have
wow.
a PS2 Slim.
And also,
All mine are Slim.
and also too, with the PS2, I just found this out recently, and which makes me want to get another fat PS2. If you take a hard drive that has a SATA, and you have the internet detachment, what you can do is you can actually hook the hard drive up to that internet detachment, right? And you can actually rip the games onto that hard drive when you format it through the PS2. So you can actually save your games on that hard drive.
Oh.
I actually found that out recently, and I'm like, well, damn, if I knew that. So
Wait a minute, what was the USB ports? What was the USB ports on the front for then?
That one you can use them to, for what I can understand, you can actually rip games to those. But
okay,
the thing about it is, during that time there wasn't a lot of space for it. Now you have a whole bunch of space with USBs.
Okay. Because I remember, like, my I had the PS4, I had the PS2 Slim, and I remember I had to get the remote so I could just watch DVDs on it.
There's a guy. No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
But I remember it was like, most of the DVDs I watched, I usually watch them on my PS3, not my PS4.
No, I mean they fixed it now, but with those PS2s, that was the first iteration of actually having a real home entertainment system. So because
the PS1s, I remember they could play music CDs, but I think they also were able to play VCDs. Just nobody even bothered to try.
Well, the Dreamcast could play VCDs, but the VCDs were such low quality that they never took in America or in the West. But they took in the East.
When did the first DVDs come out? When did they start putting out DVDs?
I would say probably like 96, 95. Because remember, you had those big laser discs.
Yeah. No, VCDs came out in 96. I believe.
I was talking about DVDs, but VCDs probably.
They were developed. I'm looking it up. It says here they were first released in Japan in 96, developed in 95. They were available. When were they released? It says here they were released in the U.S. in 97, March 24th, 1997, according to Wikipedia.
Yeah, but that's
Europe, it was the following.
But that's probably around the time DVDs came out. DVDs were everywhere. It's the same thing you had with HD DVDs, or the high definition DVDs versus Blu-ray.
Just like mini disc.
Mm-hmm. And they had that war, but what they say for everybody is that whatever Disney goes with, that's what the industry's gonna go with, and so Disney chose Blu-ray, and that's what it goes with.
What's that you got there, Louis?
One of the very first mini disc players. I got this when I was in Japan.
By the way, the VCDs or video CDs, they first came out in first releases 93. But they stopped producing that, but they stopped using them later on.
Oh yeah, Akira. Oh, most definitely. That's one of my top 3 right there. That's that Ghost in the Shell.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Bruce Lee.
Ooh.
Yes, sir.
Don't think fear.
The Way of the Dragon from China.
Yeah, Ghost in the Shell and Akira is one of my top 3 as far as animes are concerned.
Okay.
Oh yeah,
it's good learning about all this stuff, but I don't know. It's like I remember me and AB were talking about like the battles between Microsoft and PlayStation. Especially during the 6th and 7th generation consoles. But if you guys are wondering, you also check out like the series High Score, because they talk about the battles between. They talk about the history of gaming all the way from the 1st generation all the way to the 4th generation.
Man, they got so many damn documentaries about that damn time. It's ridiculous.
It's a docu-series actually, but yeah, it's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of cool.
Any of y'all see the landfill? that they infamously buried a whole bunch of ET games in.
Oh, I watched
That's
that.
brought up in the series.
Oh yeah, I
But
watched that documentary, and that's actually real. There was a rumor that was going around in the gaming community for a very long time that they buried all the damn ET games in the damn desert, and they finally unearthed that shit. I was like, wow.
And when they played them, they realized, man, this was garbage.
Yeah,
well,
they buried all them in them ET games.
Well,
no, that's actual history. That is an urban legend that had came to fruition, man.
Hey, BGS, did you ever play the ET game? I just gotta ask.
Who?
The ET game?
Did I? Yeah, I think I did. Way back.
You had a 2600?
No, but a friend of mine did.
How about ColecoVision?
I did have a ColecoVision. Played Donkey Kong.
BGS had that damn Commodore.
I had a Commodore 64. Yeah.
Yeah, BGS had a Commodore.
I bet she was a brick house.
But I did have a ColecoVision.
Okay.
Just might they. Just let it all hang out.
Just to play Donkey Kong. Save some money rather than going to the
just to save that hole, huh?
Well, to save money going to the arcade, man.
Yeah, arcades were the thing back in there in that day, man.
Yeah. Oh man,
quarters go fast, man.
Oh yeah.
If Snowman was here, he'd probably argue. He would like refute that because he's a arcade guy himself.
He might not be old enough.
I know, really.
I remember the next movie you showing BGS.
Probably Syriana.
What's
Wasn't that with who?
Syriana.
They pulled the guy fingernails out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
That's what's his name? George Clooney when he's all bloated with the beard.
It kind of relates to what we're going on now with MBS. Mohammed bin Salman. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Who?
In fact, he was the prince. He was the prince they were trying to take out before he was because he was actually going to go off the petrodollar. So that's why they offed him.
Man, I just remember watching that. I remember watching that, but that movie I remember because I remember at the end, like when Syriana was trying to like stop the convoy and shit, but by the time he got there, it was too late.
It's too late. Yeah.
And it's funny how those old movies are relevant to today.
Yeah.
Like
the thing is they show you where the beginnings were, so they kind of give you an idea of what they were up against. So what this stuff is actually based on. So it gives you kind of like an idea.
Oh yeah.
Like rollover. That's why nobody talks about rollover very much except bankers.
And what's your opinion of Network?
Network, for its time, it was actually revolutionary. They talk about the power of TV to kind of control the masses.
I bet BGS rolled down his window one of those times and screamed, "I'm mad as hell, and I'm not gonna take it anymore."
Yeah, I was a kid. I got my ass beat.
Oh, fair point. But that soundbite is in Snowman in the Morning, by the way. Every once in a while, he'll pull it out.
Yeah.
I remember. Was it? When I thought about Syriano.
Here's an interesting question for BGS. How much RAM did your first computer have?
Ooh, it was at 256K.
Damn. Ooh. Hey.
Talk
about
my first computer, like my Commodore 64.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah,
64K. And then my first PC had 256K.
Do you have
had a 20 megabyte hard drive?
Do you have the PC where you had to put cassette tapes in?
That would have been my Commodore 64, where you had a tape drive, a cassette tape drive.
Where they had the programs on the cassette tape?
Yeah.
Really?
By the time I got to the PC, we're into floppy disk.
I remember the floppy ones. We're talking about the actual floppy, not the mini ones.
Yeah. I had a one-sided floppy that it cost me, I think, like, was it for my Commodore 64? Cost me like $300.
Damn. What year was this?
This would have been 84.
Yeah, that sounds right.
80,
like
84, 85, about 84.
Yeah, that sounds right. That sounds pretty right because this was new technology.
I could barely
Shit
walk.
was expensive.
Yeah, it's 84. Yeah.
84? Oh, I was running around. I was a rowdy little toddler at the time.
I always wanted to ask you this, BGS.
Uh-huh.
When you was heavy in your research, did you ever used to go on the CFR or in the Trilateral Commission's websites and download they publications? They used to go away on PDF.
Basically, because I used to so I still subscribe to Foreign Affairs, which is the CFR's publication wing. So by the time it gets to the CFR website, it's already been vetted through the Foreign Affairs first anyway. So if you want to know what the CFR is going to do, Council of Foreign Relations is going to do first, it's always argued in the Foreign Affairs first.
Okay.
And then it will migrate to their website. But I used to do that. I haven't done that. I actually downloaded some of their stuff, some of their podcasts. Some of their podcasts are probably more interesting than their actual articles.
Okay.
Because in podcasts you can discuss more than you can.
If you want to know, go any further, go to the Bank of International Settlement, BIS, and look and poke around, because that's where all the central bankers meet to actually talk over banking policy.
Absolutely.
Of course, the World Economic Forum now, because they talk about a lot of stuff. Yeah, a lot of trade and how money flows. Who else? IMF sometimes. They want a different perspective. That's kind of outside the box. Asia Times. Asia Times is always a good one. Which I learned a lot. Like Pepe Escobar. There's a whole bunch of people that came out of Asia Times. An old guy that used to write for Asia Times, I think for like 10 years, man. He was actually an economist, a Chinese economist, right? And finally the Chinese told him to shut the fuck up, and he kind of drifted off. But Henry C.K. Liu, if you really want to learn money policy, like global money policy, he's probably one of the best who actually tell you the truth about how the dollar works, how the gold works, and stuff like that. Very extensive. It's kind of like each he writes almost like he's an academic, so he writes like very long blogs. So in other words, one of his blog posts might be like 20 pages, and in Age of Time they had to put them in parts because it was so long. But the thing is, he's very I've read a few of them, like about global trade, about the dollar, about the British, how the British basically the gold standard actually started, because it used to be the silver trade, right? Until because the Chinese only accepted silver, so it used to be a silver trade. So silver was actually worth more than gold was. Until the British came in and did a number on China, and then they slowly transferred the silver standard to a gold standard.
Yeah. Wait, who cracked open a beer?
Me.
He got to chase the crown. Okay.
Oh.
Hey,
I'm not a beer drinker. How did I know, sir?
Got to have a chaser.
Yeah,
but yeah,
silver, if you know any geologists, they'll tell you like silver and gold. There's a ratio.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is that the thing is, what do you accept as money
for every?
Yeah. What I'm saying about it, when I'm talking about the ratio, what's more rare.
Every 16 ounces of silver they find, they'll find 1 ounce of gold.
Yeah, that's the ratio. That's the ratio. That's the ratio that the British use too.
Yeah, it's like 15.6, but 16 is rounds it up pretty easily.
In other words, 1 ounce of gold equals 1 British pound, right? Back then.
Yeah.
Well, at least back then.
Bloody hell.
I'm gonna tell you guys, you need to get you a crock pot and cook some damn chicken in it, man. This damn garlic sriracha chicken shit, I love it.
And you said, nigga, I'm not listening to you no more. You got to be hooked on my goddamn brioche buns. I can't find no more goddamn brioche hot dog buns no more.
Okay, so I found out that a lot of Walmarts are carrying them, and not like a lot of grocery stores. So you may have to go to like a Walmart or something.
Make your own.
So in other words, you're gonna have to fend off the strags to go find it, huh?
No, make your own brioche buns. It's not that difficult. I mean, it's a pain in the ass.
These are hot. He's looking for the hot dog buns That's what he's looking for. He's not looking for just a regular old.
No, I know what you're talking about, but I have a starter in my fridge at the back of my fridge. I've had for over 10 years, and I just add a little bit of flour to it every few weeks, and then when I want to have some bread that I can freshly make, I put some of that starter in there for the yeast, and then mix it up with some of the flour. And then you could just add however much more butter or sugar or yeast or whatever to make it what you want. You know, if you want to make it a sourdough.
But can you make hot dogs out of it?
Not hot dogs. You can make the buns for it.
Hot dog buns.
That's not.
You can make the hot dog buns. You just have to. They're not going to be perfectly shaped.
You got to find a mold for them. That's what BGS is looking. He's looking for them damn brioche hot dog buns with his damn beef hot dogs.
Yes.
With his what was it? The Dolores chili?
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh hell yeah. Oh hell yeah.
Yeah, we already had this conversation, George.
Yeah, go to Costco. Get your Hebrew your all beef buns, all beef hot dogs, and go to the store
All
get
beef
your
franks.
and then go to the store get your brioche buns, and then get you some Dolores chili, and some onions and cheese.
And what type of hot dogs?
Chili dogs.
No, the franks from Costco, the all beef franks from Costco. They're cheaper there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Other than that, you got to go to the store and get Hebrew National.
Yeah, that's the second best.
David Carroll used to laugh at that.
Yeah, well, there's a reason for it. They're kosher. They're all beef. Yeah. The second best is Costco. That's what they pride themselves on their franks and their hot dogs.
They have good meat. I'll say Costco, and the one that's nearest me has like the.
Pull me up for a second, AB.
They got the Korean barbecue beef, and then they got the Hebrew, and they got the halal stuff too.
So this is the repository of all Henry C.K. Lou's blogs posts, right? And he became he started out as a architect, and then he became a economist. He actually studied under Michael Hudson for a while.
You email me that link.
I'm gonna put the link in the chat. But the thing is, if you really want to get into a global economy, there's no better person than him. In fact, Hudson always talks about him. But no, really outside of people that actually were in the Asia Times and maybe a few economists, nobody talks about him anymore.
Okay.
Now, BGS.
I wonder why.
Yes, sir.
Isn't this what the space should be talking about now? Honestly,
no, because the space is not. I talk about it, but the space is actually there for male-female relationships. That's what it's actually built on. That's what's still there for. That's what people come for. I try to add stuff to it. So in other words, this is in addition to. For people that
so you're the smoking man of the black man.
Yeah, so that's why in my on my Patreon I very seldom talk about male-female relationships. Okay, it's all this other kind of stuff.
And when is your next Patreon stream?
Tomorrow.
Oh, I'll be at work.
Be at work.
And first of the month. Maybe I could show you some pachyderms going wild.
I saw the picture.
You like that?
Oh God! When I saw the shoes and the legs, I said, "Oh God, I know what this is." And guess who breezed in? What's up, OG?
What's up, fellas? Had to practice my golf swing, so that's why I'm noisy. Give me like 2 seconds.
Okay.
Noisy.
Man,
it's like 11:30 in the afternoon right there.
Yeah,
bro. If I see another fucking man with a fucking hairnet on their fucking head, silk or otherwise,
and what art comes?
Well, you didn't want to see the 70s or the early 80s then.
Hey, Art, today
with the Jerry curl.
It was a dude and a female with matching bonnets on. I swear to God.
Why not?
Wow.
Why
matching
not?
bonnets?
Yeah.
They were wearing matching bonnets.
Oh God.
Yeah. Go back, man. Go back to when they were to the Jerry curl and when they were pressing their hair, especially the gangbangers back in the 70s and 80s. They wore the caps and with the hairnet underneath it.
Well, to be honest with you, I can accept that because they had longer hair. But you got a fucking short ass fucking haircut. You still wearing a bonnet? Like why? Why, nigga, get that fucking do rag.
It's the uniform.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like a fancy do rag.
You're trying to attract ratchets. That's why.
Yeah, you gotta remember these dudes are raised by their mamas.
Yeah, but Jules and Lewis, take that link down, man, and pin it, man. I mean, I've only read through maybe a quarter of his stuff, but his stuff is pretty dense. But if you really want to,
will you put it in the back chat?
No, it's in the regular chat, but I'll put it in the back chat too.
All right.
Yeah, because I know him from. I have a couple friends who are on an Asian, we call it Asian podcast.
Yeah,
and so they mention him from time to time.
Yeah,
but he doesn't. He gets shine. He just doesn't get as much as you think he should.
He's dense and he's accurate. And then, but sometimes he talks too much. And I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, from 2003 to 2013, he published quite a bit, and all of a sudden, he just stopped. So I think the Chinese kind of pulled him back. Say, okay, man, that's enough.
Yeah.
Especially his articles on dollar hegemony.
Do you know the Seneca podcast?
Who?
Seneca. Sinica.
Okay.
It's run by this guy in North Carolina, and he's Chinese, but they do all American Chinese relationships. Very good. It's very good. I mean, it varies what the topics are going to be, but it's usually like academics or media people.
Yeah.
But it weighs more towards academics.
Yeah.
They try to get as honest as possible without like skirting the line.
Yeah.
Not too many people that are in China, but they do get some good commentary from over there.
North Carolina and Chinese? Really?
Yeah. Back in the day, guess who the biggest advertiser on Asia Times used to be?
You said it, CIA, right?
CIA.
Yeah, because I'll tell you. So the guy I was talking about who runs the podcast, I don't think I said the podcast's name. Not Seneca, but another one. Okay. And he said that he and I were. He's based in Northeast, and I'm based in the Mid-Atlantic, and we were meeting at an airport layover, and we just happened to be at the same time, same place. We knew it, and his dad was there too, and his dad was in the Mid-Atlantic, and he was flying out, and we were watching. I can't remember what on the news, but they were showing. God, what's the guy with the walrus mustache? Dislikes Iran. I can never.
I know what you're talking about. I know what you're talking about. No, it was
not Trump.
The glasses.
Yeah, glasses. Bolton, round spectacles, right?
Bolton. Bolton actually did work for Trump.
Yeah,
and
neocon. Yeah.
The face he made when he saw that guy's face was like Alex. You remember what's it called? A Clockwork Orange. When the old man found out Alex was the guy who raped his wife. That just rage face.
Yeah,
that is the face that man had. And this guy has been in Chinese academia, and in business and American academia and intelligence, and like knew this guy and was like, I fucking hate these gringos. Just there's a visceral hatred from a lot of people in the East Asian region for a lot of American diplomacy, actions, all of this stuff. Like they cannot stand how they are treated, and they cannot take the disrespect. It's both those things at once, and they'll play the game, but they just their face gets as red as if they took 5 shots of alcohol.
They can't stand they can't stand neocons. And
it's not just that though. It's like the gringo, the Anglos, they cannot stand them. Like they cannot take them.
Yeah.
Well, Jules, you know that like the first thing that they ask you, and they ask like foreigners when you come over here, it's like you're here for girls, right? Because they're so used to like gringos, right? certain guys coming here and they're hounds. It's like you don't have any interest in the country at all, and they're so used to that. Like that's the norm.
This is a deeper hatred. This is a deeper hatred than just like girls. This is like
well, and of course, a whole bunch of people lost a bunch of money in 2008. That part.
With the Chinese, they go back to the British and the French as the invading.
Yes,
China.
This is like 100-year-old
humiliation, 100-year-old beef.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, Opium War.
They really do not like them. They play the game to like just say we're going to play this game.
That's right. Yeah. That's exactly right.
But the visceral hatred on his face is I've not seen that outside of like a movie. That his face is just started pinching up like a raisin. And it's just,
if you want, we read the book, the science fiction book Wind Up Girl, where the Chinese actually biding their time to actually acquire American technology to take over.
Say that again, BJ.
The Wind Up Girl. The Wind Up Girl.
Wind Up. Gotcha.
Yeah, well, here's what it is. Buckle up.
Is that time?
No.
You good?
I'm good.
Can I ask you, stateside Americans, a really common sense question?
Go ahead.
Why are you still doing daylight savings times? Why? Why do you do it? What's the point?
It's called like anything else. It's called. It's been passed down for so long. Tradition now.
I mean,
Yeah, pretty much.
It's like every year. It's like what time's it in America? Then you got to change it.
Yeah.
For 6 months.
I mean,
and you
it
got to
made
change
sense.
back.
It made sense in the 70s. It made sense when Carter did it. But it doesn't
because we used to have a lot more of a agricultural economy too, and we kind of do, but not really as diversified as it should be.
What daylight savings times was actually put in place during the oil embargoes to actually save electricity.
What? That's one reason, but it was also to do it to add more daylight time for.
No, that was the reason. In other words, the work hours. They wanted the maximum, the maximum work hours.
That's what I'm saying for the farm too.
No.
Because I remember it was passed in World War I era.
Jules, I was born. Okay,
please continue.
Yeah, I was born when they actually implemented the daylight savings times. Under Nixon.
Fortunately for me, I got digital clock, so I don't have to worry about daylight savings time.
Yeah, that's what it's for. To actually save energy. In other words, the daylight savings time is for the city, so they don't actually burn fuel. I think it started in Germany first, and then it moved to the United States. But
we switched to daylight savings time 2 years ago.
Don't believe what they told you in the history books that was under Ben Franklin.
But now the farmer doesn't make any. The farmers, they don't care, man. They get up at whatever time, they go to bed at whatever time. But the thing is actually save electricity because of the street lights and the work lights and stuff like that. That's what it's there to save.
Here it is. DST was implemented. I'm looking at the Wikipedia shop, and I can send you that. In 1918, in order to save. Oh shit! I lost my line. Starting on April 30th, 1916, the German Empire and Austria-Hungary.
Germany started Germany.
Yeah.
Deutschland.
And then
that makes sense.
Many countries have used DST at various times since then, particularly since the 1970s energy crisis.
Yes,
you were right too. So so we were both right, but for different reasons.
No, I'm saying in the United States, though. That's what I'm talking about. I remember when they first started, people were complaining about it when I was a kid.
True.
And you had kids going to school, getting up in the morning. They had to catch a school bus and had to walk to the school bus in the dark
and
complaining about that.
Yeah. As far as daylight saving goes, do you guys know when you guys going to be setting your clocks like an hour ahead?
I think
is that this week or next week? Which week is that?
Next month. For us, it's next month.
Next month.
I think it's late October or first of November.
Something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the calendar for myself. It says for you guys, it's on the. Hang on, let me check.
Yeah, we've been doing this for our whole lives, and nobody knows which day it is.
Yeah.
They change because it's not constant. They change it according to whatever they're meant
Oh,
to
you
do.
guys are November 5th. November 5th is when you guys got to do it. On November 5th. For us, it's since I'm over here in Scandinavia, it's on the 29th of October.
Good grief! So that means, the time between China, Canada, and America is going to change. Oh boy!
No, Canada they have daylight savings as well.
Yeah, but it's not the same day, right?
And you have some.
Oh no, it's same day because you
Oh,
guys
okay, gotcha.
And you have some states.
Remember,
some states that don't
Okay.
adhere to it. Like I think Utah doesn't adhere to it, and I think it used to be
Arizona.
Arizona. I think Arizona's another one.
And parts of Indiana.
Yeah.
Well, that simplifies things.
I remember. You know what? I remember since you mentioned Indiana. I remember there used to be a show about the town of Indy. This is a normal sitcom and such. We talk about all the weird shit that goes on in that city. It's like paranormal stuff for a young kid. They talk about like the dangers of like they don't do daylight savings in the state of Indiana. When he tries it, he ends up going back in time. So he's able to get back home in that one episode.
Mm-hmm.
It was a weird show. But that was the early '90s. Paranormal stuff. Erie, Indiana, as it was called.
I think I remember that one. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a kid's show back on
It's
the
kid show. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a kid's show. I remember. Well, I was a kid at the time.
We all were.
Kid. Yep. Yeah. I forget that. Yeah, I sometimes forget that you're a couple months older than me, Art. Sorry, you
a
want to
few
say something,
seconds
Harry?
ago, a few seconds ago, BJS was talking about how I think they call it the space. I hate making classifications about who in and out. So whatever. But I think I heard Dan Lebertard say this about his radio program. If you know him, he says like he uses the funny to get people into the tent.
Yeah.
And then once they're in the tent, he tells them stuff that they need to hear.
Yeah.
And so like for a lot of guys, like it's the intro to talking to a group of black men that aren't talking about the latest rap record is I'm having issues with relationships. Yeah, I mean, come on, man. Sheesh. I mean,
yeah, like I would
you
put,
get to a group of guys that are just like, okay, we talk about stuff more than like sports and whatever. And then you get into that group, you're like, oh wow, people are talking about all these different kinds of stuff because I mean, think about it. All the different kinds of guys that just come through this space is just incredible, dude.
Yeah.
Incredible.
Yeah. For different reasons. I mean, I'd say, OG, I'd give you credit for the type of mindset someone has to be to actually fully expatriate. You give a good overview and good YouTube-friendly clips. Keep it up. Because I've recommended it to one relative and one friend.
Lot easier now than it was.
Yeah,
with that
remote work.
Oh, I bet it is. I bet one reason I saw SWP in the chat, and it's like I know the guys went through a lot of stuff. I know they did. I can't appreciate it fully, but appreciate it as best we can because I know that I can come in where my starting point, and it's a lot easier than it was for you guys. I know it is.
Oh yeah. Yeah. A lot of stuff we built from scratch, man. Because trust and believe, 2.0 was built from scratch for the most part. Say what? Somebody was saying something.
That was trolls.
Oh, you got a troll?
No, that's it.
Oh, that's it. Is it?
No, that's just me. I'm just doing a shift.
Okay. You got work.
That's why I've been quiet because I had to brief them about some stuff.
Okay.
Oh, you're good. Okay.
Come on, AB, BGS. I pay you $10 a piece. Do this shit for me. I'm typing up. Fuck, man. It's the price I pay for being in charge.
Now you always wanted a desk job, Charles.
I never wanted a desk job. I wanted the fucking position.
Hey, Charles.
Yeah.
Pull out your NCO handbook.
Huh?
Pull out your NCO handbook.
Yeah, fuck all that shit. I'm
Man.
gonna throw all that shit out the window.
If you're gonna be fully desk job, get your diet right, because you don't realize how bad a desk job can be.
People,
like
You know,
it's
I
very
walked around.
convenient.
We had
Stay
a
away from
shooting
M&Ms.
yesterday on the other side, and I literally walked 3 miles around this campus. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. I'm telling you, get
So-
your diet right. You could turn into a pillow if you really don't take care of yourself.
Oh no, I've seen some of my coworkers. This is one guy. He was like 170 pounds when I first met him, and I teaching him field training. He's like a sergeant for the DDU, and man, he looked like Stay Puft the Marshmallow Man. God damn.
See, that's the thing about Charles. He doesn't have to work around. He's already soft as a marshmallow.
Here we go.
I'm actually like a. Well, see, you got to understand something. I'm a hard body. Art of Itmore is a lard body. So you gotta you gotta understand this man. I mean, just because he doesn't even have titties, he got udders. So I mean, it is what it is.
Damn, not that.
Charles
He
got
got,
Charles
see,
got
not the
double D
others, the
titles
udders.
on the chest.
Look. This guy's big enough to be cow and chicken. So I mean, what the hell? You know, this nigga built like all your favorite food groups. Shit.
Charles volunteers at the Children's Center to breastfeed kids.
I mean, shoot. We already know your shit comes on chocolate, don't it?
Your shit comes out Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
Man. I mean, shit. Your shit tastes like your shit probably tastes like Captain Crunch cutting people's roofs of the mouth too, don't it? I mean, it's not.
Damn.
Your shit tastes like King Vitamin cereal.
What'd she say? You said your milk was post dated 2 years ago. What? I mean, shoot. He said this dude got to take testosterone pills. That's a goddamn shame. God damn, he got so much estrogen. He can make the manliest man in the world, you know, feminine.
What's your
Damn,
soy
man.
levels, Charles?
I don't know. We already know that you damn near carrying a purse and a hairnet. So I mean, hey, it was much lower than yours. Man, I bet you had a.
313 and 99.
I mean,
How many of you guys saw the listened to the whole Tariq Nasheed like thing that he did? Because that was just I didn't realize
septum piercings.
Which one?
Yeah, the
Well,
one
septum
he
ring?
was talking about he's on that earlier stream. He was talking about old men and not having money and all that stuff. And later when he talked about the bow in the nose, I didn't realize he was that off the chain. He's
yeah.
because I heard him talk about Cynthia G.
Well,
and
I mean, it's even. I mean, it's
he's
even
wild.
worse because, you know, Art of Itmore, he doesn't have a bone in his nose. He usually has one in his mouth.
If you could go back to his old Ustream days, he's even worse, man.
I bet. It sounds like it.
Yeah.
Just to let y'all know, Charles tucks.
He tucks. Tucks what?
You don't want to know, BTS. Don't go there.
And just to let you know, Art of Itmore swallows. But anyway.
Damn.
Just to let you know, Charles gulps.
I mean, you inhale. You probably ingest.
Nah, he's like Bill Clinton. He doesn't inhale.
Nah, he ingest.
Charles like them cankles.
You said you like them balls deep. What?
All right, we were on A/B stream right now.
Well,
y'all need a room. Y'all need to get a room. Y'all need to get a room. That's all I'm gonna say about it.
Hey, AB.
Yeah.
You still got that picture of that pachyderm?
What's wrong?
Oh.
Hey, don't mention Pack with Charles on the tree, okay?
This one or other? Or what do you mean?
The one that the one that was at my store.
Oh my God! You showed. Oh, you talking about Art of Itmore?
No, I don't have that. But I gotta be petty for a minute. Since y'all mentioned that heifer, I gotta be petty
Order
for a
a bit
minute.
more. Oh,
No.
Oh, the other heifer. Okay.
You know what?
I gotta be petty. I gotta play it. I
Oh,
gotta play it.
I found the picture of divested zealot. Her face.
No way. No way. No way. This a joker for real.
No, for real.
Dropping in the back chat.
No, not the bang. The bang. Oh, no, not the bang, bitch. That shit ain't it. That shit ain't ugly as the fuck. I don't like the funny shit. Don't like the funny shit. Take it out. That bang ain't it. Not the bang. The bang.
Y'all sick. You guys are sick. You know that?
Hey, shit.
Y'all sick.
I got one. If AB wants to share it.
BGS. Check your email. I sent you the picture of that vested zealot.
Forward that to me, please.
Oh yes, please.
Oh Lord.
Okay.
That is. Oh, come on now.
All right, so this is one of my favorite guys from back in the days, MGTOW 101. This video
for real?
Yeah, someone uploaded all his videos to internetarchive.com.
Is that her for real?
Yeah.
Damn. Ooh.
What?
Ooh.
That was hard.
If that is her, then she can stay divested. Okay.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Who's
Wait a minute.
that?
Is that the one you texted me, Charles?
No.
Does she look like the grandma?
I don't know.
Bolton?
Is it?
She looks like the grandma of the crypt keeper.
Ooh. Ooh. No. Ooh. Ooh. God.
Yeah, forward to me, BG. Let me see what you're talking about.
All right. Okay, I'll forward it to you.
I mean, do I want to be scared today?
You would have to be. Yeah. I can't believe that's her, man. It's like, Jesus Christ. Ugh.
All right. So this is 3 videos from MGTOW 101. The first and third one is not the one, but the second one is funny as shit. I gotta share this one. I was gonna share it on my screen, but I was like, fuck it, I might as well get AB some shine. That first one was just a guy just mad because the girl leaving him.
Oh.
I ain't never cried for a female before. Until now. Let me tell you what happened. Last week, right, I went around my girl house, right? I want to surprise her and shit, because, you know, I brought her some flowers and shit. I wore for to take the bitch out. But I used to be doing wrong to her ass. I used to be fucking all type of bitches, but I'm trying to make this shit up. So I went around her, right? I'm knocking on the goddamn door. I'm just knocking on the motherfucking door. I said, damn, this bitch ain't answering the goddamn door, but her car outside. So I'm like, damn, where this bitch at? So her sister opened up the door. She's like 9 years old. She was like, hi, Chris. I was like, how you doing, baby? I said, where your sister at? She was like, oh, my sister in the room with some dude. I'm like, what? So I grabbed the sister and threw her sister to the kitchen. I think she knocked over some dishes, but I ain't give a fuck. So I ran over there to the room. As I ran to the room, God damn it, I opened up the room door real smooth. Now I'm watching this shit. The nigga back there wearing my girl ass out. He slapped my ass. Wow, throw that ass back, bitch. Throw that ass back, bitch. I'm back there looking at this nigga fucking my girl like.
He's a crying.
This nigga fucking shit up my girl.
No, he's still crying.
Damn, I feel for
she cried. I ain't never made my bitch cry before. Oh. So I got mad. I said, bitch. She turned around. She said, oh, baby. I said, I ain't your baby no more. This nigga dick longer than the motherfucker. Take my dick like that,
My man looked so defeated.
Real tears.
He looked so defeated.
He was hurt. Yeah, he got beat out by.
He wasn't hurt. He was defeated.
Yeah, devastated.
My man pulled out and he was
I
knocking
ain't
shit
never
over
made
the
my bitch
furniture.
cry. I ain't never made my
He was
bitch
knocking
cry.
shit off the light stand and shit, you know, when he pulled out. I'm like, God damn.
Said, oh baby, you ain't my baby no more. That nigga dick long in the mother.
He gone. She gone.
Yeah.
Oh,
Who's
man,
this? Who is this heifer?
That is divested zealot.
Okay, they can have
Wait,
it.
who's in it? Somebody in the chat?
No.
No,
I emailed
a
it to
picture.
him. Yeah.
Okay, they can have her.
They can have her. Oh yeah.
Show the picture, AB.
Yeah.
Oh, give me a second.
Oh shit.
It's actually kind of
AB trying to get some hate to his channel.
Well, she's really witty. She's really witty. She's actually very funny. It's just in a very negative direction.
She better be funny.
Unfortunate.
She better be funny.
What's good, guys?
Hey, Chaos.
Hey, what's up, Chaos?
She better be funny with a face like that.
Yes, what's good? What's good, man? What's good?
Oh wow.
What's up?
I miss
Chaos?
anything? What's up?
Yeah, it happened most of the show, Negro.
Yeah, no, really.
Okay. Yes.
Well, the white man. Well, Zaddy can have her. I mean, okay.
Zaddy can have her.
What the hell was that?
Yeah. That's all I'm gonna say. Ugh.
AB, what the hell you put on the screen? Who's this?
That's that. Ooh.
Looks like your grandma.
That's divested zealot.
Nah, she
You
like she got.
I can tell why she the best. Interesting.
She got a club foot, boy.
Yeah, makes sense. Okay.
Yeah, well, you know.
Yeah,
well.
He looks like if gout was a person.
We try not to dox people, but you know.
Well, she looks like if gout was a person.
Damn.
Like, you ever seen a hammerhead toe?
Yes.
That's what we just saw.
I think hammerhead toes look better than that.
She got a with a walk, boy. She like, let me help you out, baby. Oh my god.
But yeah, when y'all mentioned City, I had to play the bang yang just to be petty.
Shit, I don't play that damn cartoon.
Oh, I forgot about that.
What Red Supreme did.
Oh yeah.
What cartoon was that?
Oh, let me find that shit.
The bang?
No, where he's at Cynthia G and the other Negro.
Oh, remember that one? Oh yeah. He has a wolf face on.
Yeah, he got a wolf.
Oh, that's funny as hell. And he's talking to her, and she's squirting all over the bed.
Yeah, he's like, don't you see this beard, Cynthia?
What's the name of that video?
Wow.
What is the name of that video? I'm sorry.
I don't know if he still has it up, but
I don't think he has it up anymore. But that was funny. The cartoon, it was funny.
Let me see if I can find it.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
You talk about the adpocalypse. Like what I've heard about it, but what actually happened? What was it like?
What happened was that YouTube's
like
YouTube's advertisers were kind of cracked down on the type of content that was advertised. So
was it both sides?
Both sides. It depends. Mostly on the male side, but the thing is, what happened? They demonetized a lot of streams, so they called it apocalypse.
You said streams or actual like?
Or the actual channels. They started demonetizing
really?
channels.
Okay,
Yeah.
So that means like guys like Obsidian, he's been demonetized several times, right?
Yeah. I have as shit.
Okay.
But yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
I've been what? I've been demonetized.
Yeah,
I don't get super chats no more.
That's why nobody felt for what's it Fresh and Fit, because there's all the time.
Yeah, I don't know why he crying. I'm like
okay.
They fucked up themselves in that one. They shot themselves in the foot. No, actually, they didn't shoot themselves in the foot. They stepped on a claymore and fluke, won't they? Goddamn
Yeah,
right.
yeah. BGS. I'm sorry. I have a hard time feeling sorry for dudes that are sucking up to Nick Fuentes. I'm sorry. I don't feel sorry for him.
AB said it wrong because we call him the Toucan Sam and the Bayesian sidekick.
Yeah, they deleted that damn video off YouTube.
Fresh and Fit. We call them, Toucan Sam and the Bayesian sidekick.
Fresh and Fit look like two extras in a Johnny Quest cartoon.
Oh, come on.
Oh, I forgot I had this picture.
If you're not, if
Oh,
they
not
play
this
it
bullshit
right
again.
and they can maintain their current subscribership and then like keep
Oh,
building,
yeah.
they might have
Oh,
to pay.
yeah.
They could probably get like a 30% or more raise if they're using the Streamlabs instead of Super Chats.
They'll make their money. They'll figure it out.
Yeah. Because they
Well, and they're
they
still
got that stuff back online like real quick. Because that dude who's on
Well, and
the
they're
White
still
Man
on
show,
YouTube.
They didn't ban the channel. They demonetized and took them off.
Yeah,
They didn't.
They can't get ISN.
So whatever channel still gets. They just won't get the ads for it. That's going to be the thing. So how do you repackage the archive? That's going to be a long-term play.
You have to go directly to your
subscribers.
Subscribers. That's all. They got enough.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, they probably won't do as much on YouTube anymore because it's not going to be financially liable to them or beneficial to them. But they'll have stuff on Patreon and what's the other one? That they Rumble.
Yeah.
So
Well, who was it that was talking about Tate? Like, I think Tate has like a couple, maybe 100,000 plus.
Oh yeah.
Guys,
This
on
is
his,
this is something they said. This is about a chick that lost 100 pounds and cheated on her husband.
Oh, okay.
So let me start it again.
You're married, have a kid, a happy home, and then you work on yourself, lose over 100 pounds, and become unrecognizable, both inside and out. You hang out more and ultimately step out on your marriage. There's hurt, pain, and a divorce. You live life with regret, but your story isn't finished.
What I thought at the time was love, I had never felt that before, ever. I have never felt so more desired in my life, ever.
Was sleeping with your husband difficult?
Very.
Why?
Because I only wanted the other guy.
Wow. I'm obviously not yours and you're not mine,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't
He
want
was
you.
mine. He was mine. I'm sorry, honey. He was mine.
How does your husband find out?
I confessed. I couldn't sleep. My conscience was eating me alive and I was exhausted. I was ready to leave my baby, leave my family. This was nice. I love y'all. I see y'all on the weekend. I wanted to be with him at all costs.
So she wants to be for the
Here's a story.
street.
You're married, have a kid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's what it is.
So gentlemen, what stuff you learned? If the bitch is fat,
No, don't be her second choice.
No, he was her first choice.
no, that's why I said keep her there because if you have to build her up and she start feeling herself, that's what's gonna happen.
The thing is that's she started feeling herself, so she fell for the old okie doke. You have to go see the whole.
CGA proposed an alternative that he chose her as a safe alternative as opposed to picking someone that was on his level. And then when she lost the weight, she was like, "Oh, why'd you pick me? I was a fatty." I go for. So I said men should go for where they think they rank.
What she desired is what she could not get, so she.
Yeah, I actually found the whole interview, but
please email it to me.
That'll be interesting.
And I'm gonna say this right.
Mhm.
This is something I talked about a few months ago. Fellas, if you're in a relationship and your chick's trying to lose weight, if she's going to the gym, you better get on your grind and you better work the fuck out. You know why? Because if you stay in your same spot, she's gonna leave. Because she's gonna get attention that she never had before.
Yeah.
So you better prepare and get your body right so you can get a better bitch than her.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he remarried. She didn't.
And guess who's hurt?
Yeah, she's hurt. She tried to get him back. She tried to get him back.
DJS?
Huh?
Well, she said
She went on. She went out there for a second, man. When she couldn't get him, we find out he was married. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
She fell.
I'd
She
like to
fell
know
into
if she lost that weight naturally or if she got it cut off.
no,
You
Or
know,
she had a surgery. Yeah.
Yeah, she got
yeah,
she
she's
didn't
gonna
do it.
gain it
Come
back
on,
up.
she got a
She didn't
stomach.
get
come on,
the.
man. Come on, man. You smarter than that. Come on now.
No, because
No,
I had
I'd
no,
love to
'cause
see it.
I had
Officially.
I had a cousin like that who lost a gain about weight, and she still stays with her husband.
Yeah.
A lot
Yeah.
of these chicks that are overweight, they're choose the guys that they can get, not the guys that they want. And so when she started getting attention to the guys that she wants, then she's like, I could do better than him.
Well,
And
yeah, the variety. The things she's never been desired. Because you got to remember in marriage, she was married, she had a kid, and she had been with that dude for like 6 or 7 years. They get bored.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you this. A lot of people never have been lusted after. A lot
Yeah.
of people have never, and that's a powerful thing.
That's what she said. Yeah, that's what she said exactly. I'll play some of it. No, I put the link in the.
Oh,
In the chat.
please email it to me. I'm typing. I
Oh,
gotta.
you type it? No, I'll email
Oh,
it.
Lord, I
But,
gotta do all this. I'm the acting lieutenant, man.
you always want to be. You always want to be the boss.
Shut up.
You paid the toes to be the boss.
It pays the cost. Yeah. Anyway, I'll play some of it. I don't know how much time AB has, but
Let's see.
I'll play some of it. You just let me know when to stop.
Go ahead.
A happy home. And then you work on yourself, lose over 100 pounds, and become unrecognizable, both inside and out. You hang out more and ultimately step out on your marriage. There's hurt, pain, and a divorce. You live life with regret, but your story isn't finished.
What I thought at the time was love, I had never felt that before, ever. I have never felt so more desired in my life, ever.
Like Monique.
What's living with your
He does,
husband?
doesn't you?
Very.
Why?
Because I only wanted the other guy.
I'm obviously not yours and you're not mine, but I
No,
don't
he
want
was
you.
mine. He was mine. I'm sorry, honey. He was mine.
How did
you want it? You don't want
I confessed. I couldn't sleep. My conscience was eating me alive, and I was exhausted. I was ready to leave my baby, leave my family. This was nice. I love y'all. I see y'all on the weekend. I wanted to be with him at all costs.
What's good? My name is Chris Styles. This is Trapping Anonymous. Welcome back. Welcome
Should I
back.
speed it up?
Thank you for everybody that has been subscribing and supporting and just sharing our content. I feel like lately we've really been blowing up and it's just things that people really want to hear. So, if you guys got any things that you want us to speak about or any interviews that you think that we should do, let me know. Check in that Apple podcast, please, the audios. If you can't sit back and watch the videos, you can always go to those Apple podcasts and get those audios as well so that you can download it, listen to it on the train or whatever. Today we have a very, very special guest with us, as always, but this one in particular, I've been reading 6-7 months for this interview. I think that is something that we don't get to speak about a lot or hear a lot from people that are even willing to talk about these types of things. So please sit back, relax, enjoy. Do remember the stories that you hear do not necessarily reflect your life. They're here to entertain, they're here to educate, and hopefully keep your little homie off the streets. My name is Chris Styles. This is 100%. Let's get it. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good.
Good.
I usually jump right into the interviews. I don't like to take the scenic route, as I would say. How did you ruin your marriage?
Infidelity. I will say that is the simplest way to put it.
Infidelity.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like the narrative is always the man cheats. Yes. The man messed up. We were having a conversation off camera and he was just like, everybody that you talk to says, well, what did he do?
Yeah.
What do you feel about that narrative?
Yeah, I think people automatically go to the man being the problem. So when I say, I'm divorced, whatever, they're like, oh God, what did he do? Mm-hmm. Oh, good for you. You can do better. And it's sort of like, oh, it was me, actually. It wasn't him.
How was your marriage? Was this like a tumultuous relationship that you had? If you could give me just a little backstory about how the dynamic of the relationship was.
So we met when I was about 19. And he became my best friend. We decided to get married a few years later. We got married very young. I was about 23 at the time. Got married very young, and he was amazing. He was a great provider. He was a good friend, and things were good. We had a baby. Things were good until they weren't.
And why were they?
Well, before when we met, I was 130 pounds heavier. So I lost 130 pounds and kind of lost my mind, so to speak.
But you lost 130 pounds in the relationship?
In the relationship. When we got married, I was 320 pounds at my heaviest. And yeah, lost the weight and kind of went south.
Was this the first time that you ever been slimmer and like?
Yes. All my life, I've been a fat girl. So this was the first time that I actually got to be the it girl,
What happened?
so to speak. You know.
See what?
And what about your husband?
What about him? You mean
Still
like
fat.
See what Charles said? Yeah, she's still fat. Yeah, but not. But she's not as fat.
She's not as
I
fat.
mean, I mean,
She
what's the only thing?
She get into the thick range.
I mean, what is
Charles,
what
you are the main person that says black men's standards are low as fuck. Come on now.
I know this is like
That's
the only
right. He
thing
does say
she
that.
looked
That's
like. She
right.
looked. Hold on. Before I get back to typing,
Yeah,
I'm just looking at her like the only thing she looked like she lost was her mind and glasses.
she probably so. But let's continue. Let's
Yeah.
go.
Weight wise, was he?
Oh, well, he was a bigger guy, but it wasn't too crazy at the time. He was a bigger guy, but he loved me big. He never complained. He always complimented me, treated me like I was beautiful, but I didn't feel beautiful. So I went ahead with the weight loss.
There's a narrative about big women, right? One of the narratives that I hear is that big women know how to treat a man, right? This is sort of because, I don't know, like maybe the world isn't at their feet. Maybe they do have to be humble and display humility to have people like them or be into them or, you know, sort of. So from the big girl perspective, can you speak to that?
Well, not really, because he was obsessed with me. I mean, when I say in a healthy way, he loved me deeply. And I never felt like I had to do a lot to keep him around. He always wanted to be around.
Right, so maybe not with him, but I mean like in other relationships that you've had in the past or men that you've been around in the past or whatever.
Okay, so like, I hadn't had many relationships, but a few that I did have, I don't know, I felt like a fat girl.
Right.
Yeah, and so.
Do you feel like you have to be extra nice?
I didn't feel like I had to be extra nice, but I felt like I had to go above and beyond with like fashion or my hair. I always had to be, everything had to be in place.
Right.
If I was going to be fat, I was going to be fat and fly.
So he worshiped the ground you walked on. What made you lose the weight?
I was just tired of feeling that way. I was tired of feeling how I felt, so I wanted to get it done.
I was speaking to someone that used to be fat, and they're a fitness person now. And one of the things she said to me was, "There's not a fat person that isn't depressed."
I can agree with that. I was very depressed when I was at that weight, even throughout my marriage. And even my ex-husband would reassure me and tell me, "You're beautiful, don't worry." I still felt bad within myself.
So he watches you lose this weight. But he loved you for who you were.
Yeah.
But you didn't love you for who you were.
Exactly.
Does he not diet with you? Does he not go to the gym with you? Does he not want to do all those things? Or he just sort of like...
He just supported me.
Right.
He was kind of comfortable where he was, and his main focus was just me and supporting me.
So his main focus was assisting you.
Yes.
And just supporting you and being there for you.
Yes, absolutely.
So where did it go wrong? When you lost that weight, you looked in the mirror and then you were just like, hold on. Do you think that he could have married that girl that lost 130 pounds?
Honestly, probably not.
Ooh.
Or that he would even want to.
Ooh.
Oh, I look pretty amazing, so he probably would have wanted to. But
really?
I don't think he could have. Now thinking back, I don't think so. Yeah.
Do you think that he felt that when he looked at you?
I think that he felt betrayal. How could you do this? And I met you at this weight. How could you lose this weight and just totally change when I met you?
You a goddamn liar.
You think
that's funny. She made it his fault. She did it. She made it his fault.
What did you say to BGS? It's Jermaine's fault. It's always Jermaine's fault.
How did she make it his fault?
Well, she said he felt betrayed that she lost the weight, right?
Yeah, he did. Yeah. How's that his fault though?
That's not his fault.
He felt the foundation of his house relieved when she lost the weight. That's what happened.
No. What she's saying is, like, I supported you in losing the weight.
Yeah.
I still loved you when you were bigger. Or when you got small. But as soon as you lost the weight, you changed.
You got a new attitude.
Yeah.
That's not her putting the blame.
It's not
on
his.
him.
That's
her fault because that's her fault. She just wanted to change. He didn't change.
Yeah, so he was hurt because she changed. Yeah, and what she's saying is, after I lost my weight, in her mind, she was too good for him.
Yeah.
In a sense. Yeah. Anyway.
I think that he did because he supported me. He was there for me when I was 320 pounds. But then when I lost the weight, I was different. My behaviors were different.
What do you mean?
I dressed differently. I wore more fitting clothes. I started to go out a lot more with my girlfriends, more than ever. I started getting a lot of attention, a lot more attention from men. And I didn't know how to handle it. I just couldn't handle it.
I think about two different mentalities, right? I think about the girl that gets the BBL. One day, I don't know, let's say she has an undesirable body. The next day, she's the most desirable woman in the world. There's a mentality that goes into that, right?
Yes.
Because in your mind, you're still that girl before the body. You can't just change that overnight.
Right.
But when you lose the weight and you put in the work for the weight to be gone, I feel like the mentality is sort of gradual and you sort of become that person in a different way. What do you think about that?
Well, let me correct you. So I had weight loss surgery. So I didn't put in as much work. It's kind of similar to getting a BBL. You go in one day and you don't have a desirable body, and then you come out and you do. With weight loss surgery, it's gradual, but it's kind of quick when you lose the weight. You lose the weight pretty quickly. I lost 100 pounds in 6 months. So it was quick.
What kind of surgery was it?
The sleeve, gastric sleeve.
Okay.
Yeah.
They just
It's the same thing. My
so they
cousin
make
had.
your stomach smaller so you can consume
There's
less.
a whole bunch of people that's gotten that surgery.
Very old surgery. Yeah, everybody's getting it now.
Same
Everybody.
thing my cousin had. She had a sleeve. She was
Everybody.
big. She was like 400 pounds, and then boom.
So you going out, you hanging out more.
Yeah.
Does he say something to you?
At first, he kind of let it slide. He stayed at home with the baby. I had a 1-year-old at the time. And he stayed at home with the baby, and he kind of let me do my thing. Yeah, at first.
And then I was like, all right.
And then he was like, okay, do you have to go out every weekend?
He was out every weekend.
And during the week sometimes.
So you're meeting men?
Well, no, not at first. So I was getting a lot of attention from men.
Right.
But at first, that was all it was. It was nothing any more than that. Just the attention. Yeah.
Bring me to the day you cheated for the first time.
So met a guy at work and we started to become friends. He was very flirtatious, gave me a lot of attention. I had just had a baby. I was about a year postpartum. And I was feeling, the weight was gone, but I was still feeling bad. I was feeling bored and frumpy. And I just...
What I say, bored, right? What I say, well, I want some marriages in with black women. Boredom, right? Just let me know when you're ready, AB.
Go ahead.
Wanted some excitement. And he and I became friends, and it was innocent at first. And then it gradually started to progress into something a little more inappropriate each day. I worked with this guy.
Work husband.
I had to see him.
Yeah.
He would walk me to my car if it was too dark at night, whatever. And we began to talk on the phone. It was over after that. The phone. We started talking. We became friends. And it was like, well, let's go out for a drink.
You were never friends.
I'm like, okay, cool. So then now I'm lying to my husband saying I'm going out with the girls when really I'm going to meet him. And it just gradually worked itself up from there. And I was just so enamored with this person and his personality and his charisma. And he wasn't boring. And I was excited to go to work.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
Wow, she had a 1-year-old at home.
Oh man, like
on your home with her husband, right? Yeah. And
the nurturing sex. Nurturers.
Sex. Yeah, the nurturer, right? And she was bored. She's tired of her frumpy life with her and she needed something extra. So
she was tired. She was tired of being a member of her race. You know what a member of her race was called?
What's that?
Big backs.
You experiencing that. It was such a new feeling.
Yes, very new. I had never felt that way before in my life, ever. Like the excitement, what I thought at the time was love. I had never felt that before, ever. I have never felt so more desired in my life.
Attention is food.
And even though my husband, he was very uplifting, you're beautiful, you're this, but this was different. This was, not only did he tell me I was beautiful, but I actually felt it too. When my husband would tell me, I'd be like, oh, whatever, you're supposed to say that. But when this guy, it was just different.
It's different.
It's just called new
Even
dick.
the way he speaks about
New
it,
dick,
yeah. I could tell that it sort of brings you back to that
very
feeling.
Intense.
And it's
very intense.
Very
Yeah.
intense.
Yeah.
So you're out for a drink. You have a drink. It goes too far.
Way too far. We started talking every single day, meeting before work, staying late after work, and it just progressed from there.
Where did y'all have sex at?
Oh wow. At a hotel for the first time.
Okay.
Yeah. At a hotel.
You set it up like, all right, this is gonna happen.
Well, he set it up. We talked about it a lot. I was very scared because I had never stepped out in my relationship ever. So I was very, very scared, but I was willing to take the risk because that's how intense the relationship between us had got.
It's interesting that you said I never stepped out in my relationship, but you were emotionally stepping out of your relationship, and how we don't sort of factor that into like the cheating aspect, and which is probably the more dangerous thing that we could be doing, right?
Yeah.
It's like,
but I meant before him. Before him, I had never emotionally, I wasn't talking to anybody, never. When I met him, that's when it all started. The emotional cheating and then the physical cheating.
Right.
Yeah.
After that hotel, we call it Pandora's box, right?
Oh, yeah.
Because once you open it, it's impossible to close.
Impossible.
It's impossible. Once you open that up,
yep.
What was the difference in being at home? What was the energy like when you went back home? What you now, like we said, we've uncovered it.
Yeah.
The forbidden. Some things are left off limits because God knows we cannot cut it off.
Can't handle it.
Right. So what was that dynamic like when you come back home and nobody knows and it's still your secret?
Well, it was exciting because it was a secret. But when I came home, I loathed coming home. I did not want to come home. I wanted to be in that excitement, that euphoria forever. I hated coming home. So it was hard. I lived a double life. I was a different person at work and with him, and I was a different person at home with my baby and with my ex-husband. It was hard. It was very exhausting, but it was so exciting and enchanting, and I did not want to stop. It became an addiction.
Was sleeping with your husband difficult?
Very.
Why?
Because I only wanted the other guy. Wow. I was so in love. I thought I was in love. I was, my random, crazy, mixed up depiction of love. That's what I thought at the time. And I didn't want anybody.
He basically
he
put that dick on.
He was. I didn't know at the time. I just thought he had a living girlfriend, but it turns out that was his wife.
Wow.
Yeah.
Did you find it easier to?
He got hit with wonder back.
Yeah, basically.
Or did you not care? You were just so enamored.
He made their legs shake, and it was over.
Well, I didn't care. I was so enamored. It wasn't his wife, so I thought I was okay.
Even though they had another good person. Yeah.
But I was a little jealous because there were times I wanted to be with him and I couldn't because he had someone else. I had way more freedom than him.
And that's the thing.
Way more.
You do this thing, right? And I'm obviously not yours, and you're not mine. But I don't
he
want
was
you.
mine. He was mine. I'm sorry, honey. He was mine.
Yeah.
Oh boy. So I thought, right?
So I
was
thought.
going crazy. Nearly lost it. He was mine at the time.
So when you found out this is actually his wife, how do you feel? Did your feelings change? Did your disposition change? Or do you just what, I don't give a fuck?
Well, actually, I didn't find out until it was over between him and I.
Oh.
But it crushed me, even after the fact. It crushed me. Because I felt like he lied. Like, how could you lie to me? We don't lie. So I felt betrayed. But it was over by that point. So it was nothing.
The height of your infidelity.
Lie for sex?
What was that? What was it regular daylight?
Yeah.
Oh,
that was all the time.
It was talking to him and texting him all day. It was getting in trouble at work because I'm in my phone all day. It was figuring out how I'm going to lie to get out of the house this evening because I got to get to this man. We're going out. I don't care what it is. I got to go. So at the height of my infidelity, it was just euphoric.
Throw that bitch back
It was euphoric.
So
That's the only way I can describe it.
Throw her back out. It gets them all the time.
Yeah. She got caught up.
See, listen, when you're a fat woman and you don't got the option,
it's all mental.
The man give you some dick.
It's physical too. It's physical too. You close the deal.
He just laid a pipe.
Damn.
I want to
continue.
So what?
Just continue. Go ahead.
I see you go back to that place. It's very interesting to watch.
Yeah.
How did your husband find out?
I confessed.
Wow.
I confessed.
Not really.
Sleep. My conscience was eating me alive, and
lying.
I was exhausted.
No,
All
he
the
found
lies,
out.
And I had to be one person at work, one person with him,
Wrong.
one person at church.
Yeah,
it was too much. I couldn't talk to anybody about it.
And this is after how long?
Maybe like 18 months or so.
18 months?
Yeah.
Hell no.
He doing the secret with someone else.
He knew it.
Y'all talking on the job.
Yeah.
He was in front of her. She said, so what?
We have. It has happened. It did happen a couple times.
No,
but most of the time it was set up for hotel stays.
Yeah, no, I'm being messy. Sorry.
Yeah.
No, but that's a long time to be let alone not just fucking, but just talking to somebody in 18 months.
I was exhausted. I was exhausted. It became very messy between me and the other guy because I wanted his time, and he knew what it was.
Yeah,
I didn't know what it was. I mean, I knew, but I didn't want to accept it.
Yeah.
I thought that the relationship that we had was so powerful that I could change his mind.
You know,
Here we go.
It was just like
I can change it.
You never hear the story
I can
about
change
the
it.
side dude, right?
Yeah.
Like the side dude never comes out like, yeah, it was me.
Yeah, but you hear a lot of side chicks.
Because maybe women get that emotional attachment that men sort of can just disconnect from.
Yeah,
You think
unfortunately. I don't think he disconnected that easy, but way easier than myself. He knew what it was. He was more logical about it than I was.
He was never
I was
connected.
ready to leave my baby, leave my family. This was nice. I love y'all. I see y'all on the weekend. I wanted to be with him at all costs.
You was ready to leave your kid.
When I say leave my kid, I mean, here, Dad, you can have her. I'll see y'all on the weekend. If this don't work out, she's yours. Just let me be happy with him. At the time, looking back on that now, I'm
All
like,
for the fucking dick.
it's cringy. It is
Nasty
cringy,
bitch.
but I was gone. My mind was gone at the time.
Yeah.
I was really in love, so I thought.
Yeah.
But the euphoria that you described earlier, it can't be manufactured, you know?
I had never felt that way before.
No, she hadn't. Yeah.
So you tell him, what does he say? How do you tell him?
Well,
I know you went back and forth in your
he had
mind
been
about
probing.
it a couple times.
He had been probing,
See?
and I went back and forth in my mind about it. I talked to a therapist about it because it was haunting me. I talked to my therapist about it. I had talked to my mom about it, and I talked to my pastor about it.
And then he tell you to stop?
I was going crazy. I couldn't have this guy, but I couldn't stop what we were doing, and I was just completely bored with my relationship at home.
See, boredom.
I just wanted to be done. In my mind, I wanted to tell him what I had done. I wanted him to leave me, and so I could be with this guy. That's what the plan was at first.
See that?
I had to work through that.
Yeah.
Definitely not what happened.
Hell no.
Heck no. Definitely not what happened. So, yeah.
So you tell him, what was the conversation like?
So I had went out, and he had got a hold of one of my books.
See?
And I alluded to something in one of my little journals about an exciting night that I had out. Didn't use any names, but he put 2 and 2 together, and he's like, "What's going on?"
Tell him.
And
he invaded your privacy.
He invaded my privacy, and he was just rambling.
Oh,
he knew
come on.
something was going on, but he couldn't put his finger on it. I had all types of locks on my phone. He could not figure it out. I was sneaking out. I was doing this, doing that, saying I was with my girlfriend, saying I was going here, lying to this man. And so he started to probe around the house for weeks.
Yeah.
And he was questioning me, and it was just getting on.
Your stream is shut down.
Oh, did it? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait. Is it? Let me check.
It says stream unavailable, stream suspended for policy violation.
What? Oh, it's still running.
Just because it's running on StreamYard does not mean it's running on YouTube.
Yeah. They must.
Oh,
hit
yeah.
your copyright.
Yeah, it'll come back in a few minutes. Let me go ahead and.
Yeah, don't worry. You keep playing. They're gonna slam the copyright, but that's the name of the game. As
it's up to AB. You know, if we stop for like a few minutes, it'll come back.
Oh, okay.
But you know,
what do you want to do?
No, keep playing.
No. It's not your stream, man. Be quiet.
Yeah, no, really.
I put the link. You guys can go finish.
Yeah,
the rest.
y'all go watch
it's up to y'all. It's up to you.
No, let them go watch it.
Oh, it's back up. It's back up.
Yeah.
No, let them go watch it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they can go watch it later.
Yeah, we don't want to ruin AB's stream.
Yeah, it's back
Well,
up.
it's interesting listening to her.
Let me
point
see
of view,
what
'cause
Google sent me.
They're gonna send you. They might send. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't. Because it happened to me, and sometimes they don't.
Yeah, they probably just say that all the revenue that you got from this stream will just go to the content creator.
Yeah, or if they do give them a copyright infringement.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do. Sometimes they don't.
Yeah. Can you share my screen? I'll just share it.
Hold on, wait a minute. I probably should have put the fair use on that motherfucker, but yeah.
To be honest with you, it really don't even matter.
Oh, you probably could and just use the audio.
Yeah, the audio.
What you have to do is like what Artisan MC was doing. Like you have to put like multiple avatars or pictures in front of it.
No. What he could do is just go full screen with the like his picture. And we can
just
actually
play
play
the audio.
and play the audio underneath it.
Yeah.
Let's try that. You want to try that?
Oh, you can do that? Oh, cool.
It's up to you.
Yeah, because you just have to like hide the
video.
The visual.
Hide the video.
Hide the visual. That's right. Hide the visual. That's right.
It's up to you.
But you know, it's funny.
And it's getting kind of late.
Freeze frame it. Freeze frame the visual.
Yeah, it's up
way.
to you. You know.
Yeah, you have to add watermarks.
Yeah, basically, really all we need is the audio. We really don't need the visuals that much. But
yeah, because that's what,
I don't want to play that video. You guys can go watch that.
Go
video.
watch it. Yeah. It's probably about that time anyway, isn't it, AB?
Yeah. What you want to play?
Like some of the passion has gone out of your marriage. You're not providing enough excitement for
Oh
it.
shit!
It's a normal thing in long-term relationships.
And you can help me fix it?
Hell no, I'm gonna help you make that bitch behave. She won't. She can
Oh Lord.
Exactly. She wants excitement. Take your ass in the movies.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But the thing is, if further on, what she finds out is this guy has done that to other women in the office.
Wow.
Of course.
Well, but BGS, do you think that women really understand the irreparable damage that they're doing to just the institution? Like, no, I mean, what I mean is, like, do they understand that, like, there's not going to be like a reprieve of this? If guys stop believing in marriage, how do you reconvince guys to do this? Like,
you don't. That's what's happening now. The Z's don't even want to date, much less get married.
Don't even want to date.
How many men do you?
I mean,
I'm sorry.
Basically, you know what's going on with the what do you call them? Hikikomori, the grass eaters.
Mm-hmm.
How they don't even want to date.
The lying flat, yeah.
Yeah, they don't even want to date no more.
There's a dude over here. He married a video cartoon character.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
God damn.
Yeah. I put it to you like this, man. I put it to you like this, man. Like I work with a lot of young people.
Yeah.
There's this young Mexican guy that works with me. He's still in high school. He says the same shit that we say in the ministry. These bitches ain't loyal. Fuck these bitches. They're only good for damn sex. And I'm just looking at him. It's like, damn, he's still in fucking high school.
Yep.
This shit is exploding. Every fucker, Andrew Tate, the stuff we say in the manosphere, black manosphere, white manosphere, all this shit. This shit has put men on notice to say these bitches do not give a fuck about you.
And they don't, and they're too needy. Their demands are too high. They want you to spend too much money. And a lot of the white guys, man, say we're not even dating.
The juice ain't worth the squeeze, bro. The juice is not worth the squeeze. These guys are not playing these damn games with these females. They be like, listen, I'm not taking your ass out to these expensive ass fucking restaurants, these $300. And like, nah, fuck you are not worth that shit to me.
Yeah. Good. Let's go to the coffee shop, to Netflix, and chill. If you don't want that, I'm out.
Shit. Half the time they don't even want to go to the damn coffee shop. It's like, yo,
Did
you
you feel
fucking
like
what?
her ex-husband remarried or something?
Yeah. He did. Well, basically, when you finish the story, man, basically what happens when he finds out, he and she confesses, then he says, I can't stay. He leaves. He never comes back, and then he sends her divorce papers.
Damn. Okay. Understandable. Yeah. Really interesting story, man. But the thing is that she didn't want to tell the whole truth. That he found out. She would have stayed married if he didn't find out.
Mm-hmm.
As long as he was willing to let her step out, she'd have stayed married.
And
She wasn't that tired. No, she wasn't that tired. She'd have been. I was exhausted. No, you wasn't. If you was exhausted, you just left.
That's why she stayed in it so damn long.
Yeah.
She had both the best worlds. See, that's what women do. If they can have the best of both worlds, they will stay in it because they can get the emotional support from the husband and she get the sexual support from the other guy.
Yeah.
That's all it was.
And when the other guy couldn't get away, then she had to be home bored with her husband.
So she wasn't the first side chick, huh? Well, that's not.
No. She found that out later. She said there was like 3 or 4 other women before her.
Yeah.
Oh, she was part of the rotation.
No, she was just a serial victim. In other words, he was already married. So he pick off vulnerable chicks and go through that process with them. But the thing, normally the chicks in the office will tell you, hey, you can't fuck around with him because he's married.
But that only depends if the guy's dick is like okay. If a guy's dick is superior,
Mm-hmm.
women will not talk about that guy because they want that guy for themselves.
Mm.
That's because I'm not saying I'm a swordsman, but I've heard a lot of women say that to me. It's like, I'm not gonna tell nobody about you because I want that dick for me.
You know what? That's bullshit because they're gonna tell somebody. If the dick is good, they're gonna tell somebody.
Facts. You know, women squeal. They like to chat.
Tell that.
Trust and believe. Trust and believe, man. The chick at work, you go with
tell
chick
their
at work,
friends.
and you know because your friends are all of a sudden looking at you with them googly eyes. Oh, that bitch done told.
They're gonna say what that thing.
Yeah, YouTube just really gave me a warning. They didn't say they just said they found a copyright match or something, and
so basically just played it for too long.
They give you a copyright infringement.
Yeah.
Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't.
So all the cash apps and stuff like that will go to.
They demonetize the video.
I'm not monetized. I don't think I'm monetized.
Yeah, he's not monetized.
Oh, you're not monetized. Okay.
Yeah, so it will probably still show yellow under his videos.
Well, he's not monetized. So.
Well, what I'm saying, because YouTube will still put ads on your videos even though you're not monetized. So what they will do is they'll probably put ads on this video, and that revenue that comes from watching this video will go to the person who has that copyright.
Okay, whatever.
So he's still good.
That's not the first video.
BGS tax for kind of make up for some of that. So
yeah, exactly.
Y'all hit the cash app.
Hey,
I'll send you a little bit, Albert.
Okay.
Make up for some of this. Yeah. I forgot.
I sent you something. Albert. AB.
Yeah. Thanks,
hit that AB tax. All right.
Hit that AB tax. that copyright tax.
Well, I think it's just so fascinating. We're watching like a tradition kind of fall apart. Like we're watching it real time, right? We're watching the tradition of, I don't know, how the marriage tradition is what, 400, 500 years old? I don't know.
No, 100,000 years, man.
100,000 years old, and we're watching it fall apart. And I think right now it's a lot of fun for young women, but there's a reason why it's 100,000 years old. There's a reason why people in Dubai are saying, hey, listen, y'all ain't going to do that here. And I think we're going to see the reason why very soon.
It has an impact on your society. Like, like Japan doesn't like to import people. South Korea has to start importing people now. They need like 200,000 people young people to come and work.
Wow.
Because they're not having babies.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, you want to know what they're doing at my job?
What's that?
The males 18 to 40.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna be on Call of Duty tonight? Yeah. And the women are bisexual.
Yep.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah. The situational lesbianism. That's what they call it.
Wow.
That's what I see too. Like a lot of these young guys are just like, yo, I'm gonna stick to my games. I'm gonna stick to my hobbies and stuff like that. And the very few females they fuck with, it's very few. It's not a lot.
Yeah, they got the females. They got to help each other.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't gonna lie, BGS. As beautiful as Brittany Renner's legs are, I ain't gonna listen to that mouth. She gotta get the fuck out of my. No, I'm not gonna listen to that mouth. When she was hollering, the way she was hollering, I'm like, oh no, you gotta get the fuck out. I'm not
that bitch is crazy.
You can't. A woman like Brittany Renner cannot let her drink, man.
Yeah.
Can I get her drunk? But they did that on purpose, though.
Yeah, Paradox said they probably wanted to. Well,
they did. Guess what? It went viral, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No, the Paradox said they probably wanted to run a train on her, but
they probably could have. But the thing is, they didn't want to run a train on her. They wanted to wild out. They wanted money. Yeah, they wanted to act up.
I think part of it. I think she did it on purpose.
She didn't know. She didn't do it on purpose. She was drunk.
But she's getting. Oh, okay. I got you.
She didn't.
She's doing a lot of wild stuff. She's doing a lot of wild stuff.
She was trying. She was trying to reform her reputation by being nice, lady like all that kind of stuff, right? And the first thing she should have done was drink, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And then after she's drunk and kind of tipsy, not more than tipsy, she's probably drunk. And then they poked the bear with her baby daddy that she can't get no money off of. Oh shit!
Yeah,
she gonna wild out. And that's what she did. So when I first heard this, oh shit, she when they asked when she's drunk and they asked her that question, well, what do you think about PJ Washington? And boom, okay. Lucky they have a set left.
Because she's still bitter about that shit.
Ooh, that would be if she only get $2,500 a month.
30 grand a year.
Yep.
That ain't shit. You could have gone and worked your job.
She was getting damn near that a month.
So think about this. That means, sweetie, your options are now done. You have to do this podcast. You're gonna have to.
We'll be back in a minute.
Tips.
Okay. So basically he got another IG model. Okay, got her pregnant, had a baby, gave her the same deal, right? And she took it. She ain't said shit.
Oh, and she's not writing books about it, right? Like,
write books about it.
That's a kiss of death. You can't do that.
She was lucky to get him. And he gave her a deal. You know, here's the deal. Here's the car. Here's the credit card. And here's your budget. And she was but the thing is, she didn't want him to fuck around. Okay, and that's what NBA players do. Yeah. So she got pissed off and she packed up the baby and put it in her car and in a little Toyota and put it on the way. Right. Thought she was actually going to get this big payout from child support. And in North Carolina, there was a max. Okay, $2,500 a month. Ooh, she was hot.
North Carolina.
I bet that's one reason why they like getting drafted there. Boy.
That's why
they talked about.
You know, the first thing they did was check the laws about child support. So he already knew.
Hey, in North Carolina, if your spouse cheats on you, you can go after the person.
Oh yeah,
that cheats on you.
But they're not married though. See, they weren't married.
Yeah, well, just ask Fantasia. Got sued.
Yo, you can get sued in North Carolina for that kind of shit. Go ahead, somebody ask.
But you know, it's about. But my question be just so the state in regards to child support is armament across the board, no matter the man's finance.
There's a cap. Texas has a cap too. There's a cap.
Yeah, I heard Texas was like 25,000. I could be wrong. It was something
for a year or something like that. But there's a cap on child support. I think North Carolina has a cap. And even though he makes so many millions of dollars a year, I think it was what, $12 million a year or something like that, maybe a little bit more.
Right now, his contract is $16 million now.
Well, $16 million a year, right?
Yeah, because he's going to be making roughly after 3 years, 48 to 50 million.
So in other words, she no matter how much money he makes, she's only going to get what, $2,500. That's why he didn't marry her. $25 a month.
But let's be honest. When they say I'm bringing her as the brightest person, I say, sweetie, I think you for all other women because you think that if you get the child, that the child support is enough that you're going to get $500,000.
She didn't do her due diligence. Okay, get more money than that.
But you know what?
And basically, she's smart. But the thing is, her temper gets the best of her.
Yeah, you're right.
That's what happened. Not that she's not smart. The thing is, she's still a woman. Her emotions got the best of her, and she fucked up. But she thought he was going to bend, and he didn't. He said he just replaced her.
Yep.
She's still bitter.
Well, I'll say
if he has a family around him that it sounds like he has, they probably
he has a father. A father that had a
father and a mother. His father's been an agent, so his father knows the ropes.
Oh wow, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
And they run on a budget because they have big dreams. And that bit, I want my money now. We mean a capping. You're gonna put me in a budget.
No, she was on a budget. But the thing is that she thought she could get more, so that's why she bounced. She thought she was gonna hit him for big child support. And then she found out North Carolina has a cap, baby. You can't get no more than this.
This ain't California.
This ain't California.
California cap now? Oh,
and then I think she tried to get it moved to Mississippi, but shit, that didn't work. No.
Nope.
The baby's born, and the father's in North Carolina. That's where the support case has to be from. So she didn't because she thought she was winning. That's how she's bitter.
Too bad New York got a cap. Too bad New York got a cap. New York.
Well, it's state by state, but
it is.
But I think most states we just way how they have to get men involved. They're gonna have to start rolling back. Even the alimony in Florida, they look at say we're going to start capping if these dudes not going to participate.
That's exactly what's happening.
No, they're trying to.
So all these women that think that
stable
because
society.
they could do bad by themselves, I said, if you could do bad by yourself, why you need my money, bitch?
In other words, the state does not care. If we're not getting our babies and not getting our families built, we got to do something. The state don't give a shit about women. State don't give a shit about individual women. They don't care. Fuck your feelings, cupcake. That's what they tell them.
It's business.
It's business.
Don't take it personally. It's business.
It's always been business.
And, you know, and a lot of, as far as alimony, a lot of women are making like almost half the women are actually making more than a guy. So they don't want to get hit for alimony either. So
no, that's why they're mad about it.
They're mad about it, but not too mad about it.
Yeah, because there was a lot of women that actually came out and said they think alimony should go away anyway. And no, because there was a lot of women that made more than their husbands.
Yeah,
they got divorced, and now their husbands. Halle Berry.
Yeah,
Halle Berry.
Oh yeah, Halle Berry complaining about it now.
Well, she's complaining more about child support.
Yes.
But that's the thing about it is, if your woman makes more than you, especially significant more, and you got the child, you can get the child and the money. And now she's gonna be bitter, and she says, like, you know what, this ain't actually fair.
Yeah. You notice Keke Palmer got some act right when Darius Jackson threatened to take her to child support court, to family court.
Yeah, because
you're right about that. And a lot of people
she got some act right after that. Yeah.
Yeah, because he has power.
Yeah, he does.
And you love the women so like that.
Also, even in California, damn.
Oh yeah. They all states are getting closer to 50-50 because of this, because of what's going on right now. So
oh wow, so she's not even safe in California. Huh? Well, okay.
No, it's changing. You're still better off in California, but the thing is, but he's got a shot at getting the kid. So.
Yeah. Because he probably has more time than her.
More time than she does.
She's an entertainer. It's the same thing that happened with what's that chick from American Idol that cheated on her husband in Chicago?
Clarkson.
Talking about what's her name?
Jennifer
Hudson.
Yeah. She lost her case.
Yeah.
And she was cheating on her husband.
They're in Illinois, but yeah.
Yeah.
Wasn't her husband a wrestler?
Yeah, he was. Wrestler, and Harvard lawyer too.
Yeah, he
went from lawyer to being a wrestler. That makes no sense.
He went from wrestler to being a lawyer.
I mean, you just.
He actually was a.
No, he was a lawyer first. Then he went wrestler.
He went wrestler. Well, he's got the body for it.
Yeah, all you gotta do is act, really. But I mean, at the end of the day, he said, "You know what? You want to cheat on me, bitch? Guess what? I got advantage. Yeah. And guess what? She has to abide by the law. That's what it is.
And pay that child support.
Yeah, and the Halle Berry whining, I got to pay child support to somebody to call me nigga. Like, why is that my problem?
Well, this is the question.
What do you want me to do about it?
You fuck the guy that calls you nigga in bed. That's on you.
And
that's it.
She's turned on. No, don't be drawn. She's turned on when the white man.
Oh yeah, that's it. I checked.
Oh
yeah.
So, I want to hear what he has to say about this.
They stay giving the kid to the white man. When there's money behind it, yeah, they'll take it.
Yeah, Ed, one of your trolls came in here earlier. I guess she's lonely. That's all I'll say about that.
So
Ed made a really good point about like guys like these video games kind of making like new social groups.
Yep.
Dude,
I believe
these young dudes, man, like some of these dudes don't even have interest in girls. They don't even care.
They don't care.
They're just like, I want to play Fortnite. Like, let's get on later tonight and play Fortnite. They just go through this list of games.
Because
that's all they do.
The women aren't dating and being with women are not fun anymore. So
what it comes down to really is just that either I can spend time and have fun with my guys, or I can listen to this bitch in the corner nagging me
about shit
24/7, 7 days a week. And
I'm bored. We don't do nothing.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like you don't listen to me. This is my day.
And
I don't want to have sex.
You got to pay for it. You get a pregnant. Like, you got to pay for it.
You don't take me out, but you still don't get the sex. It's like, bitch. I'd rather go raid with my friends in the dungeon.
Yeah.
and you know what? Technology has done that. Discord, you got a lot of people on Discord talking to each other, having fun, having memories and stuff like that.
Well, hell, what we doing now?
Basically,
yeah.
That's basically what's going on. Us talking on the stream. We're not really talking about women.
How about this? Like, do you ever watch like Priscilla's stream? Like,
Priscilla?
It's a Saturday night.
No,
because she has 1,000 women on her stream. 1,000.
They're lonely out there.
They're by themselves. Yeah. They're alone by themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you got Tanya TKO right alongside her. She's got like 700.
Yeah.
It's amazing. Amazing.
Yeah.
It's totally different.
They tapped they tapped into the market.
To be honest with you, I don't even know who them motherfuckers are.
Princella?
Yeah, I don't know who that is. I don't care.
Princella's a dumb butch, and I've never heard of Tanya TKO.
Yeah, Tanya TKO. She's been around for years.
I remember Tanya TKO when she was trying to scam people when she said she was living out of her car.
Yeah.
So as far as her concerned, I was like, I don't watch these motherfuckers because they're not interesting. I don't care.
She had a real big beef with David Carroll.
She had a big beef with everybody.
Everybody. And Tariq Nasheed, David Carroll,
Kevin.
Yeah.
I wish I could have seen that.
Yeah.
What do you expect, gentlemen, from a Spencer? What's saying Spencer? Come on, man.
I mean, but this is the thing. A lot of guys don't care what women have to say anymore because it's like they're not talking about we care about. They don't. Yeah. So all they're talking about is what we should do for them. Mm-hmm. Like we are servants to them, and men are just saying, "No, I'm not a servant to you."
Concussor, sir.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised. Unfortunately,
that's that entitlement.
So until women actually say like, okay, we need to actually work together with these guys, the men are not going to fucking listen. They're going to like go to the little corners and build model kits, play video games, and do other shit that interests them, and then it's just not going to give a fuck.
Fly to Japan, get your geisha girl.
I got Game Pass again. I just downloaded Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, the Shredder Revenge collection.
Or they're going to be passport bros.
Yeah.
Hey, it's fun.
The manga stores over here, man, they're out of this world. Like, there are literal manga stores that are bigger than Walmart. Bigger than Walmart.
Well, when you live overseas, I mean that industry, I can understand why it's big because they in America or the Eastern. Well, I'll say just in America, they relegate that shit. They relegate that shit as like, kiddie shit. And in other countries, that shit's big. I remember they were talking about even in the 90s where you had adults reading manga on the trains. So, I mean, I can understand that. Here, it's just like, oh, you read comic books?
Another comic book, yeah.
Yeah, but it's coming, though. It's coming because...
it's been here. I remember Speed Racer and Gigantor back in the 60s, so it's been here. So
it's been here. It's just been underground.
It's been underground. But people are used to it. It's not as
up to the 80s, so they start releasing more of it.
No, I will say
in the 60s.
I will say this: with the newer generation, it's more accepted.
Yeah,
I know when I was growing up, it was like, oh, you read comic books? Ooh,
how about this? How about this? Do you guys know how big Lego Market is?
Yeah,
the Lego Market is huge.
Yeah.
I got a good buddy. He basically sells Lego. It's like his second income, and like there are people that will pay for like 6 special pieces shipped from Korea to America for $25. Like there's a whole underground. There's a whole business is booming. I would invest in
Legos have been around forever, and then people that make art out of Lego. So
I mean, even in the I think was it the Lego store in New York? They had like statues that actually people made Legos out of. So that's been around. I mean,
and they have whole stories like Star Wars and Star Trek that use Lego characters.
Yeah, and you have to understand, like the newer generation are all about Legos because that's what they grew up on. A lot of like these. I will say about 30 and below. Mm-hmm. They're probably the ones that's buying those Lego kits that's got Star Wars, Batman mobiles, all those stuff that has. All those intricate builds, they're the main ones that's building that and buying those.
Well, they were smart doing the Lego video games to introduce the new generation.
Yep,
so
exactly.
Yes.
It kept up with the times.
Yeah. So Lego was smart about doing that. That's a good business strategy.
What was the more popular video game Legos made? The Marvel type?
No, the Lego Star
I
Wars.
think Star Wars is the biggest Legos that they've ever sold.
I would say Star Wars, Lego, Batman, and then Marvel.
Yeah.
I would say those three. Because can you remember they had a Lego Batman movie, and they didn't do that for no fucking reason. Because Lego Batman was popular with the kids.
Yeah,
they haven't made a Lego Star Wars movie.
No, but they had all kinds of Lego.
but they didn't have the Lego Star Wars video game, but that was
video
popular.
game.
Oh, that
Really
Lego
popular.
came off the chain.
Yeah.
But Lego Batman was popular. That was popular shit. And the Lego movie.
I think it's really interesting seeing the continued behavior like we just saw, right? The woman cheating on her husband, like
that's
he could get he can get remarried, but what if he says, you know what, I'm just gonna play video games, invest in Legos, and I'm gonna just call over a woman when I want to see one. Like that's one less dude in the dating pool, right? Like what happens when that happens in mass?
It's already happening in mass.
Yeah.
It's already happening in mass.
Women are not.
What happens to? I'm sorry. Art, go ahead.
No, I'm saying women are not long-term thinkers. They only think about what's in the moment, just like what she did in her relationship. She didn't think about the long term. She just thought about what she felt at the moment, at that time.
Yeah, she's not the first to fall for that trap. As soon as I heard this, I know what happened to you. Go ahead.
Is that you, Ed?
Yeah, it's me.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, hold on. Let's
how do we know it's you, Ed?
That could be fake. Who's your favorite Trump Mortal Kombat character, sir?
Oh wow, come on, man. Let's stop being stupid. Like for real. And you know what's crazy? Like I ain't even been on YouTube like that. Like seriously, I do a stream once every 2 weeks, and then I'm on Art for once. I mean, Art be sending me, shout out to Art, but you good if you don't see me come on the stream. And I'm like, yeah, I'm good. I just give people a break. Shit, chat be getting tired of me being up there all the time. So, but
no, we're pulling your leg. Messy Red came up here trying to imitate you a little bit earlier.
Please, I mean, she mad that somebody took her name. Dark skinned chick took her name in real life. So.
Well,
the sexy red, yeah. I mean, I don't even she's just mad because I dismissed her. It's the same thing with that Portuguese nigga. Because I'll give you a chance, and if you think you comfortable, I'll just remove you. Once you do something, and I've already told you, I mean, that's it. You done. Yeah, I mean, I remove you and then I ban you, and it is what it is. And you know how it is. People they don't like not having the last word. Like when you just remove people like that people just get irked a way that they just can't let it go. And so she just so bad wants to cuss me out, tell me I ain't shit, that I got a little dig. That's what she wants to do. And because she can't do that, it bothers her, and that's sad. Because I'm like, I ain't that important for you to be having dreams about. Shit. Stay over there in the netherworld.
She tried to come up here multiple times. Like, what is wrong? It's like, wait, what?
No, that's what it is. It's the same thing with I forget the chick that BGS talked to. The chick that claimed she. I blocked her I blocked Bake 3 times.
Yeah.
Like literally 3 or 4 times. Like, cause one dude was trying to say, "Yeah, man, you over there talking to women." I'm like, dude, I blocked that bitch 3 times. And at this point, and even when I did bring her up, it was a one-way conversation. I was pretty much telling her what it was. It's like for somebody to have a husband and then 3 times, man, that don't sound like you got a husband.
You know what kills me is the same Negroes that say that we're talking to women, the same people like on Concrete Rose, Sister George's channel in the chat.
Oh, please.
Yeah, that is true. And I got the screenshots to prove that. Because, because there's nothing for me to do, command shift print screen, and put it right in the file, the print screen file for a later date. I got multiple screens up. I'm quick with that. On the iPad, on the iPhone. That's why I keep telling y'all need to be quick with that shit because they be bullshitting. Yeah. But they do. Or they'll be on melodies.
Yep.
Like hovering around the light skinned chick. I mean, in the chat, on the panel.
Yep.
So that's why I'd be like, but it wasn't even none of them, to be fair. It was like another dude that's not really associated with the space, but he makes the same kind of content. And I know he was talking about me because I guess because I was kind of low key shouting him out. And, you know, he was like, yeah, I went over there and, you know, he was sitting there talking to a chick. I'm like, dude, get the fuck out of here. You mean I was cussing her out? But anyway, fuck that. You know,
it don't matter.
Hey guys, I'm about to go.
Yeah,
I gotta get up in the morning, get ready to feed the pachyderms.
It's the first of the month, boss. It's the first.
And
Labor Day week and Labor Day weekend. They gotta come back and get the ribs.
That's right.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I'm not even gonna lie. I don't know why I thought today was Sunday, man. I don't know why. I was focused, getting stuff going into the week. Well, I'm talking about yesterday. Yeah, I thought it was Sunday, and then yesterday when it was Saturday. Yeah. Like right now would be Monday. It's kind of how my clock was, and I'm sitting, not my clock, but in my mind, and I'm sitting here looking at the computer. And like, yo, and I was happy. I ended up calling my brother to make sure. My brother was like, "The fuck is you doing?" Thinking I'm probably going crazy. Yeah, because it's that 90-day anniversary kind of thing. So he's thinking I'm losing I'm like, no, I just need to make sure, because even though the computer's saying it, because I was happy. I was like, oh, good. So I got another day. So shit. But but I want y'all to think about this. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night for a chick. Yeah. And the best thing she can do is come up here on AB stuff. AB and look, shout out to AB, but AB's channel is not his channel a little bit harder to find than mine is, right? And pop up on AB shit just to pretend you me on a Saturday night.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Now dudes have to go and get vag. All you gotta do is open your legs and say the store is open. So my point is that says a lot. That says a lot, that the thing you got to do is getting on this phone and doing that when I haven't. And this was crazy. I just got to say this. Number one, I've only done a couple of streams. So, and I did one like the day before yesterday. Like literally it's less than 48 hours. So as soon as I do a stream, they literally are like waiting to say something. Number two, again, it's the 3-month anniversary for my mom passing. And yet y'all just can't wait to talk shit, literally the second, so it's that weekend. And literally, they just cannot wait to talk shit and say something about me. Well, I ain't been mentioning nothing. I ain't been saying that. I ain't really been in the mix. That shit says so much, to the point where you're pretending you're me, as if that's not cute. That's loser ass activity. Anyway, I'm done.
That's funny. I figured out it was her because when she came back, she said General Tito. Then she did then somebody else's name. Then when I kicked it out, banned her the third time, I felt like, wait a minute. Because all three of them got something in common. I was like, okay, I know who it is.
And I mean, like that, like for real though, and that speaks. I mean, people can say, "Oh well, y'all up here talking." Yeah, we are, but that don't mean you here. That's crazy to me. It really is, because I don't even be thinking about these people.
And I've seen her in my chat. I just haven't said anything. She's been in my chat a couple of times when we've been doing these Colosseum, so I just haven't said anything.
Well, I ain't even gonna lie, man. That's why I had to close that Discord, because people are sending me screenshots of people trying. I didn't close it, but like I ain't been letting people in it because people are asking people for the link to get in my Discord, and it's certain people that are known to be problems with other folks. Known to like go out of their way, and that's as far as I'll go. And it's like these be people I don't even know, I don't even mention, I don't even engage with. And I don't have a history of engaging with directly like that. So it's like for y'all, man, some of these people are, like I said, y'all need some help, like for real. Like that's all. I'm gonna leave that at that, because fuck all that. I came up here because what y'all talk. Somebody said you come up here because of the video game talk, and what I was saying in the chat is. And this has been going on for a while. This is just like how is really e-gaming, the competitive stuff with the pro sports and stuff. And it's kind of Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's become real sport now. The e gaming. Yeah.
Yeah, it's. I mean, it's like basically talking about the NBA or the NFL. How you literally have folks where you have the pro competitor players. That they'll build their channels off competitive play, the exposure they get offline with going to these gaming expos and the promotion that stuff gets because that's like sponsored and stuff. Then you'll get because those are like the best of the best. A lot of brothers in that mix in a lot of different games. Then you have the folks that are more YouTube personalities. So they're good, but they're not consistent pro good, but they're really, really good for like what they call a casual level. And they have personalities to mix. In fact, my younger brother, I finally convinced him to get into it because he makes music, and that's a way to kind of separate him. The fact that he makes music and he's streaming certain games, so he can build kind of a thing with him. And then you have folks that they literally are like, what's the dude Jim Jones from WWE? The folks that commentate and they have their own kind of personality. You have people that they know how to, commentate like the pro sports and stuff like that. So they're kind of like Future from 8 Mile. So they'll create. Yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever watched like Korean StarCraft? Have you ever watched that like broadcast live? Like
No.
there was a dude, I think his name is called Nameless actually. And like it's a white dude from America. And they just narrate Star Wars StarCraft matches. Like
I've heard, because they got that. Is it StarCraft or Starfield? I don't know, some star shit
it's
out.
StarCraft now, but they're playing something probably like 3 generations after that. But they have these auditoriums of like 5,000-10,000 people with pom poms, and in Korea.
Well, yeah, because in Japan, Japan, because
StarCraft. That's StarCraft.
Yeah. Okay. Because I'm not familiar with everything. I know what I like and dig into it. And like, it's funny because I'm in a Discord with a Peruvian. Like, this is his Discord. It's a Peruvian guy, and this dude, he actually has a weightlifting. Like, his thing is about lifting weights and video games. So he actually lifts weight. So his whole thing is kind of built around, the theme of like weightlifting and stuff, but he plays video games. And yes, he shows his face. Yes, he's very fit. And he was very excited because, Tekken had that Peruvian female. And so, his stuff actually got 10,000. He's a smaller channel and he's on Twitch. He's not big at all, but he was a Shao Kahn main, and I kind of found him through YouTube and stuff like that. So the point is, you have all of these intersections of stuff that brings people together. And then you mentioned there's bigger games like Call of Duty. How Call of Duty has its own toxicity, racial bullshit, but it's almost funny at this point because black men don't give a fuck, and when you look at TikTok and all this other stuff, I mean, literally there's people that I'll watch and they'll be in Russia and they'll have the Russian symbols and all of that, but they're like a katana main. So the thing is, like, the bigger games are like Smash is like legendary about that, especially with the incel shit. Smash is like known for like, thank God the black dudes don't be on that with Smash. It'd be the white folks on it, stinky, smelly, playing 24 hours and shit. Then you got a lot of games. My point is, I don't go into it. My overall point is this. There's literally with Xbox Live, PlayStation Live, with more people on PlayStation and Xbox, but there are a lot of people on Xbox too. Their whole communities, and they've connected Discord. Like, Discord and Xbox Live is connected. All that stuff is because like Discord is literally built partially around gaming communities. That's what they want on their shit. So you have whole interconnections as well as Xbox Live, and obviously the video game industry is going to push that because that has people buying their games, buying their updates, making money, and that's when the corporations make money, they're going to protect it. They're not going to fuck it up because it's making them money. Like MK11 sold like 68 million copies, they said. Wow. Total. Yeah, and that's MK. That's a fighting game globally. So when you look at stuff like Call of Duty, which is bigger than MK, when you look at Super Smash, like this is big money. It's not, and that's why the women are coming into it. Because remember, it was that big thing with Twitch. Because I'm not on Twitch like that. Some of this stuff I'll have in the background while I'm working too. And so that's what it is. But all the women are on Twitch. See, hell, them hoes are doing ASMR and shit. you know, fucking licking the microphone and shit. That's why white boys get mad, because they're like, "You take it over." But why are the women there? Because that's where the money is. The cosplay, all that. That's where the money is. So they're starting to go over there in Twitch. So Twitch is that make accommodations. It's same thing on YouTube. You even got female quote unquote gamers, and some of them can play. All of them ain't just on some gimmicky bullshit. Because remember, that Sniper Wolf chick did gaming. You know how many subscribers Sniper Wolf has? She has, like, I think, like fucking 80 million. In fact, let me check. And she came up in the gaming shit. Let me see how much that bitch got. And she was doing OnlyFans and all that shit. She was doing everything. I mean, I ain't really follow her like that. Oh, my bad. She's got 34 million.
Wow, damn.
YouTube followers.
Yeah, that's a lot of the guys that leaving Twitch. There's a lot of people leaving Twitch right now because they changed their pay model. So right now, Kick it. What I understand, Kick is still from the same company.
Yeah, because remember, Amazon owns Twitch. So again, it's that, and YouTube and gaming is big. Yeah, like that's one of the things that YouTube like wants on their platform, because that goes all the way back to like the Let's Plays, I remember the Let's Play channel. And I mean, hell, there's a dude, I know he can't stand it anymore, but there's a dude that he has 6 million subscribers. It's like King something, Jimmy. Anyway, he plays a Grand Theft Auto, Thug Life, and I know because he tried to get away from Grand Theft Auto, and his views just dropped. Nobody wants to see nothing other than him playing Grand Theft Auto. So I know he must hate that game by now, or he's just waiting for 6 to come out whenever it comes out. But the thing is, there's money around it, so they push it. And with the esports stuff, in fact, there was something I was having a conversation because they were talking about, you know, they want more women. The corporations want more women in esports, and I'm like, that's easy. You need to have a female centric thing with just women, like a woman's league, just like how you have the dudes and the women.
That would 100% work. Guys would just watch women play. Yes.
And it was funny. The dudes were, I'm talking about even in the competitive stuff, and dudes are like, oh, well, you know, women can play against the men. I'm like, they're gonna get fucked if they do that.
No. Hold on.
They can't play against the men.
In most of these games. Go ahead.
They tried that in League of Legends.
No, they can't.
Yes, they did. I watched a documentary on it.
Okay.
They tried that with League of Legends, a female group, and they sucked. They couldn't even place with the guy.
There was a guy in Korea there was a StarCraft dude, and no joke, he did 300 commands a minute, clicks, like keystrokes in every minute playing that game. 300 commands a minute.
What I'm saying is like when it comes to an all-female group, talking about like an all-female team. Well, not all-female team.
I'm talking about a league. I'm not like WNBA. I'm talking about when you have these tournaments.
They tried that too, and it still didn't work. The only thing that they have not tried is like a female being in a group with men, because.
But that ain't gonna work either.
Well, it could work, because the thing about it is the female could be good at one specific thing. The thing about it is this female league that they tried. I forgot what the documentary. I think it was.
Well, remember, I'm speaking about fight. I know you're talking about something different. I'm talking about like fighting games. So like Tekken, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter,
they've had females on Tekken.
They had good ones
that are good, but they never got onto top 10. I've never seen a female in top 10 on Tekken. They had female, they had transgenders, they had all these people in the FGC. Actually, there was a controversy.
So I get that. All I'm saying is, because remember, it's not with the WNBA. It's not like you got all these costs that go along with dealing with a league. When you got female centric tournaments, you know, you have it's a different thing, because obviously it's a video game, so it's cost to do that. So it doesn't cost a lot to do that if you're trying to do it from a promotional way in order to get more women to play the game. Because there are a lot of women, like for instance, Mortal Kombat. There's a lot of women that play the game. That's the funny thing about them wanting to play with the clothes on Mortal Kombat, because it's kind of like you got a lot of gay women that watch this shit. So now you all want to make the men all normal as far as what Mortal Kombat is generally done, and then the women, you want to clothe them all up, make them older. It's like you got a lot of quote unquote LG women that play these games too, and the women that are hetero don't care either. So it's kind of like, it's funny how they do that, because that's all. It's funny how they do that, and then not thinking who could be playing these games, as if women that are gay want to see old bitches. No, they don't either. So it's just funny.
That's the extremists that's developing these games, because to truth be honest with you, a lot of these females don't like the changes either. There was one chick that I listened to, where she said like, "Yo, why are these chicks trying to be sexy and this and that?" It's like, I want to see good looking women, because there's a trend right now in video games to make the women unattractive.
Well, Japan generally doesn't care, but they've even started to move a little bit, but they were kind of being ridiculous. Some of them they just overcorrected.
No, the Japan doesn't give a fuck at all. They just say fuck you, Western.
No. Most of the games with Dead or Alive, they tried it, and even all Dead or Alive did was they made it so the quote unquote skins, because I don't personally care like that, but with the skins, all you got to do is you got to pay for them. Versus, you kind of got them in the beginning, but even that game kind of got messed up with that. So yeah, generally.
Because Dead or Alive focus more on DLC, making you pay money. And so, because the last Dead or Alive was very popular, I'm in the Dead or Alive group, and there's a lot of women in that group, and they like those costumes.
You talking about the last one they did?
The last Dead or Alive, I think it was 5. It was 4. A lot of females were in 4. There's not a lot of females that's on board with 5. There's not like guys that's on board.
Yeah, and just to give y'all like some perspective, people that may be listening to this later, I know VGS bounce, but just to give y'all some perspective, like I remember when I did Dead or Alive, I think it was 4 or 5. The game itself isn't expensive, especially once it gets out a year. But what it is, if you buy all the DLC that comes with it, let's say you get a game like 2 years later, that the game goes from like 60 something. No, even if you get it for like $30. It'll be like 300 if you get all the skins. Like that's their model. Like they really get you on Dead or Alive in particular with those skins. Like you'll be buying a $350 game.
Yeah,
like
and that's the model that they tried to do with the new one. I think it was just 6, and that's why a lot of people. That's why people don't even play that game. They're like the Dead or Alive group that I'm part of. They don't even talk about it again. They talk about the last game. They still play the last game because that's the game.
Like 5.
Yeah, 5.
Okay. Yeah, because that's what.
Live 5 final round. That's the one everybody still talks about, because they don't talk about 6. Because 6 was nothing but.
I think the mechanics of 6, they changed something that people don't like either.
It's the DLC, because at the beginning of that, it was all about the DLC. Everything was about DLC and trying to get money, and they did not like.
Yeah. And so, and here's another thing too. All these guys are not necessarily like. A lot of these guys are not incels. Like that's another argument that people keep making. Like they try to make it like what's going on with Super Smash Brothers or something. Like everybody's an incel, and that's not true. That's not true. That's something that gets pushed out. I mean, because at the end of the day, this is the thing that people have to understand. Women, like if you understand how instinctual women are going to operate, like as a group and hive-minded, pretty much their thing is to, as far as they're concerned, is to stop the resources from leaving. And even if they're not like into this stuff, into the red pill, what's going on, if they see when they're going out that they're not having money spent on them, they're not, what they think is supposed to happen is not happening. So what happens is they tend to get in they're basically on some resource protection shit. So what they're doing is they're basically they do the shame, the sign language in order to, in their minds, to convince the next dudes from leaving. This is why they say with passport bros, they're broke, they're this, they're that. Like that doesn't make sense. You can't be broke going to fucking Thailand over and over and over again and be like, but what it's designed to do is designed to keep dudes the next dude, and typically that'll work with black men, because some black men you'll hear they'll be on some, yeah man, these dudes are broke, these dudes are lame, if you lame here, you lame over there, and it's crazy But that's what it's designed to do.
That only works for dudes who have not traveled.
Yeah, and that works for dudes that don't think for themselves either. And you even hear some dudes that travel that'll try to say that because they're trying to get some points. But it's the same thing with gaming. You know, people would sit there and say, "Oh, you a lame, you playing games." Okay, the Madden Kings, those be them bookies, they be fucking. The 2K guys, it depends on what game. Cause trust and believe, these chicks be having boyfriends that they can't stand having to compete for attention with that Xbox. Cause at the end of the day, and it was the same thing with sports and going out, but it's more accessible now. Again, these women don't want to compete. They don't want to compete. And the reality is, you know, especially if a dude know he can fuck you at any time, you know, that game is like, look, man, you can't always get all the fellas in one setting because everybody working, everybody doing something. But bitch, you always here. Shit.
Look, a female would rather have a guy play the video game than be on the court. The reason why there's females on the court. If the guy's at home playing on the internet playing 2K or Madden, he's at home, and so she knows where he's at.
Yeah, we're at the 6-hour mark. I'm about to shut it down.
Okay.
No, absolutely. But anyway,
the deception of interruption, it was been a pretty good stream. I hope y'all have a good night.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. Yeah, I ain't gonna do a final word. You know, it'd be like a final monologue. But all right then, peace out.
All right, thank everybody for coming through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace. Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified the next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.